Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Mormon Stories Podcast. I'm your host, John DeLynn. It is December 13th, 2024, and today we are going to be doing a military Mormon story. We've tried to fill different profiles or life experiences on the Mormon Stories Podcast, and for a long, long time, it's been requested of me that we cover kind of the military experience within a Mormon context. And so we found at least a couple people over the next month or two to interview. And the first person that we're going to have tell their military Mormon story is Ross Martin, otherwise known as Marty Martin. Hey, Marty, how's it going?
It's going good. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for joining us. Really quickly, what branch of the military did you serve in?
I was in the Army.
Okay. As a Ranger, right?
Yeah, I started out as a Ranger down First Bat, Savannah, Georgia.
And what's a Ranger?
A Ranger is part of the Special Operations community. We're more of a strike force, so when the president wants something destroyed overnight, he's going to send the Rangers in there. So.
And that's what you did?
Yeah, that's what I did for part of my military history, yeah.
Okay. But you also have a Mormon story.
I do.
All right. Well, we're super grateful. And you're here from what state?
North Carolina.
Yeah.
Just outside of Fayetteville.
Okay. Well, we're really, really honored to have you. So thank you for coming. And thank you for your service.
Thank you.
And if that weren't enough, if Marty weren't enough, we have Margie to join Marty. Hey, Margie.
Hi there. Hello.
I'll try not to call you Marty today, Marty. All right. Anyway, welcome to the podcast.
Yes, I'm happy to be here.
All right. Okay. Well, before we begin, Marty, we always like to give people a chance to kind of start with their intention of why they want to tell their Mormon story. As I understand it, you still attend church. Is that correct?
I do.
Yeah. So why do you want to tell your Mormon story?
I want my family and my dear friends and my posterity just to know my story. Why I did, the certain things I do in military as far and as well as religious. And so I thought it'd be a great time to do it.
Beautiful. Okay. All right. And we've reviewed the outline. There's some really, really valuable, important stuff here. So I'm super excited for this interview. So Marty, where does your Mormon story begin?
Well, the first Martin to ever touch U.S. soil was a man by the name of Moses Martin. He came over in 1848. He left Glasgow, landed in Liverpool, and sailed across on the Prince Sailor and landed in New Orleans and took a steamboat up to Winter's Quarter. And him and his wife and 3 kids stayed there for a few years. And in 1851, they came and joined the Saints out in Salt Lake and eventually lived here and later was told to go to Idaho, and they settled in Oakley, Idaho. So that's where the Martins started, was Oakley, Idaho. And we're from the McCammon, Blackfoot, all the way up to Oakley, Idaho area.
Now, immediately something that comes to mind is the Willie and Martin Handcart Company.
No, I wish we were, but no, we had nothing to do with that.
So different Martins.
Different Martins.
Okay, got it. Okay, but settled Idaho, parts of Idaho.
Yeah, Tooele, Utah.
Uh-huh.
And because it was all Scots that settled Tooele.
Okay.
And then when they ran out of land and water, they said, "Hey, 5 of you families have to go." And they did pulled the short stick, and Moses Martin grabbed the short stick, and him and a couple of his brothers, they had to go up to Oakley, Idaho.
And where's Oakley?
That's a good question.
You don't know?
No, I was born in Blackfoot.
Okay.
And but
where's Blackfoot?
Blackfoot is south of Rigby, Idaho. It's in the southeast corner.
Okay.
That's the Pocatello and Idaho Falls.
Okay. All right. So southeast Idaho.
Yeah, that's where I was born. But I was raised in Wyoming.
Wyoming. Okay. Okay. So your ancestors are multi-generational Mormon. Is that right?
On my dad's side, yes.
Okay. Yeah. So where did your parents meet and get married, and was it a temple marriage or not?
Well, that's a good story because my dad moved to McCammon, Idaho, the Martins. They used to have the oldest barn still in existence in Idaho when I was in high school. But so my dad was raised in McCammon with his 5 brothers. And my mother, her grandparents lived in McCammon. So when she was a young child, probably 13, 14, she went to go visit her grandparents on Thanksgiving. And she was kind of a little hefty girl. And she went walking through town. McCammon's not that big. And my dad and his brothers were kind of mischiefs, and they used to smoke as kids. And they're hiding out in the old theater, smoking. And my dad looks over the wall and sees this girl walking by, and it was like, "Hey, the pasture's down there, moo, moo," as a cow, yeah. And my mom ran home, and traumatized her. Well, 5, 6 years later, they meet at a stake dance in Blackfoot, Idaho. And they get married. It wasn't a temple marriage, but he's taking her to the family in McCammon. My mom said, the worst thing that's ever happened to me happened right there. My dad said, "What happened?" And my mom said, some kids up there used to called me a cow and told me the pasture was down the road. And my dad started laughing. And my mom said, "Bill, was that you?" And it turned out it was. And
wow.
So I always tell my kids, you never know who you're going to marry. So be nice to everybody. You never know. And later on when we get in the story, it happened to me and my wife too, but we'll get there later on.
Okay. Okay. So they got married.
Yep.
In Idaho.
Yep.
But not in the temple.
No. So my uncle and my dad's brother and my mom's sister were dating at the same time. And my parents got married first. My aunt and uncle got married in the Idaho Falls Temple. So I have double cousins.
Okay, nice.
So I always tell the story, and people are like, "Yeah, you're from Utah, Idaho." That makes sense. But no, both my parents they believed in the church, but they smoked. My dad drank. My dad was a Vietnam vet and struggled with a lot of things that he experienced. But all their lives they believed, and so that's our story.
Wow, what was his profession?
He was in the Army. He was what's called a LRP, a long-range reconnaissance patrol. So the Rangers of Vietnam, and did a couple tours in Vietnam. Was wounded 3 times, and on the third one, they let him come back to the States. And it's actually an interesting story with that. He came back and went a little AWOL, and went to Blackfoot, Idaho. And my grandma knew a general authority. His name is slipping me now, but it was a guy that everyone loved that later on was telling stories. He was a baseball player. Paul Dunn.
Yeah.
And the authorities came to my grandma's house looking for my dad, and my dad ran out the back door. And later on when he came home, my grandma promised him, said, "Hey, if you turn yourself in, I promise you everything will work out." And she called, I don't know how she knew Paul H. Dunn, but she called Paul H. Dunn, and he made some phone calls and allowed my dad to come back in. He had to finish his time as a jailer at Fort Lewis, Washington. But one of the first stories that I remember growing up was my parents, after that, was starting to go to church, and they went to a stake meeting where Paul H. Dunn was speaking, and they popped their head in, and it was like extremely crowded. But when he saw my mom and dad, he kind of did the whole come up here and have him sit up front. And so my mom, she said, he got in a little trouble later on, but he was always my favorite. And it was for that reason right there. So my dad was able to retire after like 15, 16 years with honors. And
From the military.
Yep, and a lot of that was due to Paul H. Dunn.
Nice. I've heard good things about Paul H. Dunn from like a personal perspective from many people. Yeah. Okay, so did your parents end up getting sealed in the temple or never?
No, they ended up getting divorced when I was in 4th grade. My dad remarried his 5th wife.
Oh.
So he was married 5 times.
Okay.
And about 4 or 5 years ago, he got sealed in the temple. Went and did his endowment, and he passed away last year.
Okay, so you grew up kind of with divorced parents, basically.
I did after fourth grade, yep.
Okay. So what was your Mormon experience like as a Mormon kid?
So
and again, is this Blackfoot or
Blackfoot,
okay.
Idaho? I went to Blackfoot all the way up to first grade, and as far as I can remember, like religion was part of my family, even though my parents didn't go to church. All my cousins went, my grandparents went. One of my earliest memories was in first grade. We lived at a place called Lawrence Lane in Idaho. And at the time, my dad was out of a job. My mom was a dispatcher for the sheriff's office. And it was Christmas Eve, and we had like 7 acres that we were renting. It was like a plum farm. And someone knocked on the door, and they opened it up. My mom was cooking in the kitchen, and it turned out to be members of the church bringing presents for the whole family. And I just remember my mom crying in the kitchen, and I didn't know what was going on. And the next day I had a train set and little army guys, plastic army guys. And so that's one of my first memories of the church. And then that was the same year I got baptized. I was baptized at 8. And I was, not knowing much back then, just it was just normal life. But we never went to church. I might have went to church 1 or 2 times prior to leaving Idaho in second grade. We moved to Green River, Wyoming, which I consider my hometown, and never went to church. But I remember in third grade coming downstairs to the house we were renting and just telling my dad, I want to go to church. I don't know why. I don't know where it came from. So for like weeks after that, he would take me to church, drop me off, and then come back and pick me up at the stake center. And the stake center where I went wasn't even in our area. We had a church down the road, but apparently my dad didn't think about that and took me to the stake center. So I was going to the stake center as a third grader by myself for multiple years. And then my parents split, and my mom moved into a trailer park in Green River, Wyoming. And I stopped going for, maybe 6-7 months. And I remember my 5th grade year, a new kid moved into town. His name was Jason Morgan. And we went to the movies that night. We went to go watch The Land Before Time.
I remember that.
When it first came out, kind of dating myself. And so while we were at the movies, I asked him to come over. This was a Saturday night. I asked him to come over on Sunday. He said, I can't play on Sunday. I'm Mormon. I said, hey, I'm Mormon too. And so I went to church with his family the next day, and I didn't have any church clothes. But that week, somebody dropped off a blue suit at our house. They didn't say who it was. They just knocked on the door, had a button-fly collar, and I wore that blue suit until it didn't fit me anymore. And I'd ride to church with the Morgans for years.
Yeah.
So
I would say, well, I've been reading a little bit about religion and specifically a book by Yuval Noah Harari called Nexus. It's like one of his follow-up books to Sapiens, and he's pretty secular, but he just says religion does a good job at providing structure. And it sounds like for you, there was some chaos, maybe some chaos or disorder in your life, and religion just filled a structural need for you that was actually quite valuable.
John, I was a feral child.
Mm-hmm.
My mom worked for the sheriff's office, dispatcher, so she worked at nights. And we lived in this trailer park on the Green River. Yeah. And I would go play Army all day long. Wouldn't even tell my mom where I was going. And then later in life, when I was in middle school, high school, we'll get there, but I could leave the house at midnight. Yeah. Come back at 3 in the morning on the school night. And, my mom didn't care, She cared, but she was just so busy trying to keep us afloat.
Yeah.
That, so I had a feral life. So the church in my life was a huge structure that I needed.
I had the same situation. I never had a curfew, could do whatever I wanted, whenever I wanted, and the church provided me structure. Same thing.
Yeah, and not to go back, but one of the first memories I have is when we were living in Idaho. Do you guys remember those Book of Mormon? They were like cartoon books. They were really big.
Yeah,
There was like 24 series.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, my mom was sitting with my brother and I at the dinner table, first grade, and one night she pulled a book out and we're going over them. And I've always loved art, so I was just thrilled by the paintings in there, just the detail, And we read some of those stories. And at the back of every one, there was Moroni's Promise. And I remember her reading that to us, and I remember saying, "Mom, what's a prayer?" And then she taught us a prayer at the table. And at that same conversation, she said something like, "God knows all your thoughts and even what you're thinking and not saying." It really scared me. I was like, "Oh, no,
yes.
He knows what I'm thinking." But we said a prayer that night, and that was probably 1984. And from then on, for the longest time, I would say a prayer. I was just very prayerful because of my mom. Even in the times of my life where I wasn't doing the right thing, I would still pray because my mom taught me that.
Nice.
So that connection to God was from my mom at an early age. And then a year later, when we were living in Lawrence Lane, my dad had a bus. He's always had buses for some reason. But in this bus, he had a lot of like military stuff and guns and food storage. My dad was a prepper long before it was popular.
Before it was cool to be a prepper, your dad was a prepper.
Yeah. And so I had a key. We had like a padlock to get on there, and I had a key to it to get in there because this is my fort. Well, one night it snowed real bad, and my dad had to get in there. And I remember I had hit the key for my sister because I didn't want her to get in there. I have two older sisters, two younger brothers. And then, it was my fort, and my dad couldn't find the key. And my dad was, he was a tough man, very, he was a normal dad in the 80s. He comes downstairs, and he's like, "Ross, where's that key for the bus?" And I remember thinking, "I think it's on the hood, Dad." And he goes, "Well, it snowed a foot last night. You better go find it now." And I remember going out there, and I'm on the bus. My dad he was physical at times. And I remember looking all over on the bus, like moving the snow around. I couldn't find this key. And I remember my mom talked about prayer. And on that bus, on my knees, being in first grade, I asked God to help me find this key because I was scared. And just like that, I looked down, I just did this number and found the key. And I was like, "Well, it worked." It really worked. And so I've always had a connection, because of that experience as a child. And so, yeah.
And you were really scared.
Yeah, I was scared.
Yeah.
I was scared.
Yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful. Okay. So as you kind of progress from childhood into adolescence, your teen years, what role did the church play in your life then?
Well, at the time, so I've had a few spiritual experiences. Shortly after I was baptized, I was behind the house on Lawrence Lane, and there was a huge wasp nest, right? And being a kid, I was like, "Hey, I'm going to grab a rock and I'm going to throw it at this nest." And I'm like literally saying,
I have an idea.
Yeah.
What could go wrong?
Not the worst. Not the best idea Marty's ever had. But I picked up, it was a big stone, and I was about to huck it at the nest, and I heard a voice, and it said, "Don't do that." And I just remember thinking, where did that voice come from? It was really weird. So I didn't do it. Well, in high school, I was very active in the church. Well, in 8th grade, I started getting in trouble shortly after my parents got divorced. And I didn't understand where a lot of the anger came from. Later on, I did when I went through counseling in middle school, but I'd get in a lot of fights and got in a lot of fights in 8th grade and got put on probation and got in more fights and got in trouble again. And my mom said, "You need to go live with your dad in Idaho because I can't handle you." So I moved up with my dad in Idaho. Best decision I made as a kid. And I needed that structure of a father in my life, a strong father. And my dad he's a cool guy. He was all about guns and hot rods. And, at the time I was all about basketball and, music. And so I used to listen to a lot of rap at the time because it's, 92, 93, common thing. And I remember one time I'm listening to, he had a nice speaker set, and I plugged in his headset so my dad wouldn't hear the music I was listening to. And I was listening to a rap album, and my dad came in and took the headphones off of me and put it on his head, and I just remember being so ashamed that I was going to let my dad down. And I remember him taking off those headphones, and he looked at me and said, "You know, Ross, when you buy this music, you're paying tithing to the devil." And at the time, it hit me hard. And so they went, him and my stepmom went out for coffee that night at Stan's in Blackfoot, Idaho. And when he did that, I went out in the backyard. I had probably a whole bag of like 100 rap albums, and put them in the fire that night and burnt them.
Wow.
And I was kind of a troublemaker at the time. We got in a lot of fights, expelled from school many times. Just wasn't doing very well. I was praying, though, during this whole time. But that experience started changing my life. And when I went to Blackfoot, Idaho, went to high school there for 1 year, my freshman year. And the way the school was set up was it had 3 semesters, so trimesters. And my stepmom kept asking me to do seminary, and I was like, nah, seminary's not for me. And I missed the first trimester, and she begged me, "Ross, please take seminary." And because of her, I took seminary. So the first day I go to seminary, my seminary teacher was Brother Rawson. And you might recognize him because later in life, he was a spokesman for, what's it called? The Word and
Music and the
Music and the spoken word.
Yep, that's him. That was my.
So he replaced Lloyd Newell, basically?
Yeah, and I think he just got replaced, but he did it for like 10, 15 years.
Okay. What's his name again?
Brother Rawson. Rawson. He had the orange hair.
I think it's Glenn. Was it Glenn?
Glenn Rawson, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he was my seminary teacher, and his conversion story always stuck with me. But I remember walking into his classroom, and I felt something different. Like I felt something that I could cut with a knife, and later I learned out. I thought that was a spirit, and I remember being in seminary in my freshman year, and people would skip seminary, and I would think, how could you do something like that? This is because I needed it so bad in my life, So at that time, I started changing my life around again, and so after that freshman year, I moved back with my mom as a changed young man. Started going to church, had my own car at the time, and started dating a girl that was in the ward, and liked her a lot, liked her family structure, but I never felt good enough to date her because I came from a trailer park, and my thought at the time was my mom smoked. She didn't go to church. She wanted to, but she was always embarrassed because she smoked. Every time fast offerings came around, she would pay it. Mm-hmm. She paid her tithing till the day she died.
Wow.
But she never went to church.
Dang.
Because she was embarrassed.
Because she smoked.
Mm. She would go for a short stint. The bishop would call her in, give her a calling. But she never felt comfortable. Mm. So.
That's interesting. If only all, quote, sins had a scent. You know what I mean?
Yeah. My mom, once her and my dad divorced, she never dated other men, never went out drinking. Her children were her life. Mm. And she had a physical job. She went from being a dispatcher, which is very stressful, to being animal control.
Oh, yeah.
And she was one of the first animal control officers in Wyoming to carry a sidearm. Yeah. In our county in Wyoming, Sweetwater County is one of the largest counties in the whole U.S. It's like number 5. So she had to patrol, because she worked for the county, she had to patrol the whole county. And there was times she'd come home in the middle of a blizzard and get a phone call at 2 a.m. to go get this dog. And she would go. She wouldn't even complain. I mean, she was just all about, if it feeds my kids.
Yeah.
And she never went after my dad for child support. Never.
Wow.
My dad never paid child support.
Dang.
Oh, wow.
She was a very prideful woman. Her father managed the stockyards in Blackfoot, Idaho, was a cowboy through and through to the day that he died. And, so she had that in her blood and said, I'm going to do this on my own, and took care of all 5 of us kids. And And when my sisters had kids out of wedlock, she took care of them in the same house. So,
What I'm noticing about both of your parents is that they both, in some way, are survivalists. Like it sounds like your mom was living in a survival mindset, right?
oh yeah,
And your dad, too, having served in a war, I would imagine.
yeah,
Even though you're back in America, you're back, that your brain now knows things, you know, and oftentimes, and so,
Yeah.
and with you sharing kind of the prepper, right? Some of that survival psychology, I would imagine, stays, and that's a really interesting paradigm for a child to I think, exist in.
he left the war, but the war never left him.
Yeah, right.
And to the day he died, he was proud to be a ranger, but he never talked. He never told stories, hardly ever.
Yeah.
And to this day, I still have his journal that he kept in Vietnam. And the first time he killed a man, killing men, he would write about it. One of the experiences I remember with him, when we lived in Blackfoot, Idaho, we lived in these apartments called Briarwood Apartments. And my older sister at the time was probably 12, and she was staying the night at a neighbor's house, just 2 doors down. And when she came home the next morning, she had told my parents that the father had done some things to her. And that was the first time I ever saw my dad have a look like, and he left, went next door, and beat the guy to a living pulp. Mm-hmm. And I remember I walked outside and I could see him in the doorway. My dad was over the man, like choking him. And the police came, and when they found out what happened, they arrested that man and let my dad go. But for like a week after that, my dad never said a word. I just remember him sitting in the chair and just staring at the TV. And as a young kid, probably 3 years old, like that never left me.
Yeah.
So,
wow.
All the things he was holding inside.
He was, at a drop of a dime, he would go from like the most normal, loving man to almost a psychopath.
Yeah.
And he was known in Blackfoot, Idaho as Crazy Bill. So, yeah. My freshman year in high school, he'd come pick us up in the bus. It said the Freedom Bus. It had like all of us kids on there. We'd go hunting in McCammon every year. So he'd come pick us up, and I was so embarrassed. Me and my stepbrother would be looking out the window like, oh, man, here comes the bus. Make a run for it.
And that kind of fighter mode or military machine mode, do you think he was born that way, or do you think he was made into that by his military service?
Definitely made into that.
Okay.
My mom met him on his second deployment, and just said he was a different man after the war.
Yeah.
He was a different man after he went AWOL. It kind of broke him for a little bit, and then when he came back and left the service, it never left him. He loved the military, loved it. It's all he ever wanted to be, and that's. Motivated me a lot. As a young kid, I'd play Army all the time. That was my favorite thing to do. Go out in the Green River and play Army in the weeds and then in the sagebrush around Wyoming. But, yeah.
I don't think we've ever talked about this, but Margie, your grandpa, well, your dad was a medical veteran, but your grandpa, I think, was a World War II veteran, and I think he was never the same when he came back.
That's right.
More,
Battle of the
right?
Bulge. He participated in Battle of the Bulge. And same thing, like very much you come back a different person. The cost can be very, very high.
Yeah. My great grandpa, my grandmother's dad, my dad would tell me a story about him coming back from World War I. When he came back from all that trench warfare, at night, he would sleep at the edge of the bed of his parents for a whole year, just on the floor.
Full-grown man.
Grown men, just struggling with what he saw. So, and I've had uncles that served in Korea. My dad's older brother served in Korea. My grandpa on my mom's side served in the Navy on the USS Ardent, which was a submarine destroyer of the Japanese. And then my dad served in Vietnam, and So we have a whole military history. You know, Moses Martin served in the military, the Mormon militia out in Tooele. You know, so it's part of our family.
My dad is a Coast Guard retired commanding officer, so he served in the reserves as a Coast Guard. So and my stepdad, my mom's third husband, was a retired Air Force colonel. Mm-hmm. So I've got military too. So yeah. So what did you have interest in high school, academic or athletic or work interests in high school?
I was the worst academic kid in high school.
Okay.
All I wanted to do was be outside. Okay. I mean, I graduated high school, but it was a miracle.
Yeah. Those are interests outdoor. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was into the outdoors. We'd go camping. I had a small group of friends. All of us were LDS. I say this tongue in cheek, but it was called the Warriors. And our favorite thing to do was we would go up to Ashley National Forest in Utah and try to survive for like 3 or 4 days. And, and after the first day, we'd always drive into town and get a hamburger, right? Because they were horrible.
Where would you get a hamburger? Where?
At Manila.
Okay.
So there was a hamburger store in there. We'd leave because, we didn't know what we were doing. We thought it was cool. But our motto was no woman, no cry. And we just spent our time in the outdoors, And even when I go home today, people are like, I remember you guys carrying a duck boat at midnight over the Green River Bridge because we used to go kayaking at night. And and to this day, we're very close, tight friends. And but yeah, it was, my community growing up was mainly LDS. Mm-hmm. Everything I knew was LDS. My neighbors were LDS. Mm-hmm. The guy that would take care of my mom, our home teacher, he was my neighbor. When our pipes froze or the pilot light went out on our heater, he was over there, and he's the one that took care of it. And they were like my fathers when my father left. So, yeah, I had that structure, Boy Scouts, just everything. But in high school, I think I had a learning disability because I would read things and it didn't connect. Mm-hmm. I always tell my kids this story. I'm like, I went through seminary, and my sophomore to senior year, you had to read 15 nights a minute in seminary. I would read every night, and I would close the scriptures. I couldn't even tell you what I read.
Yeah.
I thought Alma was the same Alma all through the Book of Mormon. I'm like, this Nephi guy lives forever.
Oh, the Nephi.
Because cognitive-wise, something didn't click.
Yeah.
And so I had a hard time. I loved to read as a kid, too. It's just nothing really clicked.
Yeah.
The first book I ever read was Bo Knows Bo. Bo Jackson. Mm-hmm. And that was probably the first book that really stuck to me. But after that, I had a hard time. I was horrible in math. My senior year, I took pre-algebra and probably should have failed it. But I think the teacher liked me. She's like, I'm going to let Ross graduate. But yeah, I had the hardest time, But I did have a couple cool experiences in high school. I love sports. Yeah, I played football, I wrestled, and then I also boxed we had a city league in the town next to us, so I'd box over there. But, one year I was really debating if I should get a job because I was thinking, I might want to serve a mission one day. And being 16, 17, you kind of want a car, right? And my mom couldn't afford an extra vehicle. So we had this mountain where we lived right in the middle of our town called Man's Face Mountain. And in the summertime, I'd go climb it all the time without ropes, just climb it. And one June morning, I was up there, and I'd been debating a lot if I should play football or if I should get a job. And I was walking around the hills, and it was a beautiful morning. And I remember standing on the top of Man's Face, just overlooking the town. And, it's going to sound weird to say this, but like the wind blew, and I literally heard that same voice say, "Get a job." But it almost was like, "Get a job, bum." Like it was calling me a bum.
A little judgmental.
Yeah, I was like, okay, well.
A little judgmental Holy Ghost.
Yeah. So I walked down that day and went to Subway and got a job that day. And my junior year, I didn't play any sports. I just worked and saved money.
Oh, interesting.
Okay.
Can I ask you about the nature piece
Yeah.
for a minute? So you really, it seems like valued nature in your life, being outdoors.
Yes.
Can you explain a little bit to me? Was it because of the adventuring aspect that you did in nature, or the challenge it gave you, like kind of climbing the mountain? Or was it all like in part what you felt what you were able to feel in nature? Like, how would you talk about your relationship with nature and what you loved about it?
I think it started because one of the first movies that my dad ever took me to was Rambo. Yeah, like a little 7-year-old kid going to watch Rambo.
Oof, yeah.
And Red Dawn. And so I loved like military life. So the military and nature, just going out and playing army, I think it plays the same role. So I talked about that 7 acres of plum tree orchard we had. I'd go out there, hide in the trees, play army all day long. So I just loved being outside. Yeah. And a story that my uncle and aunt, the same one, the double cousins, would always tell me was they came over one day and I left the house. I was like 8. And they're like, Ross, where are you going? And I just pointed to the mountains and I said, I'm going there. The mountains are like 50 miles away, but that's what I told them, And they always tell that story because nature, being outside has always been a part of my life.
Yeah.
And to this day, not to jump forward, but we have a 100-acre ranch. I can't be inside. I have to be in nature.
Yeah.
So as a kid, I found solace.
Yeah.
I found protection there. My home when my dad was there could be rough at times. I remember coming home, getting out the bus, my parents fighting. And I just think, I'd go play army, and that's where I found my safety.
That makes so much sense.
Yeah.
Because I'm hearing, too, imaginary play. Like you would create worlds where you were the conqueror, you were fighting out there, and you could say who wins, and you could say, and being able to leave a world that you had no control over and maybe enter a world that you could actually create for yourself. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, and I felt like out there I could be the protector.
Yeah.
When I was same Lawrence Lane house, we had neighbors, and the neighbor boy next to us was 4 years older than us, and I remember me and my younger brother. I was first grade, so he was probably 3 or 4. And we used to go over next door because we lived out in the country. I mean, you're friends with your neighbors. And I remember being over there one day, and Dudley was a bully. He was just a bully, a little bit older than my sister. And I remember being there one day, and before we left, I didn't mean to say his name. I'm sorry.
That's good.
But before he left, he made the comment like, before you guys leave, one of you are sure suck my dick. And I remember being in first grade like, what does that mean? And he pulled down his pants in front of us. And, my brother went over there and did the deed. And we left and never talked about that.
How old was this boy?
He was probably in 8th grade.
And how old were you?
I was in first grade. It was before I was baptized, so like probably 7. And I'm 3 years older than my brother, who has since passed away. Oh. We'll get to that.
I'm so sorry.
A lot of that has to do with that experience. But my brother Ryan was, I was 7, 8, so he was 4 or 5. And I remember, we never went back over to Dudley's, and we would play in the woods, and that's when I say protection.
Yeah, that's right.
That's where I'd go.
Sorry that happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought I was going to get more emotional about that, but I've been, preparing myself for that. So, growing up though, my brother, I think struggled with that a lot and was very promiscuous with women to cover that up. He dropped out of high school as a freshman. The day I came home from my mission, he got out of prison. Mind you, he's 3 years younger than me. I remember pulling up, and he had an ankle monitor on, prison tattoos. And he was big, like muscular at the time. You know, I was always kind of a strong kid, wrestled. But I remember thinking, like, coming home from our mission, like, oh, that's a good thing I was a good brother, you know. But, yeah, I'm kind of jumping ahead. But, yeah, there's a story that involves that.
I think sometimes, too, you know, when something happens to you young and you're really vulnerable, this sense of, like, as you grow up, particularly, too, even if you process, right? But if you don't process, even more so, you know, there's this sense of, like, I don't know, wanting a physicality that can protect you. You know what I mean? And really engaging in activities that allow for you to exert power and strength as kind of, do you want to talk about that? Do you feel like there's...
No, you're absolutely on point. You know, another story to go with that is, you know, I said my dad was married 5 times. My mom was his 4th wife, and then he had 3 wives before that. Well, his first wife, he had boys when he was 16 in McKemin, Idaho, twins. They're deceased now, but their name was Billy and Vaughn. And they were in their 20s the first time we met them in an apartment in Wyoming. And my mom and dad had gone out that night, and those 2 boys molested both of my sisters. No, they're half brothers. And they molested my oldest and my second oldest sister. You know, when they came home, my sisters told my dad what happened, and after that moment, he never had anything to do with those men in his life, those boys, never. So I think a lot of it was I felt like, you know, what happened to them, what happened to my younger brother that should have happened to me because I was the older one. I just felt like a sense of, like, I needed to protect.
Yeah, there's a lot of danger.
Yeah, so when I was in 8th grade fighting people, it wasn't me being a bully, but when someone would be a bully just a little bit to me, I would go 100% on them, and just to make sure I wasn't the one getting hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're spot on. And that leads to later in life when I joined the military, why I did.
Wow, powerful. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
So as high school's wrapping up, not super academic, working at Subway, earning a living, had done sports, but what future did you see for yourself kind of graduating? I assume, did you graduate from seminary?
I did. And my senior year, I got back into sports. I would go to football practice. And then at like 5:30, I'd go straight to work till midnight. And I'd do my homework, if I did homework, at work, and then I'd go to school the next day. My senior year, you know, most seniors, when they go to school, their senior year, had like 2 or 3 classes. I had 10. Like, I had to fulfill all, because my sophomore year, I skipped school.
You were catching up.
Yeah, my sophomore year, I skipped school to go prairie dog hunting, just all kinds of stuff in the outdoors. I never partied, never did drugs or drinking in high school. My addiction was the outdoors. Mm-hmm. So I would skip school and just go in the woods around my house, go hunting. So I had, you know, and when you start skipping school, it gets addicting.
Yeah.
So my senior year, I had a lot to catch up on. I was taking like sophomore classes my senior year.
Wow.
And then I took seminary homebound because all my time was filled up with classes I needed to pass.
Yeah.
And I actually graduated seminary.
Okay.
So, and played sports and had a job.
Wow.
So
super busy.
And had a truck.
Nice.
I was able to buy it's a 1985 high classic Sierra black pickup truck that I named the Midnight Rider after the Allman Brothers. And that was my truck, yeah.
What year did you graduate from high school?
1996.
96.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're 9 years younger than me. Got it. Okay. So, what did you want to go to college? Did you want to go get enlisted? What did you want to do? Did you want to go on a mission? What did you want to do?
I wanted to go on a mission.
Okay.
I knew about the end of my junior year, like, you know, I had a lot of low self-esteem in high school. I was a somewhat popular kid, but I never looked at myself like that. And, you know, I didn't know it at the time, but I was really insecure, really, I don't know. I just, coming from a trailer park, we weren't rich. I think it had a lot to do with me having low self-esteem. Mm-hmm. So it wasn't until my junior year that I thought, wow, maybe a kid like me could go on a mission. I just thought that was for all the good, rich Mormon kids that I hung out with.
Yeah.
But never for me, a kid that lived in a trailer park. And then the second thing was, how would I even pay for this? So I knew by the end of my junior year, I wanted to join the military. So my senior year comes around. There's a new kid that joins the Warriors. He just moved in from Spokane, Washington. His name was C.J. Larson, and we just hit it off, He struggled with narcolepsy.
Falling asleep?
Yeah. Which just added to it, But anyways, after my senior year, I graduated high school. I went up to Spokane with him, and we started roofing to earn money for our missions. And CJ was quite the entrepreneur. I mean, he knew how to roof. I didn't know any of this stuff. And he taught me over a summer. We would roof all week, and then we'd go up to Upper and Lower Priest Lake to go backpacking during the weekends, and then we'd come back to work. Well, I was able to earn some money and flew back home at the end of August after my senior year. And one thing I was going to talk about was my patriarchal blessing. I got my patriarchal blessing my sophomore year. And it was 4 pages long, front and back. But most of it, most people are thinking like, oh, that's amazing. Most of it was, don't do this. Don't do this.
Like what?
Don't
What
do
things? Don't do
yeah.
what? What things did it say not to do?
I remember part of it was like, don't be loud and, like don't laugh out loud. Don't be loosey-goosey, I guess you could say. Talked about when I'd meet my wife, which I thought was really weird. It said, at a certain time of your life, when you're of the age, hanging around good kids, you'll recognize your wife by the Spirit. Take her hand to be sealed for time and eternity. Right? I remembered that, and I remembered saying that I'd have I'd be able to go on a mission and in life to get a job that I could provide for my family, and so a lot of the life lessons. My patriarch was E. Woodrow Hunter. Huh. Now that's a patriarchal name. But so I hung on to that, my patriarchal blessing, like it was true. Yeah. Every word, And so when I came home my senior year, after my senior year, I shaved my head over the summer, and I looked ridiculous. So I come home, my best friend Matt Munson at the time was like, hey, there's a fireside tonight. We're all going to go. And I was like, no, I'm not going, dude. I can't go like looking like this. And he's like, no, you're going.
Because you have a buzz cut.
Yeah. So we went to the stake center, and I remember walking in there, and as I'm moving into the pews, I look over to my left, and I see a girl I've never really noticed before. And again, I heard a voice say, she'll make a good wife. And I remember sitting down stunned, because I'm preparing to go on a mission. I had just bought John Bytheway's book, Preparing for a Mission, and it had a section in there called Pushing the Pause on the Tape Recorder of Love. And at the time, I was dating a girl I really liked, and I broke it off because I wanted to focus on this mission. So why was I hearing a voice say she would make a good wife? So I don't even remember the fireside. I remember just sitting there thinking, that was so odd. Well, afterwards, the girl that she was with, her name was Diane, I used to work with her at Subway. I was close friends with her and her mom. And after the fireside, I walked up to Diane. I said, hey, who was that girl you were with? And she goes, oh, that was Amy. And I'm like, she goes to our high school, right? Or the high school? She's like, yeah, she's in the same grade as me. And come to find out, my brother knew her. He was 3 years younger than me. And it was like, yeah, I remember my I remember in middle school in 6th grade, like I was teasing her and pushed her friend down the football field. And that girl said, I hope you and the whole family die, because she was mad that her friend got hurt. Going back to that story about my parents, you never know who you're going to marry. Mm-hmm. So I asked Diane, I said, hey, ask her if she'd like to go out sometime. And she goes, yeah, sure, I would. Well, about 4 or 5 months goes along. I'd already turned in my papers to go on a mission. And a friend of mine, we go to the rec center, and the lifeguard there is that girl, Amy. And we're playing basketball in the pool. You know, I had a little hoop there, and we missed it one time. She went and got the ball, and she came and brought it to us. And I remember her saying, or I remember asking her, like, so why are you afraid of me? And she goes, what are you talking about? And I said, I asked Diane, your friend, like, if we wanted to go out a few months ago. And she goes, are you serious? Like, I asked her that I told her I thought you were cute and I wanted to go out with you. So we pretty much realized, like, Diane was trying to, you know, Diane had a crush on me as well, and she was like trying to keep us apart. So after that, we went on a date, and we were connected at the hip till the day I went on my mission.
Wow. Okay. Where'd you serve?
Jamaica.
Oh.
The Jamaica Kingston Mission.
Wow. Okay. When you said "No Woman, No Cry,"
It had nothing to do with
that's
that.
a Bob Marley song.
I was
right?
a huge Bob Marley fan my sophomore year.
in high school.
In high school, all of my friends were.
So that's a coincidence that you got called to Jamaica as a Bob Marley fan.
So I remember getting my calling, and you know how it is. All your friends come over, and I opened up my calling. It says, you are hereby served, or called to serve in the Jamaican Kingston Mission. And I'm like, where in the world is that? So I said, Mom, where is Jamaica? And she's like, I think it's off the coast of New York. I don't know why she said that, but I remember watching Cool Runnings. I'm like, I don't think it's off the coast of New York. So, that was my mission. And
so you're a Bob Marley fan not knowing where Jamaica was, basically.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
Like I said, at the time, I was not, like, very academic.
I mean, Jamaica is east of New York, right? Like in the
Very
island,
south of
east and south.
Florida. The little Cuba.
Okay.
We might describe it as south.
I mean, she wasn't totally wrong.
Well, there is a Jamaica, New York.
Yes.
So in her defense.
All right. How was your mission?
Awesome.
Yeah.
To this day, I can honestly say it was one of the things that I needed in my life. So, in high school, I had a hard time understanding anything. And I made sure when I went on a mission, I took care of everything. Like, I'd never had sex before a mission. A lot of my friends did. But I had kept myself pure. Wasn't a partier, wasn't a drinker. I was just into the outdoors, So, now, I had a cousin that had served a mission a couple years earlier. He actually served where I live now. But the only other person I knew in my family that served a mission was him. And we would write letters to each other. And so my vision of missionaries at the time were like angels, literally. I thought they were perfect. Every time they came to my house, I just thought they were perfect. I thought this experience in the MTC was going to be amazing, right? Well, I entered the MTC on June 4th of 1997. My bishop made me sell my truck to make money. And so I sold my truck. I was very determined to do this. Within a couple of days being in the MTC, I just had this experience happen to me where I was just like, I'm not meant to be here. Like, I'm not like these kids here. I was judging myself. And that low self-esteem came back in. And after about a week, it really bothered me. And I remember thinking, like, I don't even know if I have a testimony as Book of Mormon. I had read the Book of Mormon probably 3 times by now.
Wow.
And always thought I had a testimony. But I don't know what was going on. I knew it wasn't that I was impure or anything. I was just suffering. And I remember one day I was like, well, one thing about me is I'm not going to do anything that I don't feel is right. Like, I'm not going to violate my integrity. And I remember even in the MTC thinking, well, if I don't have 100% testimony, which I always did, my whole life I did, why am I experiencing this now? So I remember thinking, well, I'm going to fast, and at the end of the fast, I'll have my answer. So I started a fast like on the afternoon of a certain day, right? And all that, the rest of the day goes on. We go to dinner. that night, I'm thinking like an angel with a sword is going to show up and be like, Ross, this is true. I wake up in the morning, nothing. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? Like, I'm going to have to leave the MTC and I'm going to go join the French Foreign Legion because I can't show my face back home. You know, all my family, no one was active. But I was like that shining star that they would always talk about, like Ross is doing the right thing. Mm-hmm. Ross, I mean, they're so proud that I was going on a mission. They were believers, but they just, you know, my brother was into drugs, had gone to boys' home. My younger sister, you know, she was involved in drugs. My older sister, she was married and she was doing great. But, and she was a believer, but just not active, you know. And then I had a younger brother, but... So I'm lying in my bunk bed in the MTC that morning thinking, what in the world is going to happen? Like, either I get an answer or I'm going home. And still in the MTC, I'd read the scriptures. And I just didn't understand it. You know, it just wasn't, cognitive-wise, it wasn't coming together. So I go to breakfast, we come home, or we come to our dorm rooms, and everyone's sleeping, and I'm still reading my scriptures. And then we go to class, and like I'm starting to get more worried, like, oh my gosh, like this is gonna be it. And at lunchtime, they're like, hey, we have a special devotional we're gonna go to prior to going to lunch. And apparently the CES had just come out with the Book of Mormon video that it hit like in 1997, but we were like privileged to see it before anyone did. So we go into the auditorium, and I remember they're playing it, and it's the Book of Mormon video where Christ visits the Nephites, right? And this little young girl is bringing her blind mom to Jesus, you know? And it shows the back of Jesus. I remember this perfectly. And I just felt something swelling up in my chest, like, oh my gosh. And I just remember saying, show his face, show his face. And when the video pans around to Jesus, you know, he heals a woman's leopard hand or whatever, I lost it. I just start bawling. And I felt something so strong inside. And, you know, my whole district is probably looking at me like, why is this weirdo crying? You know, like, what's he crying about? But they didn't understand the struggle, like, internally I was going through. And I felt like this was my answer, like God had answered my prayers. I'm just losing it, like snot going everywhere. I mean, losing it. And so we go to chow. We had like an hour break before going to class. I remember sitting down, and I opened up the Book of Mormon to 1 Nephi chapter 14, and I knew like something had unlocked in my brain where when I would start reading, like I understood it. And I remember thinking, wow, let's talk about Christopher Columbus. Oh, wow, let's talk about the Revolutionary War. And, you know, those chapters 14, 15, and 16 about how America gets set up, it made sense. And from that time on, like, everything just clicked to the point where on my mission, I would read, you know, those companionship books that you could get at the mission office for the Old Testament and New Testament. I would read those front and back. Like, I would wake up an hour prior to the hour you're supposed to wake up because I couldn't get enough of the Book of Mormon. And people would call me, like missionaries would call me out of the blue, be like, hey, Elder Martin, I remember you talked about in the Old Testament companionship about something. Where was that at? And in my head, I could be like, yeah, that's like around page 100. If you look on the left side, it's the third paragraph down. Like, that's how involved I was.
Wow. Yeah.
So it had definitely unlocked something in my mind. And I was just 100% into it, to the point where I was probably too into it. Like, I'd get in arguments with missionaries who I felt wasn't doing the right thing. Just my first companion, love him. But man, we would argue every night because in Jamaica, there's not a lot of priesthood holders. There's a lot of women in the church. And, you know, my first experience on the island, he took me to a member's house to go watch the movie The Last Boy Scout, which I had seen before. I knew it was rated R, it had nudity. He's sitting in there watching it with the member.
Is that Bruce Willis?
Yes. And Wayne, the black comedian. I forget his name.
Okay.
But yeah, he's in there. Anyways, I remember they were inside the building, and I'm out on the veranda, and knowing that was wrong, reading my scriptures, like, what in the world's going on? And me and that first companion, I mean, we would bump heads every day. Every day. You know, it was a struggle to get him out on time. He was always telling me, back then you had to memorize your discussions, right? You had 6 discussions. And it was kind of a good thing if you're greeny, memorize the first one right away. And so I did. And but we would get into heated arguments because he would want to go visit the single members in the evening, the women. And I'd argue with him like, no, we can't be doing that. And he's like, well, who else? It gets dark in Jamaica about 6 or 7. Well, what else we gonna do? And you know, he later was sent home from his mission. A couple of companions down. I think because his dad died or something, so he went home for that. Not anything, you know, to do with sin. But so I get a new companion, and from then on, all the companions I had were like brothers. And Elder Broadbent, he was a new companion, even though he was older, out longer than me. He had a bad experience with his trainer. So I was kind of like, since he was coming to my area, I was like the senior companion. And man, we hit it off. I mean, we went to work. So a couple stories from my mission that kind of affected me was, so I'm from Wyoming. There was a missionary there from Wyoming prior to me being there, and he was like a legend, like just a worker. And you know, when we flew into the island, the mission president had us all there, all 12 of us new missionaries. And he's like, hey, you're from Wyoming, Elder Martin? I said, yeah. And he goes, I just had a missionary fulfill his 2 years from Wyoming. And he's like listing off everything he did. And he goes, you need to fulfill his shoes. And I remember thinking like, how am I going to do that? You know, like low self-esteem guy here, you know. And I'm like, oh boy. And, you know, there was one coveted spot in the mission, and it was Grand Cayman. And I remember the mission president saying, some of you guys here, if you do the right thing, are going to have the opportunity to serve in Grand Cayman. Right off the bat, I was like, oh, that won't be me. You know, like, I'm just, and, you know, probably being on the island a month into it, right? We're doing everything right. We had to take the bus to go to church. And on that bus, I just had this feeling like, man, like a guy like me could get married in the temple someday. I'm on my mission thinking, wow, a guy like me could get married in the temple someday. Which is so weird because it was not part of my life, you know. Like, you know, I remember getting my temple garments and pulling them out of the dryer and seeing like markings on them. And my first thought was, man, the church is so cheap. They recycled these garments from somebody. Like
because the marks would have been like holes sewed up.
Yeah,
So
you know,
no,
like it didn't dawn on me when I went to the temple. Yeah, I thought they were like
marks.
somebody's used garments that the church recycled. I'm like,
man.
what? No, it just didn't dawn on me. You know, it wasn't until I went on my mission that like cognitive wise, like I believe I became smarter, and. Anyways, yeah. So the experience I had was we had to go up to the mission office on P days to grab our mail. And Amy, the girl I was dating, prior to leaving, I told her like, hey, if you write me a letter, I'll write your bike. You know, I'm not going to do this dating thing because, you know, she wrote me every week, and I wrote her back every single week. And her mom would write me. Anyways, I go up there to get my mail. And the mission president, Eugene Moore, pulls me in. And apparently a missionary companionship had like taught like 25 discussions in a week, which was like huge in Jamaica. And he pulled me in the office. He's like, Elder Martin, you heard about so-and-so teaching 25 missions or discussions? I was like, yes, President. He goes, I want you to beat that. And at first I was mad, like, who am I? You know, like, why me? Like, you know, we're teaching like 12 discussions a week, considering that's good. Just getting to a home to teach a discussion. So myself and Elder Broadbent, we go back, and I like tell them like what the mission president said. And we're like, yeah, let's do it. Let's try to beat it. We'll teach 30. And in my head, there's like, I'm like, there's no way. There's no way we're going to teach 30 discussions. But I'm determined. And I remember there was a sheet that was passed around the mission called Making Covenants with the Lord. And I read that thing like that night, just back and forth, like, okay, we can do this. If this is right, God's going to let me know. So I prayed, and I got a good feeling about it. Well, we're teaching like the devil all week, and we're on track. And it got to the point where I like Elder Broadbent, like Friday night, it's like, dude, I got to tap out, man. I'm just worn out. So I'd go on splits to continue trying to teach this discussion with my good friend Elder Rupp and Elder Cusack. And Sunday night, we had taught 32 proper discussions. And to me, that was like a mark, like, wow, like, I can do this. Like, I can do this. And it always stuck with me, like, that experience. And I still had that blue planner to this day of everyone we taught.
You fold it up and put it in your pocket, right?
Yeah, I kept it forever.
Yeah. Wow. So did you end up in the Cayman Islands?
I did. So my second area, we were sent to a place called Lucy, Jamaica. Never had any missionaries. And I was a complete stick in the mud. I can look back and be like, dude, I would have hated now to be my companion. Like, I was like by the book. And so I found out that my companion was going to be a guy named Elder Turner, who was just coming off of being his own leader, but was getting ready to go home. And I don't know about your mission, and I hope I don't make anyone mad by saying this, but it was weird in my mission. Like, if you're from California, you were a little apostate. But if you came from like Utah or Arizona, they were considered Elder Zion. And my two best friends were Elder Rupp from Utah, who I called Elder Zion, and Elder Cusack from Folsom, California, who I considered like Elder Babylon. But they were both my best friends. I loved them both, you know.
Elder Babylon.
Yeah, we would always.
I mean, it's California, Margie. Come on.
Yeah, we would always call him like, and he knew it. He'd grow his hair long and, had a lot of money on the mission. And he's gonna laugh when he hears about that. But, anyways, me and Elder Turner are going to open up this area. But back then, on mission transfer days, you would have like, what the saying is, how many missionaries can you fit in the car? Always one more, because the zone leaders would have to drive all the missionaries everywhere. And to go like, 300 miles on your mission in Jamaica was an all-day thing through the mountains. And we jump in the car, and Elder Turner's driving, and we're stopping in Montego Bay, Jamaica, and we have to drop off everyone wants to drop off their film. Because back then you had the old wind-up film, right? So we park in this parking lot, and there's like 8 missionaries coming out of this little Mitsubishi. And as they're crossing the road, there's a homeless man there. He was like, elders, can you give me some money? And we're all like, honestly, we didn't have like any change. We're like, hey, we're going to go spend some money, and we'll give you some change on the way back. And he's like, oh, blessed, blessed, blessed. So we go spend the whole day in the mall eating, and we blow pretty much all of our money, forget about this homeless guy, and we're coming back. And the guy's like, hey, you said you'd give me money. And Elder Turner's like, move on, man. We get in the car. Elder Turner used to play like semi-professional baseball, right? We're leaving, and this guy had like an empty water bottle, empty. Throws it at the car, right? Probably weighs like 4 ounces, bounces off the car. Oh, man. Well, Elder Turner pulled over and gets out of the car and starts walking towards this guy, and we're like, what's Turner doing, man? And we turn around, and he's like arguing with this homeless man and spit a loogie in his face.
Whoa.
And now this is like, I'm saying this, to this day, Elder Turner and I are very close. He was one of the best companions I had. But we get out, and they're like, Jamaicans can throw a rock. You served your mission in South America or Central America or something like that. The people in third world countries know how to throw a rock. And this homeless guy is just throwing rocks at Elder Turner, and he's like hopping in the street, like trying to avoid him. And I didn't know what to do, but being a good, faithful companion, I find a rock on the road. I'm like, Turner. And I throw it to him. I didn't know he played baseball. He grabbed that rock and just hit that guy in the chest, knocked him down. At this point, we had like a huge crowd over us, and I'm thinking, dude, we're dead, man. You know, a bunch of white kids assaulting this homeless black guy, this Jamaican, right? And the cops show up, and the cops in Jamaica, they beat you first, and then they ask questions. So they're asking the crowd, who did this? Who did this? And they're all pointing at the homeless guy, and I just remember they like pummeled him. And Turner turned around with this look on his face like, oh, man. He gets in the car. We still had 2 hours to our area. Not a word was spoken. Just, you know, that night, like, he apologized. But I say that because Elder Turner taught me how to, after telling that funny story, that story, but he actually taught me how to not be such a stick in the mud. That you could work hard and enjoy your mission. So he was getting ready to die soon, getting ready to go home. So he taught me a lot about missionary work. I don't know what that whole experience on Montego Bay was about, but I'll never forget that. We didn't have a phone in our flat because we had just found this area. We actually found the apartment area. So when we go to district meeting the following Tuesday, the district leaders are like, bro, you guys almost killed that guy. You guys made the news because of that. And I just remember thinking, what in the world's going on? You know, but I had an amazing mission. I could honestly say miracles. I saw miracles on my mission. We healed a girl that was almost dead in Lucy, Jamaica. You know, so and then when I was in Lucy, I was forming like this huge cyst on my neck. And we're out in the bush. We're knocking on gates, you know, and people would come out and we'd say, hey, we're so-and-so from the church. And people weren't even noticing my mission or my message. They'd just look at my neck. You know, it had gotten that big, and I didn't know what the heck was going on. So we go to zone conference, and the mission mom and dad are there. And the mission mom, Carol Moore, she sees me and just makes a beeline to me. She's like, Elder Martin, what's on your neck? And, you know, I'm like pushing it in, like, I don't know, Sister Moore, like, it doesn't hurt though.
He wasn't here a few months ago, but.
The next day, I'm on the plane to Salt Lake.
Yes.
This is like halfway through my mission, right?
Wow.
I show up here, my mom picks me up at the airport. My mom and one of our dear friend, Dovey. And they had already set up the appointment with the U of U through the church. And that night we stopped at some hotel. I'm on my bed. My mom's on her bed. And she could hear me like in the middle of the night just starting to whimper. Because I'm starting to question like if they're even going to let me go back on my mission. You know, because my mission was everything. I did not get homesick on my mission. Like I had companions that got homesick. I loved it. Because for me, this is what your life should be. I was for once in an environment where I was safe. So I'm crying. My mom wakes up. You know, she lays next to me in bed and just rubs my head till I fall asleep. You know, I'm a grown man, and my mom's taking care of me. So next day, we get the doctor, says a prayer. Everything goes good. They just had to drain out fluid. They sent me home for a week, and I'm like, oh, man, I don't want to go home. Like, you know, my house, you can watch R-rated movies. You know, everyone smoked. All my siblings smoked. So I go home, and, you know, got in a little bit of depression, and I was like, I'm going to go out and serve with the missionaries. And, you know, saw my girlfriend, Amy. She came to the house. So I just started feeling like a loser. And I'd go out with the missionaries, but it wasn't the same. I get a phone call a week later from the missionary department. And I forget the gentleman's name, but he was like, Elder Martin, I have great news for you. You're good to go on the mission. I was like, oh, that's awesome. When do I get to leave? And he goes, well, here's the thing. What would you think about finishing your mission in the Ogden, Utah mission?
Marky's looking at me. Why are you looking at me?
And I remember saying, listen here. I had a prophet of God, Gordon B. Hinckley, telling me I'm serving a mission in the Kingston, Jamaica mission, and I'm going to fulfill that mission.
Wow.
And I hung up the phone. He calls back 2 minutes later and says, all right, Elder Martin, we got you a plane ticket.
As it turns out.
And they're going back to Jamaica. I had missed Jamaica while I was gone. I didn't think I would miss it, because Friday night there's speakers and they're blasting the speakers. There's people in fluorescent pans and shaking and everything. And well, when I was home that week, I realized how much I missed it and loved it. Mm-hmm. So as I'm flying into the Kingston, Jamaica Manly Airport, whatever it was, in Kingston, Jamaica, my heart's just full. And I'm like, I'm home. I'm back with my people. And that experience, like, it just rejuvenated me for my mission. Because it was a halfway mark. After that, he called to be a zone leader, just on fire. And then I get called to go serve in Grand Cayman. So for me, a mission really did two things. It taught me how to study. Somehow it opened up my mind to be able to understand things, and it grew a love for the gospel. Like, I remember asking my mission president, hey, at the time, Jeffrey R. Holland came out with a book called Christ and the New Covenant. And I asked Amy to send it to me. And I'm like, Elder, President Morty, can I read this book? And he gave me permission on P days to read that book. And then I had Gospel Doctrine sent, Joseph F. Smith. And I asked him, and he was always cool about it, yeah, you can read that book. So I grew a love for the church, the history, and everything. And then, I come home, and then I just loved my mission. To this day, I'm so grateful that I went on mission, because it really did everything. It set my life up for the rest of my life.
Wow.
Just confidence. I came home with this. I remember coming home thinking, dude, the world is my oyster. I can do anything, I just got back. Just the avenues that were open to me, I felt like I could do anything.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it was great for me.
What a blessing.
Yeah.
For some reason, I'm thinking of my stepdad, who I think grew up in Blackfoot too, long time ago, and he's passed away. But I think the military served a similar role that your mission did for you, for a kid in Blackfoot, because it gave him discipline, it gave him structure, it gave him meaning, it gave him purpose, and he flourished. He ended up at Columbia getting a master's degree, barely passing high school in Blackfoot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I mean, it was for a feral kid like me, and I was feral.
Yeah.
I was wild.
Yeah.
It did, structure-wise, it was everything I needed.
Yeah.
And it taught me how to get along with people, how to just overlook little things that people do to you. And it taught me to have a love for Christ. And we baptized a lot of people, which wasn't common in Jamaica.
Yeah.
And it was just exactly what Ross Martin needed at that time in his life to set him up for success.
Beautiful. Beautiful. So what'd you do after your mission?
I came home and got depressed.
Yeah. That's
right away.
Without the structure.
Yeah. Right
And
away.
purpose.
Yeah.
It's a very clear purpose on your mission.
Yeah. I knew one thing. I knew I had to work. So the very next day after coming home, I got a job with my girlfriend, who's not my wife, with her dad doing construction. Because I knew, one thing I knew was I needed to get to work. I can't be idle. Idle hands are
Devil's workshop.
Yep. So I'm working my butt off, and I'm like, do I want to go to, at the time, Rick's, or should I just go to Salt Lake Community College, where I applied to Rick's, but that was too late. So at the time, Amy and I are dating, but we can't keep our hands off of each other. And I was Amy's first boyfriend. So, we would make out till 2 a.m. Sorry, kids, you're going to hear this story. But, we just couldn't leave each other alone. And so we had set a date to be married in the Salt Lake Temple. It was May 9th of 1999. Mm-hmm. Or was it 2000? Anyways. And I kept calling it off. marriage to me, I was so wishy-washy.
Oh.
And I started resorting back. My dad was married 5 times. Marriage to me was a scary thing. And I personally didn't feel like I was ready. So we'd set up a new date in the temple. 2 months later, I'd call it off.
Yeah.
And Amy's mom, my mother-in-law, sat me down. I always remember this. And just went down the line of like, you're not ready, you're too wishy-washy. I don't know if you could even support my daughter. On down the line. At the time, it really hurt. But I needed someone to sit me down and give me that talk. I'm crying the whole time. Amy's crying. I'm feeling very hurt. But what she did was the right thing. And I remember getting in my truck, and that day I moved down to Salt Lake City, moved in with my cousin and said, hey, we need some separation because if we keep going down the road that we're going, we're not going to be able to get married in the temple. Well, about 2 days later, I'm missing her so bad. I call her up on the phone. I'm like, doesn't your cousin live down here? I really miss you. And she ended up moving down to Salt Lake, and we both go to Salt Lake Community College, engaged 3 more times. I called her off every single time. And, her parents at this time had kind of written me off, like, this guy's never going to marry you. Like, just move on. Which is the advice I would have gave. This guy is just too wishy-washy and doesn't know what he wants to do in life. And so Amy came up to me one time, and this was like a year later. She's like, we're either getting married tomorrow or you're never going to see me ever again. And that day we jumped in her car, drove all the way to Lake Tahoe, didn't tell anyone, didn't tell her family, didn't tell my family, and got married. Drove all the way back and started looking for an apartment together.
And
Nice.
how was that for you? Because you feared it. It seems like it was something that you really had a lot of fear around. So how was it to just do it?
She hates when I tell this story. But again, up to the time that I put that ring on her finger, I'm holding the ring and I'm like, I could still run. I'll go join the French Foreign Legion, just going through the whole thing again. Like, I could still run. And I put that finger on, I'm like, I'm a dead man. Like, I don't know what it was. I just feared marriage. The Monday I came home from work, we had gotten an apartment. She's in there cooking. And I walked through the apartment like, well, this is awesome. My best friend's cooking me dinner after I come home from work and school. And, it was just amazing. Our marriage was, just a brand new life. We lived in a brand new apartment in Taylorsville. It was beautiful. It was right along the river walk.
Yeah, that's where we start our little bike rides in the Jordan River Trail, Marty.
Yes.
Right there. Yeah.
We would walk that every morning. She worked at Wells Fargo. At the time, it was up in the avenues. And she was going to Salt Lake Community College. I worked for a company called Fanova, which is weird because the hotel I stayed in last night was right across the street.
Fun.
It was like memories coming back. And, and I was making good money, and I was still going to school. But I was missing something. I was missing that structure. So one time at lunch, I go to the Army recruiter. Don't even talk to Amy about it. And I joined the Army.
Whoa. As an enlisted. Yeah.
Active duty Army with a Ranger contract.
Wow. Without talking to your wife first.
Without even talking to her.
So we know that has been kind of living inside you for many years. Have you talked about it with Amy at all?
Yeah, I did. So I had joined the reserves in Utah while I was going to school, just to see if I liked the military life. So she was used to that a little bit, and that was just to pay for school, to help me pay for school. So I was going through school, but even on my mission, like when I'd be in the bush, even then I'd be like, oh, I'd love to have a rucksack and a gun and just walk around like I'm in Vietnam. I would think about that on my mission. It was really weird. And when I came home, I was just missing that warrior. Just, I felt like there was something missing in my life. And so I came home from work and I said, Amy was like, how was your day? I'm like, oh, it was great. Normal, at lunchtime.
One quick thing.
I joined the Army. All right, I'm going to the bathroom. You did what? And then I came out, I was like, yeah, honey, I joined the Army. And the look on her face was just pure like shock. You didn't talk to me about this? Mind you, this is July of 2001.
Oh.
My dad at this time he's very anti-government. If you could think of northern Idaho,
Yeah.
Ruby Ridge, and Waco, my dad was friends with Bo Greitz and helped him talk Randy Weaver off the mountain. Like my dad was like, he lived in Vegas. He was in security, worked at the Showboat, was in charge of security there. So he knew a lot of people. And he was very militant-minded. I remember he would have we would go without eating, but he would have 100 guns. Like, we never went without eating, but, my freshman year, I'm like, hey, Dad, I'd like to play basketball. Can I join the team? And he's like, here's $10. Bring me back the change for your shoes. And I was like, it's all right, Dad. No, $10 ain't going to buy anything. But he would have 100 guns.
Wow.
And a bus full of food storage.
Interesting.
So at this time, I come home and I tell my dad, like, hey, Dad, we actually went shooting. Like, I took my wife to meet my dad. He takes us shooting. He's like, well, if you're going to marry her someday, she's going to need to know how to back you up in a bad situation.
Oh, wow.
So she never shot a gun. Takes her out with the Mini 14. She actually outshot me, which I was pretty upset about, And then, I called my dad on the phone. I said, Dad, I joined the Army. My dad's very anti-government. At the time, he was the kind of guy who was like, hey, they're going to come take your arms. Guys in black helicopters are going to put you down and take your guns. And if you deny Christ, they'll put you in a concentration camp.
Oh, wow.
That's how I was raised.
Wow.
Just like...
I refer to that kind of thinking as kind of conspiratorial thinking a little bit.
Extremely.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I remember Bo Greitz. I was at BYU when Bo Greitz was running for president. I remember the Ruby Ridge standoff in Idaho and Janet Reno and David Koresh in Waco. Yep. It was a time where kind of there was a militia mentality in parts of the United States of people who felt disenfranchised or suspicious of the government. And so that was your dad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To a T. You also had the Oklahoma City bombing.
Yeah, with Timothy McVeigh.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, the freshman year I lived with my dad, that's when Ruby Ridge happened in the fall, and then in the spring, Waco happened. So the whole time my dad's glued to, and I'm getting all this literature, you don't have to pay your taxes. We are free Americans, with capital, your name has to be capital in the government. Anyways, so being a person that looked up to my dad extremely at the time, I had those thoughts. I never thought I was going to graduate high school because the world was going to come to the end. I'd never get married because the world was going to come to the end. And Christ would come, because my dad just drilled that in my head. So, after my mission, after we get married, I'm like, I think I'm going to join the Army. I felt a calling to it. Something was, I've, my whole life, when I feel that calling, I have to listen to it. So I went and joined the Army, called my dad up and said, Dad, I did something you're going to be disappointed in. And he goes, what'd you do? What stupid thing did you do?
Oops.
I said, I joined the Army. And he goes, you did what? I said, I joined the Army, and I got a Ranger contract. And he goes, well, at least you're smart enough to do that. And he goes, son, my dad's
Wait, what did he mean by smart enough to do which thing?
He respected the Rangers.
Okay.
He was a Ranger. He thought if I was in the Ranger unit, at least I'd be with squared away guys. But he came to visit us right before I left, and he said, son, I have something to tell you. We're probably going to get in a war soon, and you're going to be involved in it. And
yeah, because you said summer of 2001, that's right before 9/11.
Yeah.
Right?
And I'm on the back porch, my dad's telling me this, I'm like, oh man, crazy bills coming out, what is he talking? Okay, whatever, Dad. So when I'm in basic training and 9/11 happened, I just remember thinking, the one time he's right.
That's
the
right.
one time. It had to be now, But I remember that day clearly and vividly where I was at, everything, you know. And that was the day I was like, this is for real. Like, this is for real. And I was having a lot of cognitive dissonance because I had just come home not too long ago teaching people to love your fellow man.
Right.
And here I am in basic training, infantry training at Fort Benning, learning how to kill my fellow man.
Right.
So it hit me hard. And, you know, we'd go on to AIT, which you kind of get weekends off. Well, not in AIT, but in airborne school, you got weekends off. Well, I had made sure prior to going to airborne school, I had bought General Conference discs on CD. I mean, they're like this thick because it's like 8 of them, you know. And all weekend, I would just listen to General Conference because I didn't want to be involved in the shenanigans that were going on around me with a bunch of privates, you know, and just craziness. But my 2 best friends in basic training was Omar Shamir Bader, he was a Muslim, and Anthony Mareshi, who was LDS, but like totally off the charts, right? But we hung out together because we had a connection and like a belief in something. And we were kind of like the stronger kids in basic training that everyone looked up to. So we gravitated to each other. Well, during the weekends, after airborne school, I had to go to what's called Ranger Indoctrination Program.
Right.
You know, 9/11's already hit, and we're getting ready to be Rangers, but there's so many people who joined the Army after 9/11 that there's like a holdover time. So, you know, a Ranger class, RIP, would have like 400 students. They only accept 60 or 70.
Oh, I see.
So you would have to wait till that class graduated. So we had like 2 months of just waiting. Well, Anthony's dad was a doctor up in Chattanooga, member and everything. So on the weekends to get away, we'd go up to his house. So at this time in my life, I'm very extremely homophobic. And Anthony had been a bodybuilder prior to joining the military, and he was a dancer. And I just remember, like, when I was like, "You're a dancer? What do you mean?" He goes, "I was a strip dancer." And I'm like, "You're Mormon. How are you doing that?" You know, and he goes, "Oh, it was for a gay club." And I was just like, a gay club? You're stripping for a gay club? But they're gay. And he'd be like, "Yeah, but they pay better money than," you know, I never knew any. This is like a new world for me. Anthony was an awesome guy. Anyways, so we'd go stay at his place with his dad in Chattanooga. Well, knowing that I was very homophobic, and you know, they were normal kids, they devised a plan. So I would always be the DD because I did not drink. Mareshi and Omar, they did, you know. So I'd be driving Mareshi's truck around and dropping him off at a club, and I'm like, "I'm going to go to Barnes & Noble, call my wife on the cell phone. What time you want me to pick you up?" And I'd always come pick him up. And well, one night they're like, "Hey, I'm going to introduce Omar to my old boss where I used to dance. But it's not gay. It's just a normal club." I was like, "Okay." So I go in there, and I remember looking around, and there's strobe lights, and they're like, "All right, Marty, go find a seat. We're going to go talk to the boss." And I was like, "All right." So I go sit down, and, you know, there's not a lot of dancing going on here. And there's a lot of guys in this place, you know. And I'm like, but I'm not thinking anything. I'm naive. And, you know, these gentlemen sit down with me, and we're having a talk. And mind you, this is a different time in my life. I was very judgmental. And it starts dawning on me like these, you know, I've heard of Southern hospitality. These guys are really nice, you know. And you know, I remember asking them, like, "Hey, is this a gay joint?" And the look they gave me, I was just like, "Oh, I understand." So I'm like looking for Anthony and Omar, and I'm freaking out, like, what in the world? You know, and I can't find them in this club. And I finally run to the front door, and I kick open the door. They were in his truck just like timing me to see how long it took for me to realize where I was at, right? So I jump in the back of the truck, and I'm freaking out. I'm like, "Guys, I think that's a gay place." And they're like, "Oh, yeah, that was it. I used to dance here." And like, I'm hitting them, and I remember telling him, like, "Hey, man, I saw a cute girl in there." Like, and Anthony's like, Nah, bro, that wasn't no girl. And I just remember thinking, what am I doing? You know, like the life choices I made. So it was crazy. But I go through RIP training, and you have to do a lot of pull-ups there, right? It's like one of the requirements. I remember I'm doing pull-ups. You're supposed to do 10 pull-ups. And I get to 12, and I'm like waiting for the cadre to be like, all right, Ranger, dismount the bar. But he's like, keep going, Orgasmo. And I had no idea what he was talking about. So I'm like, Orgasmo? Is he talking to me? And I'm doing pull-ups, and I get to like 18 or 19. He's like, all right, dismount the bar. And I walk over to Anthony. I'm like, why does everybody keep calling me Orgasmo? Well, I didn't know that a movie had come out at that time about a return. I guess everybody knew I was Mormon, you know. And they're like,
It was made, I think, by the guys who made South Park.
yes.
Trey Stone and Matt Parker, and they made a movie called Orgasmo.
Yeah. I've watched it since.
And it was
love it.
it was about Mormon missionaries.
Yeah, came home. He was trying to find money, so he gets into porn. You know.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. So the whole time in RIP, everyone's calling me Orgasmo, and I'm like, why do they keep calling me Orgasmo? You know. But that was my nickname.
Let me ask you, taking it back to military when you joined. I know your dad had done it, and you're looking for structure. Were there any other motivating factors? Like, I know the Book of Mormon talks a lot about, you know, Captain Moroni and the wars, and your dad was sort of anti-government by this point, but traditionally, the Doctrine and Covenants, Mormonism, the Mormon Church, has tended to be very patriotic, very pro-military, very pro-country, pro-constitution. So I'm just curious what you were thinking in terms of like what your main drivers or motivations were for wanting to be in the service, if they were tied to religion at all or not.
Yes, that's a very good question.
Okay.
So in my mind, I'm thinking that I need to go into a specialized training because I might be the next Porter Rockwell. I wanted to be a bodyguard of the prophets. I'm thinking in my mind, the Constitution is going to hang by a thread, and it's going to be the Latter-day Saint priesthood that's going to restore it. And I wanted to be part of that army. So yes, some of the motivating factors for that was I need to learn this training because I want to be a warrior for the LDS Church when crap hits the fan, which I believed at the time would be very soon.
Like maybe as the second coming?
Yeah.
And you would need to protect the church leaders or protect the church from, I mean, this is sounding like Visions of Glory stuff. I don't know if you've heard of that book, Visions of Glory. Okay. So just this idea that Jesus is coming, there'll be an apocalypse, and Jesus and the church will need warriors.
Yes. And I was going to be on the front lines.
Wow.
You know, and to harken back to a story from my mission, we had Elder Monty J. Broff come to our mission. He was one of the Area 70s. And after he had spoken to us, he was in the mission office. And on my president's wall, he had pictures of every missionary companionship and sister companionship. There's 120 of us plastered on his wall where they're at. And I see Elder Broff in there looking at it. And I'm walking by, and he's like, Elder, get in here. Come here. And I go over there, and he puts his arm around me and says, look at this wall. Wouldn't you just love to be a general of this army? Like, wouldn't you love to be a leader of this army? And in my mind, thinking the way I do, I was like, this is a sign. Like, I'm going to be a military warrior for the church. And even on my mission, I emailed the BYU.
ROTC?
Yes, and there was a major, and I asked him, like, hey, I'm getting ready to come home from a mission, thinking about joining the military. What would you have to say about it? And I still have in my journal his letter back saying, hey, I bleed red, white, and blue, but I would probably look for another profession so you could be home with your family.
Wow.
And I thought about that.
Wow.
You know? So, I'm in the Rangers. You know, I graduated RIP. There was like 420 applicants. I think we graduated like 48. It was 3 weeks of.
So people washed out?
It's a smoke fest.
A smoke fest.
Oh, yeah. They take you to a place called Coal Range.
Where's that?
It's at Fort Benning. It's out in the woods.
In what state again?
Georgia.
Okay.
They changed the name now to Fort Moore.
Summer, hot,
No, this is
humid.
This is February time frame.
Oh, cold?
Yeah, because this is after 9/11. So I was in basic when 9/11 hit. I was in airborne school during Thanksgiving.
Wow.
I was in holdover at RIP for like 2 months, and then finally we get our chance to go in there.
What causes like 70% to wash out?
The PT test. So you had to do like 70 push-ups, 70 sit-ups, and run 2 miles in under. You had to run 2 miles, but then you had to run 5 miles in under 40 minutes. That got a lot of people. I think just waiting got a lot of people. You know, when you're sitting there thinking about stuff, and that got a lot of people. And then, I don't know, just standards. If you didn't get a haircut every week, they'd get you. And you're talking about young men here that on the weekends like to drink. So that got a lot of people. So I don't know. A lot of people quit. When we went to Coal Range, you know, we'd have our rucksacks over our head, and they're like, we're not stopping until I need 5 people to quit. 5 people quit. And, you know, when your arms failed you put your ruck down, and they make you run around this circle of woe. And they're like, you're not quitting until 5 people quit. And every night.
Gosh.
Every night after we do land nav, got a lot of people, land navigation. A lot of people felt that. Well, you'd be smoked from walking all day, going from point to point to point. Yeah. And then at night, you know, they had this big field, and the cadre would be like, it's cold out here. We need wood. Run to the wood line. And you'd run to the wood line. Yeah. And, you know, there's hundreds of classes before you, so there's hardly any wood. But they're like, you better come back with a handful of wood. You couldn't find wood, you know. So we'd run back, and they're like, oh, no, run back. And you'd do this all night, you know. And we're not stopping until 10 people quit. And 10 people quit. One night they brought pizza. And they had pizza next to this warm tent. And we're like freezing. You're not allowed to wear it.
This is like Survivor.
Well, it's actually like David Goggins with do you know David Goggins' work?
I do.
Yeah, right, with the Navy SEALs. It's reminding me of, and there's a psychological, it's physical, but it's also deeply psychological too, breaking you down.
Was the pizza, if you ate it, you lost? And you
No.
Oh.
It was very cold. They would have a fire in a warm tent, and they brought out pizza. Now, mind you, we have 1 MRE a day, so we're already starving. And they're like, all right. If you want pizza, all you got to do is quit.
Yeah.
We'll put you in a warm tent.
Trying to lure you, yeah.
And then they had you put your head down on the ruck so you couldn't see. And you could hear people left and right of you getting their stuff and walking. They'd put them in the tent, but they never got pizza.
Oh, no.
But, you know, and then you hear the 5-ton pickup come, and they'd throw them on there and ship them back, and they'd go worldwide assignment.
Yeah.
But every night, you know, you're out at Coal Range for a week. Easy 25 people would quit a day.
Yeah.
And they're just beating it down. And you're doing push-ups and sit-ups and just all kinds of, you know, you have your ruck over you and you're kicking your legs.
It's not surprising. Yeah.
And then they're doing road marches at the same time. So you get done, they're like, all right, you got 5 minutes to drink water. You're going on a 12-mile road march. And you would do that. And now this is the older days, you know. Now it's like a 6-week program. They changed the name and they teach you a lot more tactics. But here in the old days, no, it was just let's see who we can get to quit because we just want hard people here.
Yeah.
And that's why Rangers have always been respected because they're known as the hardest, you know. It's supposed to be. But so yeah, finally get my little tan beret. And
so you made it through.
Oh, yeah. So I wanted to go to Second Bat, which is up in Spokane, Washington, because my wife had endometriosis. Mm-hmm. And she was told, like, you're probably never going to have kids. And, you know, you need to make sure that if you do, you have a good doctor that can laser off the... Anyways, so I was telling the cadre, like, you kind of have a wish list. You have Second Bat, which is up in Fort Lewis. You have Third Bat, which is where regiment's at headquarters, and that's Fort Benning. Or you have First Bat, where I ended up going, which is in Savannah, Georgia, on Army Airfield. Well, my order of merit was like Second Bat, Third Bat, and then First Bat. And everybody in my class got sent to First Bat. But Yeah, it was a trip, man. Like rip, like coming from a mission, coming from a life of delicacy, kind of. Like after my mission, I was in college and had a nice apartment, food every day. Like it was like a wake up call. Like this is man stuff now.
And literally survival.
Yeah, you're expected to be a man, And my command sergeant major of the program was a Latter-day Saint. Mm-hmm. And like I had heard of him, because Sundays you can go to church, even in basic. And I remember him coming. I'm trying to think what his name was. Like, he's very well known in the Ranger community. I remember at graduation, he pulled all of us graduates, and he's like, right now, there's Rangers in Afghanistan dying. Dying. He's like, you have made a manly decision to be a Ranger at this time. And the whole time I'm like thinking of my wife, thinking I want a family. And I'm like, man, did I make the right decision? I could die in like a month. And so we graduated in March. At the same time in March, the Battle of Taku Gar happened. It's Roberts Ridge, where a Navy SEAL team went in. A guy, Randy Roberts, fell off the Chinook when he got hit by an RPG. And anyways, long story short, they sent the Rangers in to rescue them. And 3 Rangers right off the bat, before they even got out of the aircraft, were killed. Sergeant Cross and Specialist Anderson and Matthew Cummins, right?
Yeah.
So this is going on while I'm graduating. I'm thinking, oh man, like this is a manly decision. Like I don't know if I'm man enough to do this, And we go to graduation. It's at this awesome place where there's like a dagger. It's called the Ranger Graduation Memorial Site. Special place on Fort Benning just for Rangers. And we're doing our whole ceremony, and Sergeant Major comes over, and I pull him aside. I'm like, Sergeant Major, hey, I'm Latter-day Saint, and I just want you to know there's another priesthood holder that's going to honor the priesthood in the ranks. Trying to give him that little spiel, and he looks at me and he goes, good for you, son. And shook my hand and walked off, Mm-hmm. I'm trying to remember what his name was. Anyways, so that's how it started, And I got sent home to go get my wife and to go to Savannah, Georgia, which was a new experience living in the South.
Yeah, I bet.
For her, who had hardly ever been out of Wyoming, it was huge.
Yeah, I can imagine.
So when you, obviously you've already mentioned that she was upset that you had made that decision without her, but also when you decide to go into the military, 2 things come to my mind. One is the risk of death or injury. And then the second is being gone a lot.
Yeah.
Being the spouse of a commissioned military person, that. So it's obviously even bigger when you didn't consult her, but also just, is that a lifestyle she wanted? Is that a lifestyle you wanted?
Oh.
Did you think about all that when you were making the decision of the risks to your health and safety and being away from her a lot and what that could do to the family and what that would mean for your marriage and everything? How do you process that or not process it?
So let me back up real quick. A week before I joined, you go to a place called MEPS here in Salt Lake, right? The whole week before I knew I was joining, like at 2 a.m, I'd get this pit in my stomach. It felt like an iceberg. 2 a.m. And I'd start questioning things like, remembering what my mother-in-law said, being wishy-washy. I was like, man, maybe I don't want to do this. Maybe I'm feeling this. I'm thinking about Doctrine and Covenants where it talks about, you'll know by the Spirit, the fruits of the Spirit, all that stuff. And I'm like, I don't feel good. Maybe I made a wrong choice. I'd crawl out of bed, get on my knees, I'd pray about it, and the feeling would disperse, and I'd feel peace. That happened every night for 5 nights prior. And then the day that I was going, which was a Friday, that morning, I'm feeling it. I look over at Amy. She did not want me to join. She's not from a military family. I remember telling her, like, I'm not joining. Like, I can't get rid of this pit. She goes, Ross, did you pray? And I roll over and I pray and it leaves. I'm like, okay. And then she's driving me the MEPS down State Street. We pull over into the parking lot and I said, I'm not doing this. And I'm getting very wishy-washy. I'm like, I don't think I should do this. I'm starting to get the pit feeling. And she goes, well, let's pray about it. I said, that's a good idea. And I told her, I said, how about you pray? And we'll see how we feel. So we're praying together. And in my mind, right before we pray, I'm thinking, she doesn't want me to go. So she's going to say, I have a feeling you don't need to go. And that would be my scapegoat, to be like, oh, let's not do it. Right in the middle of the prayer, in that car, I just felt this moment of peace. And when we both said amen, she looked at me and said, this woman did not want me to go. My wife did not want me to go. She looked at me and said, you're doing the right thing. You need to go. Got out of the car, grabbed my bag, and that's all she wrote. 5 months later, that job I was working at, Fanovo, which was in the top 50 jobs of America to work for, went bankrupt right before Christmas and didn't tell anybody. My friends that worked there that I still talk to, they showed up to work one day and the doors were locked right for Christmas. Anyway, so yeah, I was like, once that happened in that car, I was like, hey, this is what God wants, doing it. But I had a lot of preservations. Like, I know I'm going to be gone. And then after 9/11 happened, I was like, oh boy, I'm going to do my little 4-year stint and I'm going to get out.
I have a question about if you feel like the process of basic training all the way through kind of specialty training, this idea of being manly, or, are you man enough? Or when you talk that way, if you could describe what that meant to you then, what it meant to be a man, to be man enough to kind of, and also, do you feel like a different you was made during that process?
Oh, yeah.
And talk about that?
That's a good question. In my mind's eye, I'm thinking of the stripping warriors, who were raised by pretty much single moms, like I was. I took a lot from that story, like the stripping warriors, Captain Moroni. To me at the time, that was the epitome of what a man was. They would go protect the family. They were protectors of their nation, their country, all that they held sacred. So for me, just always having the feeling of wanting to be the protector. At the time, I didn't think about this, but, my sisters being raped and molested, my brother being molested in front of me and feeling helpless. I just had this sense of wanting to be a protector. So for me, a man was someone that would protect people. Now I want to be a protector of the church because I'm all in now. And I felt the best way for me to do that was, I went to community college here, did really good, but I just didn't feel like, I was going to go in to be, I wanted to be a constitutional lawyer so I could protect the church, But after about a year, just feeling like, no, this is not my calling. My calling's the military because I need to protect the church.
Got it.
Someday. I need to protect the prophet.
It's weird. You weren't saying protect the country, protect the president, protect, or government. You were saying the church.
I felt like the church would eventually be the protector of the government where, you always heard that.
White horse prophecy?
White horse prophecy, or you heard, supposedly it was attributed to Joseph Smith. But, the Constitution would hang by a thread, and it would be the elders of Zion who protected it. And I was, I believed that.
Yeah.
And I was going to do my part to protect it. And to me, that was joining special operations and going that route. So that's to answer your question, yeah. But during the process, yes, it was changing me.
Yeah.
Like, I experienced huge cognitive dissonance. I didn't know that's what it was at the time. But I was like, how is a man, a priesthood holder, how am I supposed to be a man of God and at the same time getting prepared to go to war to kill Muslims who are very religious a continent away?
Right.
And I would always dig into the scriptures. Well, Moroni.
Yes.
And, Doctrine and Covenants, where it talks about the laws of war. I'd read that. And, hey, my country is sending me. So that really falls on the head of my leaders.
Right.
So, I want to be a stripping warrior. So I'm going to do this,
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that too. Your mission, when you felt like you were able to read the Book of Mormon with actually greater cognitive understanding. Did you conceptualize the Book of Mormon as a work that was for you, just speaking for you, more pro-war or pro-peace?
Pro-defense.
Pro-defense. Got it.
They were protecting the Nephites from these evil Lamanites who wanted to destroy them. So it was good to protect your family because that's what a man did in the Book of Mormon.
Got it.
A warrior did, So, that was what fed me, and that's what I believed. I'm doing my part to protect my family and this church that I feel like is going to come under attack someday.
Wow. That's powerful, and it's really powerful as a Mormon story to learn how much your Christian/Mormon/religious beliefs informed and framed your desire to serve in the military. Yeah, that's really fascinating. Okay, so you finished all the training. What happened?
Right afterwards, about my year mark for being married, so we go
Went
to the
right into
Atlanta Temple, Georgia, and get sealed right when I get to Ranger Battalion. Unfortunately, none of our family members were able to make it, so it was just me and her. And it was a special day. She felt like she felt the presence of her grandpa who had passed away there. And, I always had a hard time at the temple. I didn't cover that part. But, I never felt, it was just weird for me, just weird. Just because I wasn't raised, So, it was a weird experience. I skipped over that. But, so right off the bat, training, and I'm gone. My wife, at the end of your checkbook, you had the calendar of the year. She would mark off every day that I was gone. And at the end of 2002, I was home for 3 weeks.
Wow.
But not at one time.
Right.
A week here, a day there. We'd be up in Washington training. Wow. We'd be in, because we knew we were up next. First Bat Alpha Company had just come back from war, from Afghanistan. And the rotation went through, which is every 3 to 4 months. We knew we were going back. So my company, Bravo Company, we were doing all kinds of crazy training, just the
Trying to get ready.
Yep, and everyone's excited. We thought that this war wasn't going to last for very long. So everybody wanted to get what we call our scroll. Ranger Regiment has a scroll. It's very famous. And if you haven't been to combat, you wear it on your left side with the Ranger tab. If you've been through combat, you get to wear it on the right side. Mm. So everybody was talking about their combat scroll. We got to get over there. We got to get our combat scroll. And commanders, they use that. Officers, they use that for promotion. You sent your company to war. You've experienced war. You can get promoted a lot faster through the system. Plus, the most high-speed officers try to go to Ranger Regiment because that sets them up for later on. It's hard to find a general today who's not served in Ranger Regiment. That is like the stepping stone to success for the rest of your life.
In the Army, right?
In the Army, yep. Yeah. And you serve at some time PL, Company Commander, XO in Ranger Regiment. So we tend to have the best of the best, in the Army when it comes to officers. So we're just working, I'm learning all kinds of cool things and having fun and blowing things up and shooting guns and parachuting and getting ready for Afghanistan. And at the same time, my wife is pregnant. And I don't experience any of that, so I don't even think about it. I'm too focused on trying to tread water in deep water. Mm-hmm. The guys that I was with at the time, I looked at my leadership, my team leader, my squad leaders, they were gods. And they walked around like it.
Yeah.
So you're always trying to impress them and always trying to be the good ranger, which I felt like I was. I was returned missionary. I was kind of squared away. I was married. I didn't live that barracks life where, go out drinking and bring home chicks. I was very clean. And so I think my leadership were like, this guy is, you can trust him to not get in trouble. They would always laugh because I would always say fetch instead of the F word, and they ended up starting to say fetch too because they thought it was cool. So yeah, it was a hard life. It's a hard life, and I remember being up at Fort Lewis, Washington at the time, and Amy thought she was having a miscarriage, and there was nothing I could do.
Yeah.
We had a very good ward in Savannah, still good friends with a lot of them. And to this day, we were all young, married couples that either had a child or was about to have a child. And we would have family home evening together as a group. I mean, we were like a military family like this. Mm-hmm. To this day, we're close to all of them. But for Amy, that was a great structure for her, was to have the church while I was gone. And she was in a weird foreign land called the South,
Mm-hmm.
So
right.
Savannah was a rough place too. I mean, it was a rough place.
Yeah.
Mm. You probably remember me asking this question of the Paul brothers when I interviewed them. At the time I had interviewed them, I don't think they had been deployed yet. I think they were still in training. But because of the way I was raised, like when I think about religion, and Christianity, like the first thing I think of is the 10 Commandments and thou shalt not kill. And then I think about Jesus and like turn the other cheek and forgive and love and walk another mile and pacifist kind of peace stuff, right? And I know that also there's the whole Book of Mormon, Captain Moroni, lots of violence. And there's also in the Old Testament just all the genocide, really, of just wiping out entire populations if God says so. So I know the scriptures themselves are fraught. Yeah. So I'm not pretending like this is like an easy answer or an easy question with some sort of glib. It's a glib question, not seeking, and I'm not seeking a glib answer. But like, how do you process those polarities of like peace and don't kill and nonviolence that one can easily take from Christianity, the core teachings of Christianity, and even parts of the Book of Mormon, with the whole death and murder or killing sort of? How do you process that at the time you're going through training and then thinking about active duty?
Yeah, that's a good question because I struggled tremendously with that. My thought processes at the time prior to deployment was, God will keep me safe and He'll make sure that I'm protected. And I'm just training because we'd just been attacked, and I felt at the time this was a holy war. Like we had been attacked. These guys attacked America, and this hasn't happened since December 7th. 1941, 42. So I felt like I was doing the right thing.
Yeah.
And that God would keep me protected. Mm-hmm. And so I kind of compartmentalized it like that. And then I would read my scriptures where, the Book of Mormon, there's a lot of war chapters in Alma. Mm-hmm. So I'd read a lot of that thinking, I'm doing what, Moroni would do or
right.
Whatever, like.
Yeah.
So that's how I processed it at the time. But at the same time, we were so busy. I never really got time to think about it. Just training.
Right.
Going to shoot houses, jumping, hitting and they had this mount house in Fort Knox, Kentucky that we hit, and just every single night you'd be hitting it, just to get everything perfect, And so busy, I really didn't get a chance to think about it. And then,
Makes sense.
I went to war.
And I just want to make sure I heard that right. Are you saying that prior to going to war, you had never thought deeply about the prospect of actually the possibility of having to kill someone?
Yeah, I never did. I thought a lot about, how I would react in war. I didn't want to let anyone down, but I just figured like God would keep me safe from having to kill somebody without reason, right? Like if I had to kill somebody, it would be for a reason. So that was kind of my safety net. If it does happen, I'm sure there's a reason why.
Yeah.
So September of 2002, we deployed to Afghanistan. And mind you, I grew up during the Cold War when the Russians were fighting the Mujahideen. You know, my dad would have the Soldier of Fortune magazine, and on the very back it'd be like this yellow page that had like a silhouette of a Mujahideen, and it'd say, support the freedom fighters. You know, so as we go into Afghanistan, we go to Bagram. And when I come off that airplane and I'm seeing these Afghanis, and I'm like, whoa, this is like Rambo 2 when he goes to Afghanistan. You know, I'm like, I'm here. Plus, I'm that's my mission. Well, prior to my mission, I loved history, but that's my mission. I mean, history books, I would just devour. I loved history. So I knew Alexander the Great, you know, that great Macedonian king, warrior, had come to Afghanistan, to Kabul, to Bagram, and built structures, you know. So I'm thinking, like, this is the boneyard of armies. The British were here before. You know, no one had conquered the Afghanis. And here we are, you know. And by the time I get there, special operations before me, 5th Group, Triple Nickel, all those guys, had already routed the Taliban and had almost caught Osama bin Laden up in the mountains of Tora Bora. You know, so that was in 2001. So we had already done what I considered God's work tremendously over there. We were just there to mop everybody up and catch bin Laden. That was my mind frame. So I get there, and it was just, I loved it.
Really?
Oh, I loved it.
What did you love about it?
Just the adventure, the culture. You know, I'm thinking, you know, and if you've been to like third world countries, they have a smell. And I'd recognize that smell in Jamaica. And as soon as I got off the airplane, actually prior to there, we stopped in Turkey as a layover, and while in Turkey, we were in some weird base, and in my journal I had the name of it, but that smell, I was like, oh, that's a third world smell. You know, I can't explain it. It's like burning garbage and, you know, different food. But anyways, I was like, oh, yeah, like I enjoy that smell because it took me back to my mission. So in Afghanistan, I mean, I felt like Bagram was like the moon. I mean, you have like really soft sand that's like a foot deep. And they were like, hey, don't get off the runway. There's still mines everywhere. Because that was the most mined country in the world. The Russians left a lot of mines. So I get there. We're living in a tent city. It's us. It's the SEALs. We had like this little special operations compound surrounded by the big army. The 10th Mountain, I believe, was there. But we had our own little special place.
Are Rangers analogous to the SEALs? Or sort of is it fair to say that the Rangers are sort of the Army version of the Navy SEAls or not?
As you can imagine, there's a lot of rivalry.
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
We tend to think we're better.
Oh, you do?
Oh, yeah. I'm just saying
Like
that.
more fit, more tough?
I wouldn't say more fit, more trained, though.
More trained.
Like everyone knows the SEALs are fit. This is how I'm feeling at the time.
Yeah.
I think differently now. But, yeah, there's a rivalry where we're like, oh, we don't like the SEALs. SEALs don't like us. We don't like the Marines. You know, Delta Force is the best, which I still think that.
Which is that Army? Is Delta Force
Yeah,
Army?
yeah, that's the Tier 1 small or special missions unit. I think they're the best in the world.
Out of the Army?
Of the world.
Oh, but no, but I mean they're
Their Army, yes, sir. Yeah. Sorry, yes. Their Army. And then, you know, SEALs had their own SMU, SEAL Team 6, which I've worked with them many times. And they're outstanding. But their white SEALs, we would consider on par with us, you know. But in the early days of the war, you know, you didn't work a lot with each other. So, you know, you're looking at across the chow hall at them like, nah, we're better than them, and we'll take them out, you know, whatever. Stupid rivalry. But that's how young men, when they first go to combat, they think they're the best for a reason, and that's a survival mechanism. Mm-hmm. And you're trained that way, to think that way.
Yeah.
So we get to Afghanistan, and then we only spent like a couple of weeks in Bagram, but we're already hearing whispers of Iraq. And this is 02, and I'm thinking, what we think about Iraq?
Oh, this is before we went to war with Iraq for the second time. Sort of the
So most people understand, like, the process. They weren't even talking about it really in Congress yet. And in the Army, we're already hearing that we're going to Iraq.
Oh.
We hadn't even caught bin Laden yet.
Yeah.
So I remember thinking, like, well,
So this is the whole weapons of mass destruction thing where George Bush and Dick Cheney and Rumsfeld all decided they wanted to invade Iraq.
Yeah.
And then trumped up the excuse of there being nuclear weapons or whatever as a justification for overthrowing Saddam Hussein.
correct.
And you were in Afghanistan hearing that was the direction even before Congress had.
We're already being told we're going to Iraq soon. This is 02.
Yeah.
We haven't even caught Osama bin Laden yet.
That's an interesting.
Yeah. And so I'm there, and but I loved Afghanistan. Like, I felt like when I landed there, I felt like I was this was righteous what I was doing. I felt in my heart like the Holy Ghost was telling me this is the right thing to do, you know. So we leave there, we go to a small former Russian base that got overran in the 80s called Islamabad. And that was like rock city. Like, it had a rock wall with parapets in the corners and then nothing inside. And the rumor was there's like 200 Russians buried underneath the ground. Like, when they left Russia, the officers all flew out, and the Mujahideen came on the mountains around it and just slaughtered everybody and buried them down there. Anyways, so we had like tents there, and I remember walking past this like little bunker, and I'm looking in there, and I'm looking straight into at the time they're called the Northern Alliance, the Afghanis, the freedom fighters. And this guy had a long beard, a PKM machine gun with, this little Taliban head or whatever. And I'm just thinking like, like, I've been thinking about this for years. Like, this is my dream. And so I loved it. And I loved sleeping on the cot. I heard people complaining about like where we were. But to me, I was like, dude, this is what you want. This is awesome.
Okay.
And this is the early years of the war. So we didn't always have to wear body armor. We wear like a floppy hat and a boonie hat, and we'd go patrolling in the mountains. And, coming from Wyoming, I'd like beat everybody up the mountain. I loved it. And, but it was beautiful. I felt like I was in Jerusalem. They'd have like creeks that they would bring from the river and somehow have it come through town and to the base. And you see people getting water from the creek, and biblical. I'd pull out my camera, take pictures. Yeah, it was amazing. I loved it. We didn't get into a lot of kinetic operations, like not a lot of chasing the enemy. But one thing I remember from that experience was, so we had to make our own latrines, our own bathrooms, and literally it would be plywood with holes dug in them, like circles, about a foot apart. And after you would eat an MRE, your body would want to push it out, right? So I'd be sitting next to my squad leader, my first sergeant, just taking a dump. Like, it was so weird, like, oh, this is kind of awkward. And it was weird, but you got over that pretty quick. Well, one day, we're sitting there, and my platoon at the time was QRF, which means Quick Reaction Force. If anything happens, they're going to call us to take care of it. And between the three platoons of our company, you'd rotate every other week. Well, we were QRF at that time, and we get rocketed. I mean, like a 105 rocket. And it hit the ground from across the river, and it shook the ground. I mean, it was the first time I've ever experienced something like that. And I remember pulling my pants up, and I'm running to the tent for cover, and it dawns on me, like, this tent's not going to provide any protection. And they start yelling for QRF. They're like, hey, we saw it come from across the river. So we jump in our little gun trucks, and I'm a driver at the time, and we're like trying to chase these people down that we think shot it. You're never going to find them. But we cross the river, and we're driving, and it's dark by this time, And I remember sitting there thinking, like, this is like biblical. Like, just you're passing these stone huts, and it's the 21st century, and it's just people are living by fires, And we're sitting there, and we pull off the road, and I'm just waiting to find out what's going on. And this man, this Afghani, walks out of this little compound, but it's on a hill, so I can see his silhouette. And he stands on this cliff, and he's like in a prayer mode, like saying a prayer. And it was so magical. Like, I can't explain it, but it was just like, this would be just like Aaron in Jerusalem's army and just calling the army. And his voice was so loud, and what he was saying was so poetic. But yeah, it was cool. It was very cool. But that deployment, I got injured on that deployment. We were QRF. It's like a couple of weeks later, we get this.
That means, again, quick response.
Yeah, quick reaction force.
Okay.
We had everything set up outside of our tent, all of our gear set up. And about 4 in the morning, I hear my platoon sergeant screaming, "Everybody get up, put your kit on, hurry, we got a Chinook or MH-53 coming in," which is a special operations helicopter. And we're donning all of our equipment, we're checking our weapons to make sure we got ammo and everything, and there's word that the SEALs had a helicopter go down. And, at the time, we're wearing desert camouflage. It's called DCUs. So the aircraft comes in. We have our rucks because we don't know how long we're going to be there. We just know that something happened. So we get on this helicopter, and it flies off, and I'm thinking, oh, this is it. I'm like, man, no, I'm going to get into it. In my mind, I'm thinking the worst. Like, they got shot down. They were all killed. We're going to land. All we were told was it was on the Pakistani border. And at that time, it was the Wild Wild West. So I knew that if we flew in there, we were going to make contact. So we're flying in there, and we haven't had an arm signal. It's starting to get light now. We finally get there about 6 in the morning, and we come to a hover in this. I'm talking these canyons are. If you could think of the Sierra Nevadas, or around here, like Bryson or whatever, just like that, but closer and towering, right? And I remember looking out the window, and I'm thinking, oh, my goodness, we're in the wrong camouflage. We should be in woodland camouflage. It's green. It's like a forest area, big boulders. I'm like, this is just like Utah. And that was the first thing I thought was like, this is just like outside of Salt Lake, Big Cottonwood Canyon. That's what it reminded me of. And my team there at the time gives a hand-arm signal for fast ropes, which means put on your leather gloves, you're going to slide down a rope. And I'm nervous, I have a heavy ruck. I've never fast roped with a heavy ruck. And my team leader, being a good NCO, he goes first, follow me. And I'm the second guy on that rope. And I look down, we're about 50 feet in the air, and it's a roof, probably 12 feet by 12 feet. It's not that big. But they were drying ears of corn on this roof. So I'm sliding down. Right before I land, you're supposed to widen your steps so you can land on your feet. Well, my left foot landed on the ear of corn, and I just feel a pop in my tibia. Broke it. Ugh. I fall down. I'm trying to get up because everybody else is coming down that rope. And I didn't want to be at the bottom of nobody wants to be at the bottom of a rope when you got like 200-pound, barrel-chested American coming down. You're going to get crushed. So I'm like crawling out of the way, and I'm thinking right away, God heal me. Just like my first world mission, heal me, God. And about this time, there's a SEAL guy up on the roof, and he's like, jump off the roof, they're shooting at us. Later on, we found out they weren't shooting at us. But jumped off this roof. It was about, I'll say 9 or 10 feet high on that broken leg. Whack. And I'm just so mad, like, this is my first mission. I'm going to give myself a blessing. I'm going to heal my leg. So I literally, while all this commotion's going on,
wow,
people jumping off the roof, I put both of my hands on my leg, and I say, by the authority of Melchizedek priesthood in the name of Jesus Christ, I command you to be healed. And I walk, and it's not healed. I'm like, what? That didn't work. So I'm like, God, heal me, please. I want to be a part of this.
God, remember the keys?
Yeah.
Remember you got the keys for me.
God, if there's ever a time I need you, it's right now.
Yeah.
Heal my leg. And, everyone's starting to trickle up this mountain, so I'm like hobbling up the mountain, and our PA was on this mission. And the PA stops me, and he's like, Marty, what the hell's going on with you? I'm like, I don't know, I hurt my leg. He's like, well, walk back down that mountain, or walk back down the trail. Your leg's probably broke, man. You can't go with us. And I'm like almost on the verge of tears. Like, I want to go with my boys. This is like the first time I'm really getting into combat. I'm looking down, I see a crashed helicopter in this wadi, and I'm like, no, man. So I walk down there, and the PL at the time's like, Marty, what's wrong? They had already caught up on the radio. Hey, we got a ranger with a broken leg. Well, that was me. And then he's like, hey, just sit here and post security on this bird. All right, if anyone comes up this trail, shoot them. I'm like, okay. So I'm just sitting there with the broken leg, watching this seal bird that had gone down, looking back on the roof, and the seals are up on the roof just chilling. I'm like, so I'm like pointing security, like, hey, if anyone comes down this trail, I'm going to shoot them. But at the same time, my leg is just throbbing. Well, it was supposed to be a 1-hour mission, turns into a 24-hour mission. Just ranger life, right? So overnight we stayed, and I got this broken leg, and I'm like questioning things like, why didn't God heal my leg? Like, all I ever wanted to do was be a ranger. Why didn't he heal my leg? And I'm suffering with this broken leg all night, and morning comes, and my platoon sergeant comes down, awesome guy, and he was like, hey, Marty, the SEALs are going to go find a landing zone, and you're going to be extracted with them to Bagram by yourself. You're going to go with these guys. I'm thinking, like, I'm a private at the time, like, no leadership's going with me. So I'm hobbling along it was like a 500-meter movement, which is like almost a half mile. We finally get to this open spot, and the Chinook comes down. We get on, and we're flying for forever. And I'm like, dude, Bagram's only like 2 hours away. I knew that because I flew here. Like it seemed like 4 hours we finally land. It wasn't Bagram. We landed in Kandahar. And I'm by myself. And the SEALs get off. They get in their birds. They're like, hey, you need help? And I'm like, nah, I'm okay. You know, I'm a ranger. I don't want to look weak. So they take off, and I'm like, I don't even know where I'm going. So I'm like hopping down the landing strip. Finally, an Air Force guy comes up. He's like, hey, man, you all right? I'm like, no, man, I think my leg's broke. I need a ride. So he took me to the hospital. Anyways, finally get back to my unit like a week later in the A-bed, and they're like, hey, Marty, your wife's pregnant, right? I was like, yeah. And they're like, there's nothing you can do here with the broken leg. We're going to send you home. And they took care of me, and I flew home, and December 5th, my first daughter was born. And so I didn't experience the pregnancy. I did, but I didn't. But the second my daughter came out, life-changing. I remember thinking, like, she just came from heaven. She's, like, perfect. And I remember thinking, like, I'm going to make sure I can do all I can to make sure that she is raised in the church. No one will ever hurt her like they hurt, like my sisters. I will protect you forever. That was my thought, you know. So when we brought her home, I wouldn't even let the TV on. I didn't want her to hear a bad word. That's how much I was like, we're going to protect her. Life-changing.
Really quickly, like breaking your tibia on a ear of corn isn't necessarily the type of valor that you might have envisioned for yourself in your first deployment. Yeah. Was that, and I'm injecting that, maybe it's just that's part of the gig. So were you like super disappointed or super frustrated, or, you know, did you get down on yourself?
Yeah, so there's a song by Jimi Hendrix called Castles Made of Sand. It's always been one of my favorite songs. So I would just think about that, you know, a little Indian warrior that before he goes to war dies, you know, like in the song. I'm thinking, dude, what are the chances of, why would God do that to me? I was blaming God for just a natural human reaction. But at the time, I was blaming him like, why ain't I still over there with my boys? Yeah. Doing combat missions.
Right.
You know? I'm here with my wife, which turned out to be a blessing. But that was my thought process. I was like, why? Like, you know, I felt ashamed leaving, you know, flying home without the boys, and because I broke my tibia on an ear of corn fast roping. Yeah.
Yep.
And there's this famous Buddhist story. I don't know if you've heard it about the farmer who's got a son.
Yeah.
Have you heard the story?
Yeah, I heard that on secular.
We'll see what is
Buddhism.
good and what is
Yeah,
bad.
yeah. Who knows what is good and what is bad?
Yeah.
Because when a son breaks his leg, he's not conscripted into the army. And so at first the farmer thought his son breaking his leg was devastating, but then he realized it kept him alive.
Yeah.
And I guess that could, you being brought back from Afghanistan with a new daughter,
Yeah.
and this is the way religion sometimes works. You could think of it as God letting you down in not allowing you to stay, or you could think of God having helped break your leg so you could be kept safe to be there for your daughter.
And that's how it ended up being.
So that was the rewrite
Yeah.
about it?
Yeah. When my daughter was born, and it was like the most magical experience I ever had.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just like my brain was flipped in the NPC, the second she came out, it happened again. And I was like, it just changed me. Like, I need to be a dad now. Like, the dad I never had. I need to be that for her, to protect her.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but that's how I looked at it. Like, there's meaning to this. This is why I got home injured. So God wanted me to be home to be here for that.
How long were you home before you were sent back?
I was home. I actually had a pretty speedy recovery, and I was trying out. So when you get to Ranger Regiment, you haven't gone through Ranger School yet. Everyone has to go through Ranger School. That's like you finally made it to the club. Well, they try out. They make all the privates try out to go to Ranger School, and whoever gets the highest PT score usually gets to go. Mind you, I just had a broken leg 2 months earlier. I try out. And it was probably because the guys were on deployment. They didn't get time to do PT. But I beat everyone in my peer group, high score. And which is probably another thing I chalked up to. Well, thankfully I came home because I was able to go to the gym still with this cast on my leg and get strong while they were like sucking in the mountains of Afghanistan.
Right.
Anyways, I go to Ranger School, and I remember the night before I left, we're praying together like we always did. And I said, please, God, bless me to go straight through because I don't want to get recycled.
What does that mean?
So if you fail a patrol, like 2 patrols, you have to do it all over again.
In Ranger School.
Yeah. That particular phase, there's 3 phases. There's the wood phase in Fort Benning, and it's a suck fest. The first week is just like our version of Hell Week. You go to, the SEALs, they do all their training, and Hell Week is last. Well, in Ranger School, Hell Week is first, and then you still have all the training to do that sucks.
And what types of things in Hell Week, just to give us an example?
So we have another circle of woe there where you have to run around for hours and then do combatives to each other. And it's not to learn combatives, it's to beat each other up. You're just getting broken down. Or there's hours of just sitting on a rock doing nothing. You come out here, they have this parking lot where your little platoon forms up, and you're just waiting for hours for guidance. It's a mental game, but you're doing patrols all night until the daytime, and you're walking like a zombie. So stuff like that, and so. Well, obviously, when you get there, you have to do all your physical tests. So you have to do a PT test. You have to do a 12-mile rucksack in under a certain amount of time. You have to do a swim test, a 5-mile run in under 40 minutes, and then a buddy run with another guy under a certain amount of time. A lot of people fail that, a lot. So you finally get through Hell Week, and you get assigned to really your squad that you're going to be working with, and it was miserable. So I failed that phase. I do my patrols, and I'm a no-go for both of them, which was devastating. So I'm already thinking I've got usually in between phases, you have a week to start back up. So this is putting me back 4 weeks. So I'm already thinking about that prayer oh man, well that's not gonna happen. I get recycled in the first phase, start back up. Go through the second phase, the mountain phase, in the Dahlonega, Georgia, that's on the Appalachian Trail, and you're walking over the TVD every day. I failed that phase. So I'm starting to question, why am I failing all of these patrols? Well, the second time I fell, I go into what's called the recycle barracks, and you have like these wall lockers, right? And I'm just pissy. Like, I'm just mad. Like, no one wants to be there. And I open up the door and I get ready to throw my bags in there, and on the wall it says Captain Moroni. Somebody had written Captain Moroni. And for me, scripturosity, I'm like, well, that's a sign from God. So that helped me out a little bit. But the thing that really sent me over the edge was March 2003, the invasion of Iraq happens. And I'm a recycle in Ranger School. And mind you, I already missed that first deployment that we went on because I came home early. And now my boys get sent again, and I'm a recycle. I'm hearing all these rumors like they're going to jump into Baghdad and get their combat star. None of it happened, but they were prepped to jump in there. They would have been devastated if they did. But so, it's bad not to be recycled in Ranger School and feel like a failure. But when you're feeling like a failure and an invasion's going on and you're not with your unit, it's really bad. And I had prayed to go straight through. That didn't happen. And I had a brand new baby at the house. So I was like, and like once a year, there's a thing called Best Ranger, where Ranger School takes like a 6 to 8 week break to prepare for this Best Ranger competition. And you don't want to get recycled because you're going to be recycled for 6 weeks. Yeah, I recycled at that time.
So you missed.
So it's going to be 6 weeks before I can even start the cycle again, which is going to put me in Ranger School forever. And
you probably said this, but I didn't totally grasp it. You were recycled because what?
It could be anything, like a patrol that you failed, falling asleep while you're in a leadership position, getting a no-go. But yeah, it just comes down to not performing to the standards that they want. It's either a go, no-go task. And for 2 patrols, I got a no-go. If you get 1 go, you're usually good to go forward. But I couldn't understand, I just had the worst luck on both of my patrols.
So it was for falling asleep?
No, my first one, I was a platoon sergeant. We were doing a raid. We were hitting this compound, and one of my signals we have machine guns to shift their fire, shooting blank rounds, was to, it's called a star cluster. It's this pipe that has for lack of a pyrotechnic inside, for lack of a better word. You hit the bottom of it, and it shoots this firework across the sky. And that's a signal for, we're doing an L-shaped ambush. If my machine guns are here, then we come across this way. Well, as you're going across, you send off that pyrotechnic, and that's a signal for these guys to shift their fire so we're not shooting our own guys as we come across. Well, my guys start going, and I'm freaking out. I'm like, I need to shift fire. So I take out this cluster, this munition, and I hit it, and it goes straight to a tree and starts the tree on fire. And the support by fire never got the signal. So we, killed our own guys. Yeah, I failed that patrol.
Okay.
And then the second one, I can't remember why. I thought I should have passed.
Oh, that makes sense.
Well, after that, I go straight through, right? And then I graduate. But yeah, it was.
So you did graduate?
Oh, yeah. I graduated.
But you missed that deployment, and it took longer than you wanted.
Yeah, if you quit Ranger School, you get kicked out of regiment. And nobody wants to get kicked out of Ranger Regiment.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
So knowing that as soon as I get home, I'm going to Iraq, because I already knew we were leaving in August. My graduation date was 8 August. So I knew I missed all this time with my wife and my kid, and then when I get back, I'm going to war again.
Yeah, that's that element of military sacrifice where you're just away, both for your wife and kid and for you. I just, if I'm gone a couple days or a week or, heaven forbid, a couple weeks, that's a big sacrifice for our family, and it's hard. It takes time to recover. So months, I just can't even imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. So you did go back to Iraq?
Yep. So on this deployment, I told you.
I say back to Iraq. You went to Iraq.
Yeah, when I went to Afghanistan, I felt like this, what I would have considered the spirit at the time. As soon as I get into Iraq, no. It was a spirit of darkness.
Mm.
And, without going into a lot of detail, we did a lot of things that I got questioned. Like we would roll people up in a big, they'd be shooting guns. We'd roll everybody up, take them to our secret compound, kind of find out it'd be a wedding. And in Arab culture, to celebrate, they would shoot guns in the air. Well, we're taking everybody, the brides, everybody. And we're going to interrogate these guys. And so a lot of things were happening where I was like starting to question
Ethics?
the ethics of it. One time, so in the compound we were at, it's called the MSS. There was like 6 different buildings. It used to be like Saddam's palaces. And it was, at the time, it was us, Red, Task Force Red, the Rangers. Then it was like the SAS, and then there was the CIA, and then we had the Delta Boys down at the end because they never deployed without one of the Ranger battalions to be there like security in the early days. Well, I don't know who had caught these 3 guys, but the CIA had them, and they were having the Rangers, us, go over there and just provide security to make sure. Like we didn't have a infrastructure to lock them into a room, so we had to watch them. And I was with 2 of my Ranger buddies, and we get in there, and it's like December time frame. It was like towards the end of my deployment, and the windows are open. It's cold. We had these guys naked on their knees, like sitting up on their knees. And right away, I'm like, just feeling like compassion. But at the same time, I'm like, I'm a Ranger. I can't, these guys probably blew people up. I didn't know that, but that's what I'm trying to justify this in my head. Like, oh, if the CIA wrote these guys up, then they're probably bad. And my 2 buddies, man, like, one was called Shrek for a reason. He comes over and just kicks one of them right in the face. And we're like, they're like beating these guys on the ground. Like their arms are tired. They've already pissed themselves. And like right in the middle of it, I'm like, stop. Dude, just leave them alone. We sit them back up and they're like, dude, what's your problem? And I'm like, dude, first of all, if they knew we were doing this, we'd probably get in trouble. The CIA never told us to do this. It was just us physically hurting these guys. So, we get through with that, and I'm just looking at these guys like these guys are like somebody's dad. They might have a young daughter like I have, and probably religious like I am. And, they're crying, they're shaking, they're pissing themselves, shitting themselves, and it was just, that whole deployment was a lot of stuff like that, just like, this is before the whole Abu Ghraib prison scandal, which was going on at the same time. The news just didn't break until we got home. But I've been to that prison. We've dropped off many hostages there, so I knew exactly where that was at. But that was going on. We were doing raids where we'd go into a house of, they'd have a family, and nobody's being like mean to the family. We're just doing our mission. But you see like small girls, kids crying because sometimes we'd take their dad away because he was a legit bad guy. We had intel on him. But just that whole experience of like a daughter trying to grab the dad, and we're like, get over here. Like, this guy's a bad guy. We're going to take care of him. Stuff like that. It was just, for a young kid who had just got home from a mission a few years back, I struggled with it a lot. And I started questioning. Like, that was like the first time I started questioning, like, God's love.
You question God's love?
Yeah. Because you would see, this is after the shock and awe. We're right in there, right after the shock and awe. And then you'd see, like, blown up government buildings, sewage in the street, little kids out there just starving. Not really starving, but, they're not getting the food that your kids are getting, our kids are getting. And just, you'd be driving down the road and see dead bodies, like the sectarian violence, they're killing each other. Two different, it's the religion of Islam, but the two different sects.
Sunni and Shia.
Are killing each other.
Yeah.
And so that was the first time I was thrown in an area where I'm like, where's God's love here? And then you see all these other religions. Baghdad, not anymore, but at the time, there's a lot of Christian churches there. People don't know that. There's a ton of Christian churches.
Oh, yeah.
ISIS took care of that. But so I was like, like my first time, like, out of Mormonism, like there's other religions here. I'm sure God loves these Christians, these Muslims. Mm-hmm. Why are we killing each other? And my default answer would always be, well, it's not God, it's man killing man. But at the same time, I was like, can we think of a better plan? Than this? Mm-hmm. This is not the plan of happiness. This is the plan of killing each other. But I would suppress those feelings. I remember writing in my journal one night, I drew a picture of a mosque and just remember talking about, the difference between, I was studying a lot of Islam and Muhammad and how it was very similar to Joseph Smith. Mm-hmm. And
he compared himself to Muhammad.
Yeah. And in 1980, the first presidency came out with a letter saying, the religion of Islam was an inspired religion because it took an area that had multiple gods and brought them to a belief into a one singular God. So I remember reading that from the first presidency in I read it at the time, but it was from 1980. But I'm struggling, what is this thing called love? We're killing each other. We're beating people in rooms that are pissing themselves, struggling. Well, one night, we get this mission to go raid the Baghdad, this whorehouse in Baghdad. And we're rangers. We're pulling security for the Delta boys, for the D boys. That we called them at the time. Delta
Who
Force.
are the Delta boys, just to be clear?
The Delta Force, the Tier 1 unit.
Got it.
70% of Delta Force is Rangers.
Okay.
So a lot of my peers would go select for Delta Force.
It's like Navy SEALs, but on land. Mm-hmm. But he would say even better in terms of their elite.
It's kind of the best you have. Is that
the best of the best for America?
Okay.
For not just a branch.
David
but for the whole.
Goggins tried out to be a CAG, a Delta Force guy.
Yeah.
And didn't make it.
Yeah.
So, and he was a SEAL when he tried out for them.
Yeah.
So that, you never hear of Delta Force trying out for SEALs.
Yeah.
But a lot of SEALs and Marines try out for Delta Force. They are the premier counterterrorist unit for the United States. I know there's a lot of SEALs probably oh, what is he talking about? But it's the truth. They are the best of the best.
And to be clear, your job is to protect them.
At the time, we were pulling security so they could do their work.
Got it.
In the early days of the war, we provided all their security. Later on, we started doing our own.
Okay.
So we go in to do a raid, the Baghdad. And at the time, I'm on a gun team, meaning I'm one of the machine gunners. But with our vehicles, we had too many, so my job was to sit. So if you can imagine a Humvee has a hatchback. And what we would do is we would take off that door to the hatchback, and we would build a bench to sit on. Excuse me. And we would pull security. We would call it 6 o'clock security from there. So we took all these Humvees in there. We hit this whorehouse, which they said was a whorehouse. I don't know if it was, and they bring out this old lady. When I think of a Baghdad, in my mind, I'm thinking a beautiful prostitute. This lady was old, and she's in their all black pajamas. And I'm I wonder where they're going to put her, Well, they put her in my Humvee right behind my bench. And I had my buddy up there pulling, he's on the machine gun, JB. And so we get everything. They give me a whole bag of all the stuff they took out of the house. And I'm rifling through it. And there's pictures of Saddam with this before Saddam got caught with school kids. And I'm reaching in there and there's $100 rolled in bills, right? And I'm thinking, dude, I could put this in my pocket and nobody would ever know. And then I'm like, no, that's not right, But I'm having these thoughts like, there's like diamonds in this bag. I'm like, I could put one in my pocket. No one would ever know. So anyways, we get back on Route Irish. We're heading back to what we call BIOP, Baghdad International Airport, with our prisoner. And she's just crying. And I kept getting this feeling to reach behind me and pat her on the head and say, it'll be okay. And I'd get ready to turn around and I'd be like, no, that'd probably scare her. And then I'd do it again and be like, no. And I'm like fighting this feeling to pat her on the back of the head. It sounds crazy. But we get to the interrogation spot and we pull her out and we had a female interrogator. She was like National Guard. But she took this girl lady and threw her up against the wall, just whack, and starts patting her head. And she's like, I thought so. And out of the back of her hair, she pulled out like a strip that had the biggest diamonds I've ever seen on it. And I remember thinking, if I would have patted her head, I would have found that. Crazy. But yeah, I don't know what happened after that. It's weird. We'd bring in like, I don't know, we'd go on like 2 or 3 missions a night. And not to make this a long story, but this is the last story I'll tell. We were going to do a hit in a place called Samara. And my wife had this is the time that we were emailing each other because we can't really talk on the sat phone. And she had emailed me that she was pregnant. And I was like, oh, wow. So that same night, I had known before I left that she was pregnant. But this was the time that she knew what she wanted to call our baby. Because I called our first one Michaela. She came up with Madison. So in my head, I'm thinking of, wow, we're going to have another daughter named Madison. And we're going to do a hit in Samara. Samara is the place that kicked off the sectarian violence. There used to be a golden dome there that the Sunnis blew up. Anyways, they blew it up like a year after I left. But we go in there, and right before we get to Samara, there's a little base. And as we're getting ready to go to the base, there's just blown up vehicles after blown up vehicles after blown up vehicles. Vehicles that had been like IED'd or RPG'd. Now, this is before Fallujah. Before Fallujah, the hotspot was Samara. So we did a lot of missions in Samara. Well, to get to Samara, you have to cross a bridge. It's just one bridge into the city. And units would get hit there all the time. And it has lights. We're going at like 2 a.m. So we stop at this little combat outpost. We're going to do our final rock drill, which is we're going to talk through the plan again. And I'm an E4 at this time, like a tab D4, which you're in the club by now. And I'm looking at all my leadership, and I noticed one thing that I'd never seen before: fear. I guess it's the first time I felt fear from grown men I considered warriors. Like everybody we thought we were going to crap was going to hit the fan. We passed all those blown up vehicles. Well, I'm on the first vehicle to go in this town. I'm a machine gunner, so I'm on top with a 50 cal. And I'm thinking, dude, I know how an ambush works. You either hit the first vehicle and the last one, trap everybody in, and just, I've been through Ranger School. I know about ambush. And I'm thinking about this email, thinking about Michaela, and I'm like, my new daughter's never going to know her dad. And all these guys are feeling fear. And I remember trying to pray God, give me the courage. Please, just give me courage. And it helped a little bit. We're rolling into Samara. Not one round goes off. I mean, the mission went perfectly. We grabbed our little HVT, high value target, throw them in the vehicle, and left. But that feeling of fear, deep, gripping fear, it's the first time I felt it, probably the only time I've ever felt it, but it was real. And it was the first time I really, really questioned, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Saddam hadn't been caught yet. What are we doing? Like guys are getting blown up every day. My Ranger school buddy, like he was my partner, Andrew Chris was blown up just 2 months before in his Humvee. Like this is a guy I slept with every day, ate food, sucked in the rain, sucked walking at night with, just blown up. You know, I was recycled. He wasn't. He went forward. He was in third bat. He gets blown up, right? And so I'm like questioning everything. Like, the hell is this world for? Like, why are we killing people here? You know, we'd already done a couple raids where we'd taken care of people. I'll just put it that way. And so I've already experienced, you know, like killing people, but it was never up close. It was always like we were shooting into buildings, and afterwards we'd see pictures of the damage done. We had a lot of Syrians in our area, and we were just wiping them out. Raids every night. Anyways.
When I used to talk to my stepdad about being a bomber, he would always say, I bombed trains, I bombed buildings, I didn't kill people, but he knew people were dying.
Yeah.
But just in his mind, he couldn't think of it as dropping a bomb on people. He had to distance himself from the killing, and that distance was what allowed him to live, I guess, function.
Survive,
compartmentalize it and go on. Yeah, so that deployment gets done, and I'm just like kind of over it.
Yeah.
My re-enlistment's coming up, and I'm like, dude, I gotta leave this place. Like,
because you met your commitment of what, 4 years or whatever?
It was like that one was a 3-year one.
Okay.
And so I'm thinking like I want to re-enlist and go somewhere else where I can get to know my family, kind of recenter my soul, and focus on God. And so I re-enlist to go to 5th RTB, Ranger School, to be an instructor in the mountain phase. And then right before we leave, we catch Saddam's doctor, who ended up telling us where Saddam was. Well, as we're coming back with that doctor, back in the day, the 50 cals didn't have a safety on them. And I'm getting ready to unload my 50 cal, and I fire a round. It's called an ND. And it's like a huge ordeal. Like, nobody was hurt. But, you know, if you have an ND in Ranger Regiment, you're done. You have to go somewhere else. So
ND stands for?
Negligent discharge.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, crap. But thankfully, I'd already re-enlisted. And my leadership generally liked me. You know, they tried to protect me as much as they could. Try to give me overhead from up top. They have to report it. But they're like, this dude's a good dude, man. We'd like to keep him. But there's standards. And I broke that standard. And they're like, no, he's got to go. So what they did, usually they call it RFS, Ranger Failure to Meet Standards. They didn't RFS me. They said, since you re-enlisted, we're just going to let you go. Which was like a big, like, they did me a solid. So I got to just go to my next unit that I wanted to go to anyways.
Wow.
So I get up there. I eventually become a Ranger instructor, have another child. And it was a good time to have with my family. Oh, I'm skipping the part. Yeah, we caught Saddam. We bring him to our compound.
Wait, we meaning?
The Americans.
Yeah.
My platoon wasn't on that mission. Rangers were as Delta Force that caught him. Rangers were providing security along with 4th ID. And so we're sitting there one night. We're getting ready to go. It's like, go home. Our deployment's almost done. Squad leader comes in there. Grab your stuff. Get your stuff on. Go man the gates. And we're like, what the heck? And he's like, go man the gates. You know, and at Baghdad International Airport, by this time, thousands of people are there. All kinds of units. Americans, foreign. But our little special operations compound was right near the flight line, so we could like get on planes real quick and do our job. Well, I'm like, why are we manning? We're inside of a compound, inside of a compound, inside of a compound. Why are we doing gate guard? And I run out there, and I see like 6 black Suburbans coming through. And I'm like, oh, like you don't have to tell me. I know who this is. And on the very last one, the lights were on inside the cab, and I see Mr. Saddam Hussein. And I'm just like, he was known as number one because he was the first one on the list that we wanted to get. And me and my buddies are looking at each other and we're like, we caught number one. And right then, like any forms of communication, it was blackout for like a whole week. But yeah, us Rangers were in charge of watching him in his cell. So I saw Saddam many, many times.
Really?
Yep. Have a picture of him going, like they would bring him out of this little building, not much bigger than this room, and he would have to use the latrine outside, like the porta john. And I don't know if they did that because they legitimately didn't want him to use the bathroom, or as a way of saying, hey, we're taking your power away. You actually have to use the porta john. But either way, I would see him all the time, and it's so surreal, because in sixth grade was the first operation in Iraqi freedom or whatever, and I was a wrestler in middle school and now here I am looking at Saddam Hussein. It was crazy. It was so crazy, but yeah.
They ended up hanging him, right?
Yeah.
Were you there when?
No, I was a RI up at Mountain Face when that happened, but yeah, I watched it very intently. This is going to be weird to say. I don't know unless you've been there, people might not understand this, but after a while, we started understanding why Saddam was the way he was. I mean, he was an evil man. Man, he kept that region in check. And years later, when ISIS comes to power, it's because a strong man like Saddam wasn't there, and that void
Created something else.
Created something worse.
Mm-hmm.
I remember being taught in American Heritage at BYU that there's something worse than tyranny, and that's anarchy.
Anarchy,
right?
Yep.
Or other things in between, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
But that whole deployment, I felt like evil the whole time. Like I could feel evil. Like this isn't. Oh, this isn't right. Yeah, it was weird. It was weird.
Wow.
So I get to Dahlonega, Georgia, and you ever heard that game like 2 Degrees of Kevin Bacon?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we had that here with Mormon Stories. My best friend in Dahlonega, you guys interviewed the Dashleys, the husband.
Yeah.
His wife, her dad, is legitimately one of my best friends.
Oh, fun.
So Ashley's his wife. I just got off the phone and talked to him not too long ago. But so I get there. Her dad's the bishop, and I'm in the young men's presidency, and we're like best friends. He's from Montana. I'm a Wyoming boy. We're both from the South, so obviously we're. I loved my time in Dahlonega, but I've heard it a lot on this show. Like there's always a trigger usually that sends you down that hole of questioning things. And while I was there, my brother was back in prison, but he got caught up on. He went to prison for something he had done, like a drug deal that he had done years earlier, but under the Bush administration, under their, I forget what they call it.
3 strikes and you're out, or
it was something like that, where someone could report you for doing something.
Drug war kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, we live on the I-80 corridor. He used to take drugs to Salt Lake all the time for the Mexican cartel, but that was a former life. When he had gotten out, he had changed his life. He'd gotten married, and he was getting ready to. They were working to get married in the temple. He's working in Cheyenne, Wyoming, and the feds come get him like right before Christmas. It's right before Saddam got caught and hauled him to prison. Anyways, I say that because I was struggling with everything, with him, getting his life set, and how did God let, I'm blaming God for all this. How did God let him go to prison? He ends up getting killed in prison, which is a horrible experience. I mean, we were so very close.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
And I was walking Ranger students, and where I'm at in the mountains, there's no cell phone coverage. So over the radio, my first sergeant's like, hey, Marty, your wife's trying to call you. You need to go somewhere where you can call home. So my first thought was something happened to her and my babies. Like my wife never calls at work, never, unless there's an emergency. So I'm like running up mountains. I'm like leaving Ranger student, and I'm running up the mountains trying to find service. And I finally link up with a driver that came to get me, and I call, and I'm like, honey, what's wrong? What happened? Kids okay? She's like, yeah, the kids are okay, but your brother's dead. And dude, like, all the memories came back from, I don't know if he was murdered. We still don't know if it was murder or if it was suicide. He was 2 weeks from coming home. And it was crushing, right? But at this time, I'm a true believer. And at the time, we thought it was suicide. Well, belief in the church at that time, at least the way I was raised, was if you kill yourself, you go to hell. You murder yourself. So I'm struggling with his death. And I'm thinking, like, he got the short end of the stick growing up. I wasn't there to protect him. And so for like the first time in my life, I'm mad at God, like mad, to the point where first time in my life I'm not praying. Because I'm trying to like understand all this, And, for people that have had, I guess death is different for everyone. Like when you love someone, for me, the times that hits hard are like the quiet times at night or early in the morning. And it just hits you, And so I was struggling with his death big time. And, just knowing the secret that me and him knew that I didn't tell my family till after his funeral. But, man, I told. So,
around what year did your brother pass away?
it was 2006.
Okay. I'm so sorry.
No, it was March of 2006. We come home and have the funeral at the ward. So thankful for the ward, and Relief Society's there, 100%. Made dinner, and I said the prayer at my brother's grave, and I'm in my uniform, tan beret, everything, and I'm like questioning things big time. And at the same time, my wife was having like just a lot of thoughts about the afterlife. So she was reading books about the afterlife written by LDS authors. And one book was this guy in Idaho had an afterlife experience where he saw hell, I guess, for part of his journey, and it was like the worst thing ever. People welling their teeth, and I'm thinking, is that where my brother is? Like, I'm like mad. And one night, this is like, I'd go to the gym. We had a gym on base, and I'd be working out, and I'd just go into a rage, just mad about life, everything. I'm probably still, working through issues on these appointments. And I'm just like almost on a point where I'm having a mental breakdown. Mm-hmm. The Ranger community, the Army in general, is not a lot of sympathy. Mm-hmm. So it's not like you come back from something like that and you talk things through. It's, hey, get to work. Hey, sorry what happened, get to work.
Right.
Which is, probably the right thing to do for a job, So I'm working with Ranger students, so I'm not like digesting everything that I'm thinking about. One night, like, my wife had been going to the temple in Atlanta a lot, trying to deal with this, like afterlife stuff. Well, I'm like, I'm gonna try praying. It's been like a month. I'm just pissed, and I'm gonna pray. I get on my side of the bed, I'm kneeling, and I remember distinctly praying to God, saying, if I've ever done anything good in my life, anything, my mission, being a good dad, just let me know my brother's okay. Well, unbeknown to me, my wife was on the other side of the bed praying, saying, oh God, please give me an experience where I know that not to be afraid of the afterlife, pretty much. And she wakes me up bawling at like 5 a.m. I'm like, what in the world's going on, honey? And, my wife is not very emotional, but she can't even talk. She's like choking so bad. I'm like, what's going on? And, and not to get into too much detail, it's kind of her story, but she had had a very spiritual experience where she met my brother. He had like a full head of hair. He was always like self-conscious about being bald. And she just kept saying he looked gorgeous. And that he gave her, it wasn't a hug, he embraced her. And she said like she felt love that she had never felt before. And he said, I have a message for you to tell my brother. Just tell him I'm doing okay. And like, so when she woke up from the stream, she's like, oh, that's so amazing. I'm going to write it down. You know, she woke up like 4 a.m. I'll write it down at 6. And then she heard her voice say, no, write this down now. So she wrote down the dream. That's when she like just broke in. Anyways, I tell that story because that's what I needed to hear at the time. Like that was an answer to my prayer. At the time, I was looking at it like, oh, she was going through the temple. She was doing all the right things. I wish my brother would have came to me, but at least it came to her. And it was really a comfort for my whole family. Like that morning, I went and ran 10 miles. I was just on a high, like, you know, like it rejuvenated me. You know, and being a lover of history, you know, I was like, I'm jumping in. You know, I was already active. You know, I was already Young Men's president, but I'm jumping in big time. I'm going to get out of the service, and I'm going to become like, I want to be an institute teacher. I want to know everything in and out. I owe everything to this church, you know? So I get online, and I'm like, I want to know everything about my history. I get on Deseret Books, and I'm going down, and I'm like, rough stone rolling. Oh, man, yeah, I'm going to buy this book.
Learn about Joseph Smith, founder of our church.
That book changed my life. I remember getting it, and I'd already read the whole Doctrine and Covenants over, the commentary. Like I was, you know, I'm getting ideas of getting out of the military, getting my degree, and I want to teach religion for the rest of my life. And yeah, it wasn't too long before I got into. I mean, I devoured rough stone rolling, but there'd be things I'd be reading like, no, surely that didn't happen. Like I wasn't taught that about, you know, Fanny Auger. That can't be true. And I'd just put it on the shelf, and I'd go through, and I'd be like, you know, even though the author of it, Richard Bushman, does it in a good light, I think. He tries to cast a good light on all the questions. It wasn't a good light for me. Like, it was everything that when I was growing up, I was taught was anti-Mormon. Like, I remember being on a mission asking about polygamy, and I was like, oh, you know, the standard Mormon answer, like, there's a lot of single women whose husbands were killed, so they were just, you know, that story, that line. And I'm struggling. Like, I'm struggling big time. But I'm trying to keep it under control, and then I get orders to go to Fort Bragg, and I get accepted into this reconnaissance unit, long-range surveillance, which was like a dream of mine, because my dad was a ranger, long-range surveillance in Vietnam. So I'm like, dude, this is my dream. This is everything I did as a kid, playing Army. But at the same time, in my mind, I'm like, oh, let me buy No Man Knows My History. And I read that, and that, like, my world is starting to shake, you know. And but I have something to think about, and that's a deployment. And at this time, I'm a leader. I have 5 men under me. I work on a 6-man reconnaissance team. I can't have time for worldly experiences. I need to focus 100% because I know we're going back to Afghanistan. And this is after the Marcus Luttrell incident. He was a reconnaissance team, and I was going to the same area. So we're doing our train up, and we're working like dogs. I mean, there's like times where a training mission would come down, and like the commander would be like, who wants this mission? And I'd volunteer for it every time. Us. We need the training. I love doing it, and I just need to stop thinking about Mormonism. I need to work. So I'm pushing all this stuff away, right? And I really didn't think about it. I read the whole, you know, Rough Stone Rolling, No Man Knows My History. But now I need to, like, focus on my mission, or the new mission, which is making sure my men come back safe. So we deploy, so the unit's deploying in August, but my wife is pregnant with our 4th daughter, who we end up having inside our van, which I delivered.
Wow.
It was a crazy experience. Crazy experience. Like a year earlier, my unit had made me go to EMT. I didn't want to go to EMT. I hate the hospitals. And when I was doing my clinicals for EMT, I had 2 doctors from my ward who I was very good friends with. And every night they'd be like, Marty, you want to deliver a baby? No, I'm going to work in the ER. I don't want to I'm never going to have to worry about that stuff. No. Second night, hey, we're doing a C-section. You want to come help? Nah, I'm good, man. I'll just work in the ERs, shootings, stabbings. That's all I got to worry about. So we're trying to make it to the hospital. We're passing like Holland drop zone, and we get to Sicily. My wife's like, honey, pull over. She's crowning. And I know what that means, but at the time, I wasn't a good ranger. I didn't have a knife on me. I didn't have anything on me. So I'm thinking I'm going to have to deliver this baby and, bite through the cord and, be a ranger and just get everything going, right? So I come around, and as soon as I open up the door, our daughter Ella just shoots out like a football. Bow! And I caught her. And I'm like, just looking at her like, did that just happen? Did that just happen? And I'm looking at my wife, and then I remembered my EMT training. Well, before that happened, as I came around the van, I'm like, I'm such an idiot. I had so many times to deliver a baby at my clinical, and now I got to deliver a baby. So if we're viewing this, if you got any time to take medical training, take it serious, all right? Anyways, I'm holding this baby, and, training kicks in. I follow the umbilical cord, her placenta's still in her, and I knew, like, okay, I don't have to cut anything. She's good to go. Wrap her up with my shirt and my garment. Wrapped her up in my garment for extra protection. Hold her. I don't need the protection. She does. So I'm driving to the hospital. I pass the gate. I didn't even stop. I'm like, I just delivered a baby. And I just kept going. And our baby, Ella, wasn't making a noise at all. My wife wasn't making a noise. So I thought my wife was going into shock, and I thought our baby was stillborn. And I'm like screaming at God, like, don't you let him die. And I'm freaking out. I drive to the hospital. It's like 3 a.m. And I drive to the front, and I'm like, honey, the hospital's closed. She goes, go to the ER, you idiot. It's nighttime. And I'm like, oh, yeah. So I drive to the ER, run in there, and everything was perfect. Ella was perfect. And it was a crazy experience. Mm-hmm. Anyways, week after that, I joined my unit back in Afghanistan, right? And we're in Kandahar this time. And I'm like, I've been here before. Like, not supposed to be when I hurt my leg, but I was here. But that 9-month rotation, that mission, was an amazing experience. Because we got to do our job. We did our job a lot. But there was an experience that I think I told you guys about that just rocked my world. And it was at the end of November of 2010. I was 2 weeks away from going on R&R. And the only reason why I picked this time was my daughter's 8-year birthday was December 5th, and I was going to baptize her. So prior to even deploying, I had picked my time like, hey, please send me home at this time so I can baptize my daughter. Well, we're doing a lot of work with 3rd Special Forces Group at this time and 3rd Kandak, and they had asked us, they were getting ready to hit a village, and we're a small reconnaissance team, recce element, and they're like, hey, can we use you guys up in the mountains to seal off the objective and take care of any squirters? Squirters are bad guys that are running through the back of the village trying to hide up in the mountains. We call them squirters. And we're like, yeah, we'll send 3 teams. But the most dangerous area, my company commander was like, we want Marty's team there, Team 1. And I felt pride in that because this mission was actually given the 2nd platoon. We were 1st platoon. So he's using 2 reconnaissance teams from 2nd platoon, but he specifically asked for my reconnaissance team from 1st platoon. So we got the most dangerous part of it. I took that as a badge of honor. And the night before going in, we're prepping everything, and it's weird. I don't know, John, you're a psychologist, right? Maybe you can explain this, but I can understand why they're serial killers. Like, I can understand why people go out and kill. Because when you have killed people in combat, you almost get what's called like a God power. Like, you've taken a life. And it's really weird when that happens. Like, especially when they're bad guys. Like, you get good at it and you start thinking like better ways of killing bad guys, like more complex ambushes, right? And we were, you know, at this time we were doing the Lord's work in my mind, doing our job. And on this mission, you know, I have a ritual. Like, I've studied a lot of crime, and I know like serial killers usually have a ritual. But there's not, at least in my experience, there's a thin line between that and, you know, before, at least for me, going on a combat mission, we would lay out, every time I'd lay out my gear, I'd specifically clean each bullet. I'd clean my magazine, and I'd take those clean bullets and put them in the magazine. Like, I had a ritual before we went out and we went hunting, as we call it. Mm. So I just completed my ritual. I briefed my team, hey, this is the final mission. We're doing our final rock drill. I'm the team leader of the 6-man recce element. And we're waiting at the helicopter pad, and it's freezing. It's like freezing in Afghanistan. And, you know, I told my men, hey, don't carry a lot of call it snivel gear, because we're walking at night, and the last thing you want to do is become a heat stroke in the wintertime. Because when you carry a lot of weight, you sweat, and anyways, you'll become a heat stroke. And a lot of my guys at the time were drinking energy drinks, which I knew was not good, you know. Anyways, so the bird finally shows up, and I'm like, I can't wait to get inside that bird, and where it's going to be warm, helicopter, you know. So we get on the helicopter, they shut the doors, and I look over, and they had punched out the windows in this helicopter. So if you can imagine, like, flying at night when it's already freezing, at like 7,000 feet or 4,000 feet, and just freezing.
No warm for you.
Nothing. Like, we're getting into like hyperthermic state right now. Like, we got to land so we can start walking. Get out of the aircraft, and I'm like walking like a chicken. Like, I can barely feel my legs. Already have an 80-pound pack on. All my guys, the same thing. We land on this mountain, and our job was to stop the squirters from coming off this objective. But where we were at, it was a dried up river dam. Sun comes up, and we had already made like a video, like a, hey, hunting with Marty video, right? It's the kind of thing we did. And as soon as we made the video, the element hits the village. And I had an element up on top of the hill to provide overwatch. They had a machine gun up there. They had the RTO and a leader that I trusted up there. And then I had my 3-man element down by the river. And we see 2 squirters coming over the hill. And every time there was like a helicopter, they were hide. So to my mind, I'm like, oh, these are bad guys. These are bad guys. And but they're on the other side of the dried up riverbed. And I'm watching them come up, and I have an ACOG scope on my my weapon, which is a high power, like a 4-powered scope. And I'm watching them, and I tell my guys, hey, stay here. I'm going to run across this dried up dam, climb up that rock cropping, and I'm going to try to find where they went because we lost them. So I run over there. I'm climbing up this rock, and as I'm waiting for these dudes to come around the corner, I look over on the other side where I just came from, and we were at an elevated position below us. There's an old man walking up. Well, I didn't know at the time. There was a man walking up the trail. And the ROE was, if you felt rules of engagement, if you felt danger, you were allowed to engage. So I'm radioing my guys like, hey, we got a squirter below you. Do you see him? And they're looking for him, but where they're at, and even up on the hill, the way the rock cropping was, they couldn't see him down below. So about the time that I see him, I catch these two dudes finally coming. But I'm like, all right, I have time to engage this guy, to kill this guy before they come up here. So it was weird. I took like a yoga pose around this rock cropping, and I'm watching this dude. And, you know, through my training, shooting stuff, when you engage a target from an elevated position, you aim low because you're expecting the round to go high. and I had a suppressor on my gun. And I'm like getting tunnel vision on this guy, and I fire one round, and he drops to his knees. And he throws his arms up in the air like he's praying, and just screaming like a prayer to God. I don't know what he's saying, but it's so loud that I'm worried that he's going to compromise my guys where we're hiding. We all had suppressors, to be quiet. So I just dumped my magazine on him, just die, just like, be quiet, please die. And I got so sucked into this engagement that the two squirters came around me, and they were involved in a gunfight behind me with my guys across the river. And it didn't even dawn on me. I changed my magazine, and I'm like, where's that noise coming from? And I turn around, and I see the other two guys, and they were hiding behind this rock because they were receiving effective fire. One guy got hit from my guys. And I turned around, and I was able to take care of the last dude. Anyways, once everything's over, you go check the bodies to make sure you take their weapons and grab any intel. Well, a story I didn't tell you was my senior year. We're all sitting around the table at my mom's house. And she gets a phone call, and my mom's just screaming. I'm like, Mom, what happened? And she's like, somebody murdered Grandpa. We had a cabin. My grandpa had a cabin up in Arco, Idaho, on the Lost River. And my grandpa's name was Bob Jackson. And he had taken in a Begavon, and my grandpa was very generous. And this man ended up killing my grandpa in our cabin and leaving him on the banks of the Lost River. That's the whole thing. Anyways, I'll never forget the screams of my mom through the trailer walls at night, just crying. And I'd wake up. I had a SKS rifle at the time, and I don't know why, but I would hold that like I need to go kill this guy myself. I'm a senior in high school. I wanted to drive to Idaho. This guy had ran up into the mountains, right? So the first couple of days, law enforcement couldn't find him. I wanted to go find him, and I wanted to kill him, get some vengeance for my mom. They eventually catch this guy, and we go up to the funeral. And anyways, I tell that story because when I go down to search this gentleman who I had just taken care of, who I thought was an enemy guy, I'm searching him, and the whole time I'm like, oh, God, I don't find a weapon. Please let there be a weapon. And I'm checking his pockets, and I pull out this little handkerchief, and it has like a sewn-in flower. And right then, my mind goes to my grandpa, and I think I just killed Grandpa. I killed somebody's grandpa. And, I checked the rest of his body, turn him over. He's got blood holes. He's got holes everywhere, right? And I'm like, oh, God, man. Like, first off, everybody that we shot, we had to do a 15-6 investigation to make sure it was proper. Like, this isn't the Wild West. And when you work in these organizations, they're very professional. And every incident that happens, you have to write a report about it. So my first thought was, oh, man, like, first of all, I killed this guy. I felt bad because he didn't have a weapon. And second of all, man, I might be going away for a while because he didn't have a weapon. And even though our ROE was in the mission brief was, hey, if you feel threatened, which I felt he was going to threaten my guys, but the whole time I'm on this rock, though, before I shoot him, I'm like, I'm running through this thing like, well, maybe I don't have to kill this guy. It's a different story when you see the whites of their eyes and then you kill them. I mean, they're that close. And I'm like, maybe I don't have to kill this guy. And I'm thinking, well, if he's got a suicide vest, he's going to kill my guys. And I can't live with that. So that's, that was a conversation I'm having as I have this guy in my ACOG right before I pull that trigger. And I'm like, no, he's a dead man. And so we took care of him, went and searched the bodies up top. They obviously had, they had a bunch of IED making material. They were definitely bad guys. But the gentleman over there wasn't. Anyways, the mission keeps going on, and we're there for like all day. And I'm looking at this body, and I'm like, man, I got to baptize my daughter in 2 weeks. Like, this is how is this going to happen? goat herd comes up, hangs out around this body. And that's when I'm like, God damn, I just killed this goat herder. So I get back to base. I go in and tell my chain of command, and they're like, well, you're going to have to write a 15-6 about this, but don't worry. It sounded like you had, at the time in Afghanistan, this area we were working was a hotbed of insurgency, just guys dying all the time. My buddy Marcus was blown up by a suicide bomber. He lived. But so, a suicide bomber, you don't see a weapon on them. They just walk by. So I'm thinking, like, this guy could still be a bad guy just because I didn't see a weapon. Anyways, man, every night that I close my eyes to say my prayers, that's what I saw. This guy praying to God. And in my mind, he's saying, please, God, don't kill me. And here I am just... So there is a branch in Kandahar, and I would go to church in Kandahar. And it's ran by, at the time, it's the senior enlisted military guy. It didn't matter if he was Air Force, Army, or whatever. Well, at this time, it was an Air Force colonel. And it's not like a calling, but it's a calling, the branch president. If you have time, you go do this job. Anyways, we have a boardwalk in Kandahar. It's pretty like... you got TGIF there. You have all these restaurants. It's like in the middle of war, but there's like, you'd go there to go eat. Well, our church was right next to it, and I remember that Sunday going in there, and they're singing hymns, and I just lose it. Like I'm crying, just bawling in this church. And I'm sure the service members around were like, oh, those guys probably been through something, And the branch president sees me, so after service, he's like, you need to talk? Do you need to talk about something? I'm like, yeah, I'm getting ready to go home to baptize my daughter. I need to get something off my chest. So he's like, hey, why don't we meet at the chow hall later on, and you can tell me what happened. So we meet at a certain chow hall in Kandahar, and it's just me and him. And I go through the whole thing, and he's like, whoa, man, like, you probably need to talk to somebody about this. He goes, I'm not your religious authority, but I would say you can still baptize your daughter. This is just fog of war stuff, but you need to talk to somebody about this. Like, not like because I was in trouble, but because he was worried about my psyche. So, I go home on leave, and, in where we come from, in Green River, Wyoming, they have like a stake baptism every month. So I had to wait till the new year to baptize my daughter. So I have like a Sunday at church. And I'm just thinking about this old man that I had smoked, And every time I close my eyes, say a prayer, I can just hear him, like. So I'm like questioning things about my soul at this time, like, am I going to hell? And I baptized my daughter and go back and, have some more troops in contact experience in Afghanistan, but nothing like that. And, while I was there, they killed Osama bin Laden. That mission went on. I wasn't there. I wasn't in that unit. But we were pulling reconnaissance on the Pakistan border, my little team. And I remember watching the helicopters flying, thinking, he's flying from Pakistan to Afghanistan. Well, when we get back, we found out, hey, Osama bin Laden was killed that night. It was a pretty cool experience. But so I get home, and I'm living at Bragg at this time, and Bragg has a military-only ward. And my temple recommend had expired while I was in Afghanistan. So I'm going in to get my temple recommend. At the time, I'm executive secretary in the bishopric. And I'm telling, we had a great bishop. He was a good guy, really good guy. Still love him to this day. And I'm like, we're going through the questions for the temple recommend. And he's like, is there anything else you need to get off your chest? Anything you need to talk about? And I was like, yeah. And I told him what happened. He goes, you need to speak to someone in the stake presidency. I can't sign your temple recommend. You need to talk to somebody about this. So we had set up the appointment with a member of the stake president. And at this time, I'm like, I'm not sleeping at night. I'm fasting for forgiveness. I'm fasting that the stake president will tell me that will be inspired to tell me like, hey, you're fine. Here's some direction you need in your life. But the day of the meeting comes up, and I walk in there, and I sit down, and he's like, oh, you're Brother Ross Martin. And I'm like, yes, sir, I am. And he's like, all right, well, we're here to extend. Sorry, this was prior to me going into the executive secretary. He's like, we're here to extend a calling for you to be an executive secretary. And I'm like, well, yeah, I'll accept that. And I'm just looking at him. He's like, okay, anything else? And I'm like, yeah, I mean, the whole reason I'm here is I need to talk to you about something. I need help. And he's like, yeah, what do you need? And I kind of go into it and goes, that's just fog of war. This guy's never been in the military. He's like, don't worry about it. You're fine, Brother Martin. And I was just like, well, I was hoping he would be inspired to say, like, I have a message for you or something. But no, it was like, get to work. So it's like
a message you were hoping he would maybe channel some of God's reassurance to you, or I just want to.
Yes, some inspiration from God, because God had known that I was fasting for a sign that I had been forgiven or something.
Like something to meet the intensity of suffering that you were feeling? Is that kind of what you're saying?
And I didn't know I was experiencing trauma at the time. I'm just living minute by minute. But looking back, like I was going through like serious trauma. Thinking that I killed my grandpa, like the man I loved. I killed someone else's grandpa. So, yeah, that's it. And served my calling. We get orders to move to Texas, John's state, And I'm serving in Fort Hood at this time. I'm a platoon sergeant.
Is that San Antonio?
Right outside Killeen.
Okay.
I'm living in Copper's Cove, though. Well, now I have some free time. I'm going to jump back into the history books. And it crashed hard.
So it's about what year?
2012.
Okay.
And at the time, like, there was no one for me to talk to. Because back then, I mean, you were going on, but I didn't know about Mormon stories. But really, you were about it. And so I'm, like, struggling with all these questions. Like, I'm going through the gambit, polygamy and no revelation in 100 years, the first prayer, all the stuff. First vision, yeah. Everything.
This is pre-CES Letter.
Oh, yeah.
Pre-gospel topics.
But that's coming.
Okay.
So I had to go to a senior NCO school. I'm a senior NCO at the time, which is in Fort Benning, Georgia. And I'm like struggling. I can't talk to my wife because I don't want anyone to think I'm a apostate. Because to me, people like that are apostates at the time, right? And I'm serving as executive secretary and the ward mission leader. The ward we were in, there wasn't a lot of people, so my wife had 2 callings, I had 2 callings. Not a big deal. But I'm struggling. Like, I'm struggling big time with, like, doubts, which is not like me. I was always the one that was stalwart, strong. So I'm thinking, okay, while I'm at Fort Benning, I'm going to go visit Ashley's dad, Ashley Pennington's dad, dear friend of mine, who was the bishop in Delonga. And so one of the weekends I drove up there. This is like the only man I can talk to that I trust. To this day, I trust him a lot. Anyways, we sit down, we go to dinner, and we go back to his house. I'm like, hey, I need to talk to you about some things. And his wife, Trish, who I love, is there. And I'm like, but it needs to be in private. He's like, oh, yeah, sure. So we get to talking, and I'm like, dude, I'm having issues. Like, bro, I'm having, like, doubts like you wouldn't believe. And he's like, oh, about what? And I'm, like, telling him some things. And very smart guy, he's got graduated BYU, has a doctorate, has his own business. And he knows about some of the things I'm talking about. He's like, yeah, Ross, yeah.
What were you reading at the time?
So I'd already knocked out...
No Man Knows My History in Western World.
Yeah, and that was pretty much it. And just online, stuff, YouTube.
Yeah.
The first time I found out, like, Joseph Smith had a gun in prison and all this stuff, And I'm still struggling with Afghanistan, like why, you know, just everything. And the first thing Eric said was, "Oh, I'm really surprised this coming from you. You know, you've always been like." And I was like, "I know, right? That's why I can't tell anybody. I don't want to let anybody down. You know, I'm struggling, but I can't talk to anybody because they all think like, you know, this is a guy that we hook up with, you know, to go on." To go do his home teaching because he's the strong one to make the weak ones go.
Yeah.
I was always that guy,
Yeah.
you know? And I'm like, yeah, I'm just struggling, man. Like I told him about Ryan. He already knew about Ryan's death. And I was like, you know, it all started. The trigger was I wanted to get back into the church. Like, not back into it, but I wanted to get like immersed into it. I wanted to know it inside and out. That's why I was trying to study the history. And so I'm like struggling like Sundays. I'm finding myself out in the desert in Texas, just praying to God on my knees, fasting. I'd fast for 24 hours because, hey, in the MTC it worked. I know that God's just putting me through a little test, and then the answer's going to come, just like the MTC. And 24 hours would pass, and I'm like, well, maybe I need to do 48 hours. So now, mind you, I'm doing physical PT with my soldiers now.
Yeah.
You know, I'm in charge of like 50 guys now. Trying to struggle with all this, you know, and not being able to talk to anybody. And so I go talk to Eric, and, you know, I loved it because he wasn't judgmental at all. You know, I remember bringing up the whole Job story. Like, how could that story be true? Like, how was God, like, betting with Satan over this guy? And, you know, and he starts laughing. He's like, I know, it's kind of been a funny story. But I'm like, no, for reals, man. Like, the Old Testament's so weird. And I'm going story after story after story. And I'm realizing, like, he doesn't have any answers either. But he does have sympathy. And at the time, that's what I needed. Like, I needed a little bit of validation. Like, yeah, things are weird, Ross, but you'll get past it. So I finally get back home, and I'm not getting past. Actually, at this course, I go to YouTube, and what did I find? Mormon stories. I remember the first story that it was a seminary teacher. I know you've had a few, but this was like the very first one that you interviewed. Him and his wife. He ended up leaving CES, and I remember watching that and just feeling validated. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Is that John and Brooke McClay?
They ended up getting divorced. I know that later. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. He was a CES instructor in Colorado Springs, I think.
Yes.
And it's one of the first videos we did of a couple.
Yeah.
And he was fresh off he was right.
That was the very first one I watched.
Yeah.
And then the second one, you interviewed, I want to say it was one of the Spencer W. Kimball's brothers or something, but he was
his son.
He was an LDS scholar, yeah. He was
Kimball.
old.
Ed Kimball, yeah.
So that was the second one I watched, and after that, I was hooked. Like, I'm watching everything I can. You had Gregory Prince on there. You had all kinds, and I'm just like, wow, like, there are people there that can validate this, you know. And I remember when you. When one of my favorite people you had on there at the time, I don't know why I'm having so many brain farts.
Oh, it's okay. I'm here for you.
It was the author that wrote The Jesus That Weeps.
Terrell Givens, the God Who Weeps, yeah.
Back when he used to be interviewed on here.
Yeah.
But that one, Terrell, if you're listening, brother, that helped me out a lot. That helped me out a lot. But it was at a point where I was like, okay, maybe I can make this work, but I'm just struggling with like understanding where I fit into all this. And then I get home from that, and I'm just listening to as many Mormon stories as I can, just everything. I listened to the one, the gentleman that talked about the Masonic Lodge and where the temple came from. That was a huge hit in the face to me, my belief system.
Is that Greg Kearney?
It might have been.
My original episode about temple ceremony and the Masonic Lodge.
And I was just like, holy
That's
cow.
old school.
Yeah, I was way back there. And then, I was there for the first, who was it? The the gentleman that the first talked about the
Second anointing?
yes,
Tom Phillips.
Tom Phillips.
Yeah.
If I wasn't here, I'd be able to say all these names. I don't know why.
worries.
I am the exact same way. If I have to remember something,
Yeah.
I cannot remember it. Yeah.
So that one was just like, and I'm still having like this crisis, but I'm still going to church. I'm still fulfilling my callings. Not talking to my wife about this at all, but like I'm losing it when she goes to bed, like crying all night. Like, what is going on? Like, this is just a test. God's going to help me, just like He did in the MTC. I need to fight this out like a good ranger. 2 years goes by, and I'm still having my long night of the soul. And I'm still in the desert behind our house praying every Sunday at the church, like, show me a sign, like, let me know. Finally, I get up in testimony meeting, and I talk about it. I'm like crying. I'm questioning things. I need help, people. Somebody help me with this. I'm still a executive secretary, and I sit down. The only thing that anyone did was pat me on the back and say, go to the temple about it. Man, I've been going to the temple. Like, that's not helping. So I just finally felt alone. I get released out of that calling just to focus on being the ward mission leader. And I'm going on splits with missionaries, like a good ward mission leader. But when they're talking about stuff, I'm like, that's not how it happened. First vision, that's not how, I'm saying this in my head, and I'm not believing it, but I'm like giving my testimony to these people because I'm playing the role. And finally I told my wife, like, I finally told her, like I'm like seriously doubting all this. The next week, CES Letter comes out. And I was like, I need to go to a special place to read this. I remember you had talked about it and said you could read this in like one sitting if you want. So, I'm always being the outdoor guy. I got my kayak. I had a weekend off. I went to a place called Ballora. It's a lake. And I'm kayaking there with this little document I don't want anyone to know I have, CES Letter. And I finally find this little beach where I'm alone, and I turn on my headlamp, and I go through it. And every time I'm turning the page, I'm like, oh, it's not true. And it finally hits me, it's not true. And there in Ballora, I just felt so alone, crying. Like this thing that I loved all my life that kept me out of trouble, I finally realized was not true. Now, the second part of that is, how am I going to deal with this in my marriage? Like all I've ever wanted was a Mormon family, the one I didn't have. That's all I ever wanted in life. And so I would bring things up with my wife, like the old, how you usually start, did you know? And it would lead to an argument. Every time my wife would cry. So I didn't feel that it was right of me to do that. I never want to be the guy that took someone else's faith away. So I would just suffer in silence. And we finally get orders to go back to Fort Benning, to a new ward, and very first day I'm there. We had a bishop that was on top of things. Probably the most on top of things bishop I ever had. He was a convert. Awesome guy. Good friend of mine to this day. Love him. First day there. Hey, what's your records? Gave him our records. Had a calling. Executive secretary. This is like the third row in the third ward in a row. 6 years straight that I'm like the executive secretary.
It's a specialty.
So what the deal is. Like, what am I trying to learn here? And
Yeah.
we're having meetings, we're praying about callings, and the whole time, and he's doing it right. If I had my Mormon hat on, he's doing it right. We would talk about individuals. We would gather around his table. We would pray about it. We would go around the table like, how'd you feel? How'd you feel? And the whole time, I'm like, dude, I didn't feel anything. But I don't want to ruin anything. I don't want to be the Martin Harris of this out group. They're not getting a revelation because of me. So I'm like dealing with this the whole time. Like, man, it's me. And still struggling, still listening to Mormon stories. Remember the very first time you interviewed an acting bishop named the one that does why am I having a brain fart? RFM and
Bill Reel?
Bill Reel.
Yeah.
When he was still a believer, man, I remember that one. And that helped me out a little bit, I'm like, okay. And then he started his podcast. And so now I got that. Mormon discussions. I love that.
With John Larson?
Yeah. And then, but the other one you had with...
Mike, LDS discussions? No.
No, it was... the gentleman was the bigger guy.
John Larson? No?
No, he was a believer.
Mormon Matters with
Mormon Matters.
Dan Witherspoon.
So Mormon Stories and Mormon Matters were like my go-to because he would try to give like the validation of
faithful stuff. Progressive Mormonism.
So because I'm still like trying to make it all work.
We were always going back and forth, me and Dan.
Yeah.
Witherspoon.
Yeah. And I loved his perspective. He was very intelligent. I loved it.
Yeah.
And I would use that to like keep going just for another week.
Yeah.
To make this thing work, this mental gymnastics. And I already realized the church wasn't true, but maybe I'm the guy that can make this all work, But, when it comes to the, Dan Witherspoon talks about the 5 stages of faith and
Fowler.
And so I would realize I could see where I was at. And I was only at stage 2 where I was still getting angry with things they'd say over the pulpit. The whole Sweetwater crossing, all that, I'd get mad, like, that's not true. Why the guy, Simon Reeder left the church because and I'm like, no, that's not true. And so I'd go through these, like, things in church, and I'd get mad, and, well, you got excommunicated. That was one thing I was mad about before I even went to Fort Benning. I remember that whole thing, and then, just like I didn't believe in it, but I still wanted it to work because I don't want my kids to go to church without a dad like I had to. So I was like, I'm going to suffer, but their dad's going to be there with them. But there's times like I would have to walk out because I just get so mad. And finally, I asked to be released out of the calling, and
as executive secretary.
Yeah, and I told him I needed to talk to the stake president. Our stake president at the time was a psychiatrist for Auburn University.
Okay.
And so this is right after the November 15th policy. I remember exactly where I was the morning of that. I was in the deer stand hunting. And the first thing I read about that, I'm like, oh, this is just satire. Like, this isn't real. So I spent all afternoon in the deer stand, not even thinking about deer. I'm now like reading everything like, oh my gosh, this is real. Mm-hmm. Like, this is real. And I remember posting something on Facebook, and I spent the rest of the day like arguing with friends of mine, like true believing Mormons, like arguing about this. And finally, I had to get rid of my Facebook. But that crushed me. That whole thing crushed me. Anyways, I have the talk with this branch, with our stake president, the guy from Auburn, and I'm like telling him, like, man, I have doubts. And like, he was like, what specific doubts do you have? And I brought up the November 15th policy. And he goes, Brother Martin, I want you to know that I struggle with that too. And my wife struggles with it. And everything that you're saying, I struggle with too. And I'm like, well, stake president's struggling with this. Like,
and just for the viewers and listeners who are newer to this conversation, have no idea, this was when the Mormon Church, after same-sex marriage was legalized in 2015, which was the same year I was excommunicated. This was the year that in November of 2015, the Mormon Church basically said that same-sex marriage is an act of apostasy, worse than rape or murder or incest, and that it was grounds for immediate excommunication, and that the children of same-sex married couples couldn't get baptized, couldn't get confirmed, couldn't hold the priesthood, and if they wanted to become members or be in good standing, once they were 18, they had to denounce their parents' marriage. Exactly. That was the November 2015 policy. And you're saying you didn't like that?
No, not at all.
And even your stake president didn't like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But his final answer was, at the end of the day, we have to choose faith. And I bought that. Like, for him, I understood why that worked. Very intelligent man, and so for him, I understood that. But for me, it didn't work. I was just like, I have faith in God. I'm not having a God faith. I'm having a crisis of, I hate the word crisis of faith, but a crisis of, where authority, like the 12. At the time, I think it was President Monson. I was like, dude, this is not true. When you learn the story about Brigham Young, how, when I was growing up, you learn that he took on the mantle right away. But when you actually read the history, it was years later. It was like when Joseph Smith III came and said, "Oh, you guys are crazy. I'm going back out south." That he was like, "Okay, I guess I'll take over." And then, when you realize the succession of the church after that, there's 2-year gaps after he died even. And then, polygamy and the first manifesto, and then, okay, we're really going to have the second manifesto because we're still doing it. Stuff like that. It was just, I was done with the mental gymnastics. I couldn't do it anymore. But I was willing to give it one last shot. And, my wife, she was like, "Ross, just one more time, please go to the temple with me." I was still wearing my garments. And I was like, "Okay, I'll go to temple with you." And we go to the Atlanta temple. And, I'm not being open to too much, but I'm like, if God really wants me here, I'm still having a belief that he'll let, whatever happen, like an angel with a sword or whatever, a feeling or nothing. And as I'm walking out of the temple, I just hear that voice again saying, "This is your answer." That same voice that I've heard all my life. And I was like, this is the answer. And I told my wife, and she goes, I know, and I'm fine with it. When we get home, that was the last time I ever wore garments.
Wow.
And thankfully, I have a wife that very supportive.
Yeah. She's
still a true believer Mormon. But it was a crazy time. But when I took off those garments, man, I felt freedom. It was weird. I felt free.
Yeah.
And but I would continue to go to church. We got orders to go to Fort Bragg, where we live now, and got called into the young men's. But I would always tell them, I'm more than willing to work hard and do my calling, but I just don't believe. And I don't have a temple recommend. And I don't know if it's because it's a church in the South, but I've never had a problem with that. They've always been good to me. My best friends to this day are still members in the church. My leadership, my bishop, my former bishop, they all knew where I stood. Never judged me. Never said anything like, "Oh, let's have a council on Martin." No. They gave me callings, knowing that I was no longer a believer. They gave my wife an early morning seminary calling for 6 years with me as, you have to have 2 people, knowing that Brother Martin, a non-believer, would be right next to her teaching seminary. Crazy, but they're very accepting. I hear stories about people maybe in Utah that don't have that experience. It breaks my heart because in my mind, once you get past stages 3, 4, and 5, or 4, and you're at the point where you can hear things, and you're like, well, that's not true, but one time I used to believe that too. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me anymore. I can just enjoy church with my family. Second hour, I go out to the car. I'll probably usually drive down the street, go get a Monster, go reward myself with the milkshake. But I'm there with my family and my dear friends. But I never wanted to tell my story until I knew this day was going to come. My daughter was going to get married in the temple. Not believing I would still baptize my son. I baptized him a couple of years ago.
Okay.
I even had a good friend of mine that knew where my belief was, asked me, how can you baptize him knowing that you don't believe in the priesthood? And don't you feel hypocritical about that? And the only answer I could give him was, I still practice Christmas, when my kids are young, knowing I didn't believe in Santa Claus anymore. But it was a tradition for our family. And at the end of the day, my son wanted me to baptize him, so I don't have a problem with that. He still believes. So to this day, I still do. My wife was just recently called back into Relief Society. I put my hands on her head while the bishop gave her set apart. Everyone knows that I don't believe.
Yeah.
But they make room for me to be there for my wife.
Yes.
And I love that about my ward that I'm in now. While we're speaking right now, the ward is using our trailer for the parade, for the Christmas parade in Fayetteville. And I help them decorate it.
Right.
Knowing that I'm not a believer.
Right.
And my friends who are in the church knew that their kids were safe with me teaching seminary because for them I'd put on that Mormon hat. Except for when we got into polygamy, I was always honest about things. But I'm just grateful where I live now that they're so accepting of me, knowing where I stand in my belief system.
There's kind of, I guess the way you're processing it is clearly the best way. There's two ways to think about that. One is that the church would have any cause to do any harm to you or cause any pain because you don't believe is just ridiculous, So of course they're going to welcome your volunteer efforts or anything you can do to help them or support your wife who's supporting them. So, of course they're nice to you. And that's in a way it's good, but in a way it's bad that you would ever worry that they wouldn't be as well.
Well, they also know that I'm very pro-LGBT. Mm-hmm. And I've brought that up in young men's. Not to the point where, so here's another 2 degrees of Kevin Bacon. You interviewed one of the men that was married here in Utah. He was on my mission. He was a former Air Force guy. I'm having a brain fart.
So is this Michael and Seth? No.
No. He came on alone, but he had just gotten married.
Buckley Jepson?
Nope. God, it's going to come to me.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why I'm having a...
No, it's okay.
But, after that interview, man, because it wasn't until 2012 that I really started not to be so homophobic. Mm. And I think it was because I was raised the way to think that way, gay people are going to destroy this world, and then I would listen to stories on here about people who struggled from birth. And I was always one of those people people aren't, in one of the manuals, I remember reading this on my mission, I think it was Spencer W. Kimball, might have been there's that Benson that said, to say that men are born gay is to say that God is gay because men are born in his image, so that can't happen. So that was always my go-to line when people would bring up the gay issue. And then when I started listening to Mormon stories and you would interview people who all their life had struggled, it started, maybe people aren't born gay. And then I have a gay cousin, and I started thinking about him. I was like, all my life I know that he ended up marrying another man, but I was like, Jake is totally gay. And I love Jake. So slowly,
you deconstruct other things.
Yeah. Even God, it got to that point. But leaving Mormonism helped me to be not so judgmental of not only other people not like me, but other religions that I used to, they have some truth, but they don't have all the truth. I was one of those guys at one time, and then realizing dude, there's beauty in all religions if it's good.
Right.
But,
Yeah. Let me ask you this, when you talk about, I think you said something about wearing the Mormon hat or something when you go, what do you mean by that?
So that's kind of a military term. When we do our planning for an operation, part of that plan in paragraph 3 is you put on your enemy hat and you try to think the way they would so you can counter it in your mission. So when I say I put on my Mormon hat, I want people to know like their kids are safe with me saying more of the heritage, not the history of things. Because my wife, you know, she believes. And she's actually the seminary teacher, not me. So I never wanted to, one, violate her trust. And I never wanted to violate the trust of my dear friends who had their kids come to our home for early morning seminary. So that's what I meant by, I wouldn't go into the long-standing details, the rabbit hole, but I would just cover like the top of it where I felt like, hey, if their parents are here, they'd be fine with me talking about it.
Got it. Okay.
Where I struggled was, should I, with me being in the church and stealing the records, does that offend like maybe the gay population that have had so much harm done to them? That's the only part where I struggle.
Like if you're supporting in some way by having your name on the records.
Protecting them with me staying in the church.
Yeah.
And my default setting for that is, you know, it's my family. I just want to be with them. I don't want there to be any confusion, and I don't want to sway their belief either. Just recently with my daughter, I said, like, I haven't been ready to tell my story because I didn't want to affect your guys' testimony.
Right.
Whether you lead the church or not, I will support you 100%.
Yeah.
But I don't want to be the one that sways it. I want you to have your own testimony in or out.
I see.
So this summer, my daughter and her beautiful husband, I love him and his family so much. Thankfully, the church came out and said, you can get married first civilly and then in the temple. So they had a civil wedding first, not because of me, but a lot of his members. His parents were the only members in his family. So he's very close to his grandma and grandpa who are not members. And then knowing that I'm not either, they wanted to have a civil wedding first.
Yeah.
And the very next day get married in the temple, which they did. So, but while I was outside the temple, for viewers that don't know, for you to be able to go into the temple, you have to have a temple recommend and have to have, in their eyes, good standing in the church, even if it's a family member like a daughter who's getting married in the temple. Well, since I don't pay tithing and I don't have a temple recommend, I couldn't go in there with my daughter and partake of that sacred experience in her eyes. I was regulated to the babysitter because small kids can't go in there either. So I'm out there with all like 20 kids trying to herd cats. Hey, don't get in the fountain.
While your daughter's getting married.
While she's going through what in her mind is the most sacred thing that she could do. My wife's in there too. And my in-laws and his parents and all of his close friends. And right there, it was probably the second time outside of reading the CES Letter at Ballora that I just felt like alone, like, this isn't right. Like, this isn't right.
And you hadn't done anything, quote, to sin, correct?
No. No, I still follow the word of wisdom, not because the church, I just think it's, I have enough vices like monsters that I just don't want to add to it. You know, but yeah, just because of a belief system, I can't. A belief system where I want to have integrity in my belief system, I'm not allowed to watch her be sealed to her husband for all time and eternity.
Yeah.
Was that hard for you? Did you come to understand it? And
I understand it. It wasn't really hard. It was kind of hurtful. Not hurtful, but for the first time in my life, I kind of understood what people feel like that aren't a part of that. Like I said, I still baptize my kids. I don't call it a priesthood blessing, but before the school year, I give a father's blessing because I believe in that. You know, I don't say, power or the authority of my cousin. I just say, as a loving father, I give you your blessing. So, but this was the first time that I wasn't involved in an ordinance that was sacred to her. And it stung a little bit when people came out of the temple, people I don't know, looking at me like, what's this? What has this guy done that he can't even be with his daughter?
Because they're going to assume you had committed adultery or had a porn problem or something. That's what a Mormon would.
That's what I would have thought.
Yeah.
When I was an active Mormon.
Yeah.
So at that time, sitting there waiting for my beautiful daughter and her amazing husband to come out, that was the first time I had the thought of maybe it's time to tell my story.
Yeah.
How long ago was this?
It was June.
Of 2024.
Of this year, yeah.
And did you try and get the stake president to let you go?
No, I know what the standards are, and I didn't want to violate that at all. I have friends who completely don't believe, who chew, dip, drink, smoke, and have time for work commitments in the Army.
Right.
And their validation for it is, hey, we find it okay. We still want temple weddings. We want to be part of the family.
Yeah.
And that doesn't stick right with me. It just doesn't. It's integrity violation in my book. Mm. And we'd go the rounds of trying to argue about it, like, dude, how could you do that knowing that in full faith they're interviewing you, thinking that, and, the justification they gave, I'll give it to them. That's their honor. Mm-hmm. But I can't do that. And I know the stake president knows what I think. So I don't want to put him in a jeopardizing spot either. So, I take it like a man, like, hey man, this is my bed. I have to sleep in it. Mm. But it did sting a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. So in your, the first topic that kind of stuck out to me in your outline, you talked about having some guilt and shame around a very normal behavior without being explicit for the benefit of your mother-in-law and your mom.
Mother-in-law, yeah.
You felt a lot of guilt and shame as a young boy and as a young man and even as an adult man for a behavior that's very normal for teenage boys and sometimes girls. So I just want to talk about those experiences, especially in the context of you eventually going off on tour for months at a time where you're completely away from family. So start back in your childhood and let's just have you tell that story.
Actually, from an early age, I was exposed to pornography, nudity. It was in the house. My dad, had it. And I remember, so back in the day, they used to have like the Playboy channel on channel 14. I still remember that channel. And when I was in first grade, it was the time when you actually had to sit down and turn the knob and go through the channels. Yeah. Well, when I was a kid, Saturday morning for cartoons, you'd come across channel 14. Mm. And even being in like first grade, I just remember thinking, what is this? So I was exposed to it early in my life. And I never realized what self-gratification was until like I was in high school and I was like, oh, that's what they're talking about. And at the time, just experimenting as a young kid with all the emotions, and whenever I would like fight myself not to do it and then do it, I would feel like God hated me. Like I remember one time walking to school in the morning in Wyoming, slipping on ice, falling, and my reasoning was, oh, God did that to punish me. Because to me, God punished you for sin. And so in high school, I struggled with self-esteem because I was the only kid that did it, or at least thought I did, And even though I would pray and read scriptures and fight not to do it, when my dad and my stepmom were gone, I knew where the magazines were, and, but I just felt so much shame for it, to the point where my only conclusion was, if I castrate myself, that would fix the problem, and God would no longer hate me. I didn't understand at the time that these feelings that I had were given to me. I was created that way for a reason. But to me, it was the sin of the flesh. And so I really struggled with it. The only time I really think I was free of it was probably the first 6 months of my mission. And then one time I had to, lack of a better word, like relieve pressure. And I tell you what, that whole week, I couldn't even teach properly. And I felt like I was a good teacher. But it just, the guilt consumed me. But I didn't want anyone to know. So I told a story where I came home for like a week because of my surgery. Well, I'm at the house and I'm watching King David, the one with Richard Gere. I still love that show to this day. But the part where he's watching Bathsheba, and man, I struggled that whole night. Like we're pure. Like I didn't do anything, but when I got back, I was like, I need to tell Monty J. Broff because he wanted to interview the elders. And I told him about that experience. Like, hey, when I was home, I watched King David and saw some boobs, and I didn't put it that way, but and was it was very erotic, and but he was very kind about it. I think he had the experience to know, like, this kid's like 19 years old, it's probably normal. But to me, I felt like I was going to hell.
Yeah.
The sin next to murder, I was almost close to it. That's how I looked at it. Especially being a missionary, it was double the trouble. So I didn't, honestly, John, I didn't feel like it was normal. Actually, until I started listening to Natasha Barker.
Okay, so first of all, it sounds like that impulse to want to castrate yourself.
Yeah.
You lost that by what? By the time you were married and in the service? So I'm wondering how you got over that.
So in Texas, I told you we lived in Texas.
Yeah.
I remember there's a news report of like this preacher that castrated himself. And I remember thinking to myself, that is crazy. Like, why would you do that? And then I remembered, like, I've thought that many times. So I think about that time, I was like, you know what? Like, this is totally normal. If my son ever does this, I'm going to tell him, son, it's normal. But, in my generation, you just didn't talk to parents about that. It was like a shame thing.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be like that in my household. But, yeah, so it wasn't until I was going through my faith crisis. Because my crisis of confidence.
Okay, and so wait, so not to jump too far ahead.
Yeah.
Because what's also sticks out for me is the fact that once you start, you enlist in the military,
yeah,
and you're going to these trainings for months at a time.
Testosterone's pumping.
And then, so there's that. There's the training, and then there's the job itself. But then there's the 3 tours where you're away from your wife for months. Like, how in the world?
Almost years. Yeah.
What?
Almost years.
Yeah. Like, how in the world are you supposed to, like, what else are you supposed to do?
Well, and here's the thing that people don't talk about.
I don't think it would be healthy to not do that.
People don't talk about, like, in combat, like, the adrenaline saturation that you're going through and the testosterone. Plus, usually on deployments, you're working out twice a day.
Yeah.
You're taking pre-workout. So, I mean, yeah, there's all kinds of passion and emotion. And, at times it feels like you're blow up. I mean, it's just because if you're trying to do the right thing and in your mind you think it's bad, it's crazy. And, I had a lot of guys. Like my first deployment, you didn't have Skype. My second deployment, Skype wasn't a thing. My third deployment, Skype was a thing, which is a blessing. I got to see my family all the time. And we would have like family prayers over Skype, even though it was like 3:00 in Wyoming during the day. But there were a lot of times like my teammates, like I knew, like, because they were pretty open about it, that their wives would send them pictures. And in the back of my mind, I was always like, man, I knew my wife wouldn't, nor would I ask her at the time. I was like, I would never do that as my wife. But in the back of my mind, I was like, oh man, I wish that was me, because it would help so much.
Yeah.
But I would never, I know my wife would never do that, and I would never ask her to do that.
Yeah.
But it would have helped.
Yeah. I mean, it just seems like it's inhumane and I'm not trying to pick on the church here. Yeah. It seems inhumane for the church to plant the idea in young men and women's minds that that's evil, especially if they're in a position where it would be probably unhealthy not to do that. So then they're carrying the burden of being away from their spouse and children, and they're carrying the burden of military service, and they're carrying the burden of this guilt and shame of feeling like a horrible person. That feels just completely unnecessary and sort of unkind. You know?
So you asked me, when did I start getting over the guilt?
Yeah.
I remember like taking a shower one day in Texas when I was going through this whole thing.
So this is after you've done all three.
This is when I was going through hardcore like faith crisis, long night of the soul, but it was a long year.
Probably 10 years ago, right?
Yeah, 2012. I remember being in the shower and I'm thinking about the atonement. And then for some reason I'm thinking about a cell phone. And I'm like, if Nokia at the time was our phone, if Nokia purposely made a defunct phone and then gave it to me, that would be like me asking Nokia for forgiveness for this defunct phone.
Yeah.
And that's how it like clicked in my mind. While I'm in the shower, I mean, I wasn't doing anything, but I have like deep thoughts in the shower, or on the toilet. And, but that was the first time in my life I was like, I was made this way, but I'm supposed to ask his forgiveness for being made the way I am.
Yeah. For the way he made you. Yeah.
That was the first time in my life I was like, I don't need to repent for being who I am. I mean, I think repentance is just be a better person.
Yeah.
But that was the first time I connected cognitive wise. Like, you know, I don't have to be ashamed for being made the way I am. And that's when the guilt started going away.
Yeah.
So having said that, deep into my 30s, I was still struggling with it. I would call it struggling then, but.
And you said it was an interview with Natasha Helfer Parker that helped you?
Yeah, like when you would interview her and she would talk about the healthiness of it, and you know that was validation for me a lot. You know, so and thank you, Natasha.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, one question I have is, you know, when you talked about enlisting, you basically framed it as doing it for the church, doing it for the Lord, for the second coming, to defend the Mormon prophets that would be, you know, protecting the country, that would be the Constitution that would be hanging by a thread, that sort of mentality.
Yeah.
So that was your reason for becoming a military, becoming a soldier.
Yeah.
What's it like then to have all these powerful but also traumatic life experiences, to give how many years of your life to military
21
service?
years.
21 years of your life to military service. There's probably good and bad in that. But then to realize at the end that the entire foundation for why you chose military service turned out not to be, I could either say true or what you thought it was. What's that like?
Couple that with our Afghanistan withdrawal, which I didn't touch on.
Can you talk about that and then answer the question?
Yeah, the withdrawal from Afghanistan.
This was what Biden did recently?
Yeah.
Okay.
Was such, in my opinion, I had more friends commit suicide after that than any time before.
Can you explain why? So when we had to take over Afghanistan.
I totally understand why we were leaving, and I wanted to leave. I agreed with leaving.
Because we were there how long?
Like 21 years, 20 years. But in the military, we have what's called courses of action. It's like our different plans, plan A, B, C, D, E. You plan all these courses of action. But for leaving, again, this is my opinion, but for leaving Afghanistan, we had like 23 courses of action. Biden chose the worst one. The worst one. The Taliban was telling us we could have Kandahar, Bagram, all these airports to get people out of, and that they would help us. Nah, we just need Kandahar. We have over 100,000 people there. Americans are, anyways, it was just the way that it happened, and then all the equipment we left behind. And it was a repeat. You know, my dad served in Vietnam. He hated the military because of the way we left Vietnam.
Yeah, there were like people hanging from helicopters off the embassy.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
Off Saigon in Huey's. And then what do we see? people hanging on to a C-130 and falling from 1,000 feet because they're trying to do everything they can to make it to freedom. It just, and then thinking about my friends who were killed there for what?
When you said you had friends die by suicide because of the way we left Afghanistan, can you explain why?
I wouldn't say because. I think it added on to it. It was a final nail in the coffin.
Right. And why? What would lead someone to be more likely to die by suicide because of the way we left Afghanistan?
Because they felt there was no meaning after all to the way we left.
It took away the purpose of why they served to leave in that way?
Yeah, in 2011, when I went to Afghanistan, I didn't even know what the mission was. Like, nobody knew why we were still in Afghanistan. Nobody. I mean, we would make up things like, oh, we're fighting the Taliban, but that's like saying we're trying to fight a political party.
Yeah.
There was times I was in Afghanistan where we'd be doing a route reconnaissance, and they'd be like, you could burn these poppy fields, they're Taliban, but these are General Raziq's. You leave those alone. Like our leaders are telling us that.
Meaning what?
Like, we don't want the Taliban to have money.
Drug money,
but our Afghanistan warlords that we work with, it's totally fine for them, knowing that those drugs are going back to the States.
Right.
But hey, because they're our allies, don't burn that poppy field. You would see the corruption. We would go and do a hit, and like right before we'd go do the hit, we'd get hey, you can't. That's a Karzai's brother-in-law, but he's like a bad guy. Yeah, but that's Karzai's brother-in-law. So leave him alone. And it just got crazy. Like we would roll up guys, and the rule was you would have to drop them off at an Afghani prison. And if they didn't process them within 3 days, which normally they didn't, they were let out. You would see the same guys that were making IEDs 3 days later. Like, I just rolled that dude up. So it got to the point where in Afghanistan, I didn't believe in the mission at all.
Yeah.
I wanted to find out who was the better warrior, me and my boys or them. Who was sneakier, us or you? So it came to the point where it was more of the warrior ethical code. Hey, I'm going to be here, but my boys are coming home. And we're going to do everything we can to come home. And, at that point in my career, I found, like, I was addicted to that. Like, I was addicted to the thrill of going out. I mean, think about 6 dudes alone, 20K away from our QRF. I mean, if something popped off, no one was coming in for us, we would die. But knowing that, I love that feeling of knowing it's just us 6. And we're going to go set up an ambush, and we're going to make sure it's a one-way ambush. Meaning, like, they ain't going to get a chance to fire on us because we're going to take them out. And you get so that God power I was talking about, you get addicted to that. Like, that thrill, it's more than a drug. I mean,
And it's intense, that intensity.
it's intense.
Too. Yeah.
And when you get back to the fob and you finally have that adrenaline dump,
Yeah.
I mean, you're just wasted. So after that deployment, I came home. We had a little R&R afterwards. You get like 10 days to depress. And there's a place called a Flaming Gorge. It's like our backyard in Green River. And we're visiting the family, and I'm swimming out the Flaming Gorge all day with my dog Shotzi. And it comes evening time, and it's time to go back. And I tell my family, I'm like, hey, just leave me here. We had like this little cove off buckboard at the Flaming Gorge, and I'm like, just leave me here, give me a blanket, leave me the food, me and Shotzi will stay here. And I told my sister, because she knew the area better than my wife, I was like, hey, come pick me up tomorrow at noon. She's like, that's kind of weird. I'm like, no, it's where I feel comfortable. Well, about 2 a.m, I'm sleeping there, and the thing I'm worried about more than anything is skunks out there. I'm like, man, I hope Shotzi doesn't scare a skunk and I get sprayed. I hear a car coming, but it's coming like real quietly down the road. And we're in a little gully, me and my dog and our little cooler, and I just have a blanket. It's like August. And the car drives by up high, real slow, and it goes around the corner and turns off its lights. I'm just back from Afghanistan, right? Like, when you have a 6-man element, you don't sleep at night when you're out there because, especially as the leader, any little sound you hear is like intensified.
You can't relax,
At all. You know, so I'm sleeping there, and I hear him shut the door real quietly. I'm like, it's 2 a.m. Why is the guy doing this? My dog perks up, and I'm like, Shotzi, come down. And he doesn't walk up the road that he just drove. He's going through the sagebrush. And he's like coming down, and he stops. And I'm like, I sit up, and I go, what do you want? And he goes, hey, man, you want a beer? I'm like, no, I don't want a beer. I'm trying to sleep here. And so he leaves, but I catch him walking around. Like, there's a ledge above me. And, you know, in my mind's eye, I'm like, oh, he's going to try to come down, take a big stone and drop it on my head. So I get excited. I'm like, oh, here we go. So I get up quietly. I quietly climb over the cliff. Shotzi's following me, and I'm hiding in the bushes. I'm like, yes. You know, I had a pocket knife with me. I'm like, yes. I'm going to get this guy. And he's trying to be quiet, and my dog's like, and I'm like, shut up, Shotzi. Shut up. And, dude, I didn't even think about, like, the consequences.
Yeah, or
My
context.
Yeah, like
Context, you're not.
I was like,
at
I'm going to
work.
kill this guy.
Yeah.
And I'm getting that, like, that pump.
Yeah.
So hard. It's so weird to say this in the public, but these are what guys we deal with, you know? So he's coming down, he hears Shotzi, and he goes away, gets in his car, drives away, and I'm mad at Shotzi for giving me away. In the morning when the sun comes up, I'm like, what was I thinking?
Yeah.
What was I thinking? I'm going to kill this guy? I got thrilled about it? So, you know, after that, towards the end of my career, I was at a position where I knew I wasn't going to lead men in combat. And that was really, you know, because the higher you go, the less, like, contact. You're going to be made in an office role, administrative role over guys, you know. And, you know, I was a military free fall guy, so I skydived. And so that's how I would get my, like, thrill, was I would go skydiving, military free fall. And so I made sure I got put into a unit. My last 4 years where I could just slowly fade out. You know, we weren't fighting anymore. The warrior ethos for me, I felt we're dying. I didn't want them to. But at that time, I was thinking, no, I'm just going to retire. I'm going to buy a ranch. I'm going to leave society. And I'm just going to do my own thing with animals.
Yeah.
And here's the second part of that story. We did that. We retired during COVID. We bought our land, built our house, built our barn, brought in all of our animals. And I'm like, this is great, man. Like, it's going to be me and my animals, and I'm not going back in society. I need to deal with some things. So when you're retiring, they make you see, like a psychiatrist shrink. It's mandatory. And I'm in there seeing this guy at Fort Bragg, and he's like, do you ever find yourself, like, carrying a gun in town? I'm like, well, I live in Fayetteville, North Carolina, so, yeah, everyone I know does. And he looks at me and he goes, you know, that's not normal. And I don't know what he meant by that. And he was like, you're one of those guys that likes to sit in the corner so you can see the exits. And I'm like, I did that before I joined the military. But, like, everything I was doing is completely normal for me and the guys that I hang with,
Right.
protectors, he's trying to tell me that's wrong. Like, that's not normal. And after that, I was like, I'm never gonna sit down and be told that. Like I'm open to, hey, you do this probably because you feel this way. But the answer was, it's not normal. And I don't know if the government was trying to just save money, hiring some guy, like, you know, just say, talk to these dudes so we can check the block that they talk to a psychiatrist. But it wasn't a good taste with that guy. So I was like, I'll never do that again. So my answer to it was, the farm, And in your mind's eye, like, the farm, that's a romantic idea, having animals. But for a guy like me that wasn't experienced with farming, the thing I didn't think about was animals die. And for me, the first time I had an animal die was, I love pigs, potbelly pigs. We had potbelly pigs. We're a no-kill ranch. We just sell them as pets. Mm-hmm. And I never thought I'd be a pig guy. But the first pig we got, I fell absolutely in love with. Yeah. Her name was Bay, short for bacon, but she wasn't going to be bacon.
She was never going to be bacon.
Yeah, and I just loved this pig. And when she got pregnant, she had, I delivered her babies, and we had her in the shop in the wintertime, and I'd go out there at 2 a.m. and just lay with these piglets. And, and they kiss you. They're so cute, and they lay on you. And well, Bay got sick and died. And dude, like, I don't know what happened, but maybe the trauma. Mm-hmm. For me in my life, I've realized that trauma comes in waves. Like, you could have a traumatic experience and not feel anything. Like when my mom died, I didn't feel anything. I love my mom to death. And I struggled with, why do I not feel anything? And then a traumatic incident could happen, and all that pain from the past can hit you. Mm-hmm. And that's how, at least in my life, I felt it. So every time an animal would leave, it was like a soldier of mine died. It was like my mom, my grandpa, the old man I killed. It would all come back. So to this day, when I have an animal die, my wife is like, oh my gosh, like, what's Ross going to do? Yeah. I'll sit in my truck alone at night, just listen to music and cry my eyes out. Yeah. And knowing that this is not normal, like, who would think an Army Ranger, a tough guy, is in this car crying over a pig that died that he was so attached to? Like, I have no issues, like, taking out bad guys. But an innocent pig, like, I lose it. Or my goats, or, my ducks. Yeah. Whatever, it's not that they died, but it's the trauma that leaving the church, losing friends, having friends commit suicide. Yeah. It all comes, it's
all connected.
Yeah, you compartmentalize it until the time it breaks. Yeah. And then it all comes out at once. Knowing why I'm crying, like, man, I hope my friends don't see this. They'll think like I'm a weirdo. He cries over an animal that dies. I do. And I don't know what that is, but it's just, I don't know. I struggle with it at times. So I don't have suicidal ideations. I've never had that.
But that is a huge problem I hear with veterans.
For sure.
Yeah. I've had more friends kill themselves. I mean, Cap was a Ranger buddy who lost his leg in Afghanistan, wrote a book about never giving up. And kept his career in the Ranger Regiment with a prosthetic leg, gets out, writes a book. Everyone looks to him like a lion. After the withdrawal, kills himself. Like this lion that talked to people about not killing herself, kills himself. Every day when I'm on Facebook, maybe not me, but a guy that I know, especially in the special operations community, it's huge. People killing themselves. And I heard this quote, and it resonated with me so much. It was from Tyler Gray. Like, he's a producer of the show Navy SEALs, former Delta Force guy. But he was being interviewed on the Sean Ryan podcast, and he said something that, man, I was like, yeah, that's true. He goes, I don't think people suffer so much military from PTSD. He goes, the majority of people in PTSD are like car victims, like car accidents. People suffer from PTSD all the time that don't kill themselves. He goes, I think in the military it's LT.
SD.
DS. Yeah. SD. And he was like, what's LT? And he goes, lack of traumatic syndrome. Like, we get connected to this traumatic, like, our whole life revolves around it. Like, we feed off that. In Vietnam, they didn't want to go on deployments. Nowadays, you want to. Like, you want that action.
It's become your normal. It's become the thing
it became normal in the early 2000s. Like, people would, like, go to units just to deploy. Yeah. Because you would feel that sense of purpose. Like, you're alive, you're engaged. And
they lose their meaning.
Yes, and meaning. And even clarity, the clarity of a mission, right? And you're united. You've got your unit.
Or
and
good guys and bad guys, right?
Yeah. So when they get out, it's not so much what they've seen, it's losing that feeling of no more adrenaline. Do I even feel anymore?
Yeah.
And most guys resort to alcohol coupled with pills that they've been getting from the VA.
Yeah.
And it's just a downward spiral. Most of my friends have been on, they've done the psychedelic trips with Ibogaine and all that. And I actually had a donor, this is in 2002, that was going to pay for me to go to Costa Rica and do it. All expense paid. My brother-in-law served his mission in Costa Rica. He's left the church too. He was going to go with me. And I'm sitting in our little barn and I'm holding a little lamb. And I hear this voice say, everything you have is here. And that cured me of it. I'm like, you're right. This farm is everything I need. I don't recommend that for everyone. Like I have friends that have done that treatment and never touched a drop of alcohol ever since doing that.
Yeah. Yeah.
They call it the God medicine because all of them experience religion like a God for the first time.
Are you talking about like ayahuasca?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And, they might have been atheists, but the experience they had through that whole trip, they come out believers. So here's the weird thing. All my atheist friends I was always a believer. Now it's flopped. I'm like, I believe in a higher power, but they're like religious reading the Bible now. And I'm like, dude, where were you like 10 years ago? So the roles have flipped when they go on those ayahuasca trips, so it's really weird, but yeah.
Do you know one thing I was thinking about when you were describing, that feeling of leading your guys into a situation with this idea of your only kind of thing is to do the mission, get them back home safe, right? Mm-hmm. It feels symbolic of your mission with your family. It's like this symbolism of like you're protector of your people, and there's danger and there are unknowns, but and it's this over and over again, mission after mission, you living out you little, where you couldn't do that, but guess what? This time you win. This time, you're the powerful one. This time you do it. Yeah. And how intoxicating it might be, even, you're with the death of your brother. Again, no power, but in this way, you are able to save. In this way, you're able to protect. And that without that, and I even on the farm end, the observation of you with these animals, and then you're witnessing death and life and birth and all of it. But it's like where there was so much death around you for all those years of, serving and watching all the people go down and having moments of at least questioning ethics of that. You're now living in this mini environment of animals. Yeah. Right? Where life happens, and you're a protector now of that, but you are still having moments in death where you can't protect everyone. You can't protect oftentimes from the inevitable, and I wonder if it brings back that out of control. You know what I mean? The difference between a mission where you're up against, but also there are inevitabilities where you come face to face with life and the fact that you just you can't protect everyone from life and death and all the things, Do you feel that?
I'm starting to come to that realization. No, you're exactly right. The whole reason why we got our ranch, I shouldn't say I was the motivating force behind it, was to protect my family from the world, like we're going to have our own farm and just leave society because it's corrupt, and just heal ourselves, recenter ourselves. No, you're exactly right. And I've gotten to the point where I lose an animal, and I'm like, I'm okay with it. Yeah. Because I know it's now the cycle of life. And I think that having that farm has helped me work through that grief. Trauma. Yeah. To the point where when I get up on that cliff, so to speak, I know how to reel myself back. This is life, and I'm just grateful for the time I spent with that animal. Yeah. I'm just now getting to that part where I can think that way.
Yeah, I see that. I see that. The other thing that I see that is so valuable is that for so many years it feels like because you're engaged literally in combat and battle, that you had all this life happening behind that you couldn't really process in real time, not with what was required of you, you know? And so this idea of just, you have, you know, complex grief, you have multiples of griefs that I feel like, and just like when you may think it's a pig that you've, and it is, but it is a web that leads to your brother and you know, all the different things. So you are feeling for the pig, but why it feels so intense is because it leads to all these other, you know, unprocessed in some way deaths that at the time you couldn't feel.
No,
but now you can.
you're exactly right, and I've recognized that. You know? Like even when I've had to get rid of like a male pig because he's impregnating all the pigs, or a goat, like it's so traumatic for me to get rid of this because my dad left us.
Yeah.
And I realized in my life, like that's why I feel this way, because I've been abandoned. My grandpa was taken from us, murdered. So I feel like when I sell my animals, I'm doing the same thing. And then I have to process like, this is life.
Yeah.
So having a farm has really helped me in a way, you know. So yeah, that worked out for like 2 years. Still have the farm, but I just learned that after a while, you can't be in your own echo chamber. Like you have to, if you're a service-oriented person, like, you know, law enforcement, military, whatever, you have to get out there, and if you still find that purpose, you have to fulfill it, at least in my belief. So I was fortunate enough to be able to find a job where I could continue teaching the stuff I know to the next upcomers of warriors, but that night I can go home to my family. So it's
What's that job?
So I'm a full spectrum instructor at a place called Griffin Group, and we teach like tactics to DOD, Secret Service, you name it. We teach them shooting, protection skills, active shooter, driving, and then I started my own business doing personal protection, and same thing that I do for the big business, but more stuff like that I'm into, like reconnaissance, surveillance. So that has brought a new purpose in life where I can like teach this stuff that I love and know, like when I was a kid and played Army, all the stuff that I find value in to the next up-and-comers of warfighters without having to go out there and experience the trauma. And I talk a lot about that to these guys, like, hey man, you got to remember, like when you pull that trigger, this isn't just a momentary thing. This is going to be a life-changing effect. So when you pull that trigger, you need to make sure that there's a personal, like there's like what we call a positive identification. There's a reason for it, and that reason should be the only time to protect another life. Mm-hmm. Or you're going to suffer for the rest of your life, like, I need to kill that guy. Mm. So I think there's going to be a generation of war fighters that have, you know, at my age, my peers that are going to be struggling with, like, what was this all for? The Taliban now have more equipment than when we met them, you know?
So, I was going to loop right back to that. So I originally asked you how you felt about believing in the Mormon church and having that be the reason why you went into the military. Yeah. And then you said, and it wasn't just, these are my words, not yours, it wasn't just the Mormon church I became disillusioned with once I learned it wasn't true. You also felt disillusioned by the U.S. government for the way they handled Afghanistan. So what are you thinking, and how are you processing sort of that double disillusionment?
Here's the coupler to that. The time I was having that most crisis of faith, if you want to call it that, 2012 and 13, I was also having that with my government.
Yes, I'm not surprised.
Yeah. So it was intermingled, you know, with the administration at the time, what was going on at the time.
Different hierarchies.
Yeah, so I didn't know how to process any of that. So it was like a double whammy.
Yeah.
So I and knowing that I would never deploy again, probably in the capacity where, you know, we're engaging kinetic, you know, having kinetic engagements with the enemy, I started wondering what my purpose was. What's my purpose in life? I'm not a Mormon. What's my purpose in life? I'm not a warrior now.
Two different identities that you held.
It was a double whammy. Like it was hard. And I think that's why towards the end of my career, I just realized like I wanted to go somewhere where I could just do what I loved, which was skydiving, and then process out of the military. And COVID really was a blessing in my eyes for us. And I know a lot of people died. I don't mean it in that way, but for me, you know, they stopped us from going to work. We had to work, even in the Army, it was all, we call it teleconference, whatever. So it was a good time for me to decompress all this stuff and get into farming.
But it sounds like you didn't experience a lot of anger at the church and I'm going to get at the church or go after the church or take the church down because it misled me. And it sounds like you haven't spent a lot of time saying the government's bad and I'm going to fight the government. It just sounds like you experienced a disillusionment, you felt it, but then you decided to redirect to find other ways to heal and grow. How did, you know, and then there's me that's been doing Mormon Stories podcast for 20 years.
Yeah.
You know, and there's other people that find other ways to fight back or get angry or try and get back at the church or the government.
Yeah.
How did you?
I experienced that for like a good year.
Okay.
After November 15 policy, I was like raging mad. But I don't know. I think a lot of it was just, you know, I at the time I would listen to a lot of the secular Buddhism, and I would study a lot of the Eastern philosophies and realizing that like a lot of this is, there's so much nuance in everything that, you know, the Mormon church is doing what they think is right. I don't think they purposely go out and try to harm members. They say these stupid things that harm people all the time. But I don't think they wake up in the morning like, how can I piss off these people? You know, I think they're doing what they think their God is directing them. At the same time, with the government, I've come to realize, like, I can't get bent around the axle because it's out of my control. So
I mean, sure, Biden, and not to defend, this is not
Biden
political.
or Trump or whoever.
Biden probably didn't wake up saying, I'm gonna botch this, you know.
Yeah, I'm going to screw this up so all these guys kill themselves. No.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Right.
But it happened.
Yeah.
And my philosophy behind it is, it's just going to burn me up if I focus on that.
Yeah.
So I've gotten to the point in my life, I'm trying to be stage 5, Fowler, where I can just be at peace with what's going on and just realize, like, this is humanism. This isn't religion. This isn't politics. It's just a human experience. And that's why I can go to church with my family, because at the end of the day, the most important thing to me is my family. And if going to church with them means that, hey, I've just got to suck up whatever and reward myself during the second hour with a milkshake from Burger King down the road, then hey, as long as my kids see that they're with their parents. Like I used to listen to a lot of Marriage on the Tightrope.
Yeah.
Love those guys.
Yeah.
Alan, shout out to Alan and Katie Mount.
Yeah. And they would interview people, and like I never understood like how people who are so active in the church could like read the CES story and the next day not believe. Like I know it happens, but I couldn't process it, because for me it was a long fight in the darkness, you know, and I wish I could have been like that. I just don't understand how, like, in the overnight you flip. And kudos to those people that can do that, you know. Maybe I'm a slow learner and I like pain or something. I don't know. But
no, it sounds like it's something else. It sounds like you're basically saying, you know, take your time.
Yeah, for me, it was at the end of the day, my belief system, at the end of the day, I still believe in a higher power that directs my life. Like, I don't know what happens after death. I recently heard this guy that left the church. He has an Instagram. He goes, I subscribe to a religion of sugarism. And they're like, what's that? And he goes, when someone tells you something, I'm like,
shrug.
Yeah, sure.
Shruggism.
Sure.
Maybe.
Maybe. We're all religions, So for me, trying to be like a warrior monk, I say that with tongue in cheek.
Yeah.
But trying to understand it, just realizing that for me, there's still a higher power. I still live by a code. It's not a religious code. It's a code that I made up after I killed that man in Afghanistan. Going back to that, I was watching Dexter. I don't know if you've ever seen Dexter.
Yeah.
But I used to call those deployment shows because we don't watch those in our house. But on deployments, I'd catch up on like Dexter or whatever. And shortly after where I killed that man, I was watching an episode of Dexter, changed my life. But it's where his adopted dad said, "Hey, you got to live by a code, son. You have to channel this desire to kill for a righteous reason." And that night, I wrote a code that I was going to live by. Knowing that I didn't really believe in Mormonism anymore, I had to have like
your own values,
a bushido, if you would, a warrior's way for me.
Oh.
So I lived by that warrior code.
What's in that code?
What are some things?
On my phone, I could read it.
Yeah.
If you do hear that, get it.
So for me, I had to live by a code because there's I know there's still meaning. So I told you, thank you, a year ago. Here's a trauma story I didn't talk about, but about a year and a half ago, my dad died. Prior to him dying, he set himself on fire. He was on oxygen. And, I told you he went to the temple, but he got back on cigarettes. So he was lighting up a cigarette on oxygen, and a flame went down his throat. And so he got put into, when they know you're going to die, you go
Coma?
to... No.
Intensive care.
Yeah,
ICU?
he got put into a center that, they knew he was going to die, so they're just...
Hospice.
Hospice, right?
Oh, right.
So I'm getting ready to... I wanted to wait because you never know. It could be a month. It could be... I was going to wait till he died. Well, he finally passed away. And my dad and I were always close. He was always a hero. I was the only one in the family that, had a relationship with him. But so once he died, right... I was like, so it's going to be weird to say, but for me, I find peace in my paddocks where the donkeys poop and pigs pee. I go in there and I rake it. I put in my earbuds. I turn my music on to shuffle. And at this time, I let like the universe, it's going to sound weird, but play the music that it wants me to hear. So I was in there thinking about my dad starting himself on fire. And the song by Poison came on. Every rose has its thorn. Or it talks about a suicidal Vietnam vet, and I lost it. Like I'm raking up the paddock, and I'm like thinking like, thank you, universe, for sending this song to me. And I probably played it like 10 times in a row. Sorry, it's Give Me Something to Believe In. That's the song. And I'm raking. I get done raking
by
up,
Poison.
By Poison, of all people, yeah. And so I get rid of everything, and as I'm walking away from the barn, feeling recentered, I said, God, give me something to believe in. At this time, we have a boat. We have Jordan Lake. We have a nice boat. And it was Sunday. Saturday is the day that I'm raking, having this experience saying, God, give me something to believe in. Sunday, we take the boat to the lake. Oh, my wife doesn't go, for personal reasons. I take the kids to the lake, and we have a great time. I come driving back home on 87, and in the middle of nowhere, the tire pops. Pop! And I'm like freaking out. I'm trying to control this truck. And, I have my daughters and my son in there, and I'm looking at the tire, and it's like a smooth donut. The tread had blown off, but the smooth donut was still there. And I'm like, what am I going to do? And I look over, there's a mailbox, middle of nowhere, Highway 87, right for Sanford, North Carolina. And I look out there, there's a mobile home, and I'm just like, oh, man. And I drive up there, and I park in front of the home, and I say, hey, roll down your windows so when I knock on the door, they don't think I'm a psychopath. They know that I'm with my family, So I go up in their yard, I knock on the door, and John comes around the back. Dogs are like barking in this house. And it's a junkyard. And my intent was to tell him, hey, can I leave my boat here? And after work tomorrow, I'll come back, I'll buy a tire, and I'll fix it. And he's like, yeah, bring it on up, man. And he's helping me back up my boat, getting it out of the way. And he comes over and he looks at the tire. He's like, what size is that? And, I've been down and take a picture of it because I want to remember all the information on the tire. So when I go buy one, I can buy the right one for this trailer. And he goes, I was just at the swamp meet yesterday, and I picked up 3 tires. I don't need them. I just had fun to pick them up. We walk over there. John, as God's my witness, the one tire I needed that he doesn't even have a need for was right there. And he was like, hey, man, I have a jack. Why don't we just put it on there? And I was like, sir, I'll pay for this. He's like, don't even worry about it. I was like, no, I'll give you money. He's like, just get your family home. We jack up my trailer, take out the bolts, put that tire on, and I start crying. And my daughter's like, Dad, what's going on? My oldest, he goes inside the house to do whatever, and I tell her the whole story, like, dude, waking up the paddock and asking God to give me something. Now, to most people, they'd be like, that's a coincidence. But if you're there at the time and let it happen where I'm feeling desperate because I'm in the middle of nowhere with my boat that had exploded, and the guy just happened to, the day before, go have a prompting at a swamp meet to buy this tire that he doesn't even have a need for. And then to me, it was like the heavens aligning, and it was like God's way of saying, I still love you. So for me, I have a very personal relationship with the higher power because I still believe in that. I still believe in that voice I hear. The reason why I have a farm, in 2018, we were driving up to Raven Rock with my kids. So it's like a national forest. And I'm passing all these farms. I've always wanted a farm, from Idaho, growing up. And I remember thinking, like, one day I'm going to buy a farm. And I heard the voice say, why not now? That same voice. That day we got back, I told my wife, we're looking at land. We found like 4 or 5 properties. We kept passing the property that I have now, but I thought it was like millions of dollars. It's like 91 acres. So I was like, we'll never be able to afford that. And she's like, Ross, why don't you just call and find out? And anyways, long story short, we sold our land in Cedar City. And, we had bought land in Cedar City, and we bought this farm. Because of the voice that I heard that said, do it, and I believed it. Like, there's 100 of those stories I could tell you where I still believe that there's a higher power involved in our life. And I still believe that, maybe that voice I hear is a loved one on the other side that is still there and protecting and watching over us. I know it sounds weird for some people, but for me, that's my belief system. I still believe that there's a power in all this. You don't have to be Mormon, Buddhist, Muslim. It's great if you are and if you find meaning. But at the end of the day, I think God wants all of us to be back with him, all of us, to include, the bad guy and the good guy. Yeah. Someday I might come face to face with that guy I killed. And I'll be able to say, hey, man, I thought you were bad. I'm so sorry. Like, I've struggled the rest of my life with killing you. It's probably a fantasy belief, but I like to believe in that stuff. I believe in higher power. I think that's why I've never gone down the route of suicide, because I believe at the end of the day, this universe still has our best interest at heart. Even if there's evilness in this world, which I've seen plenty of, but even with that, like, at the end of the day, it's all going to be worth it, and God, still God. Whatever, I don't believe in God with hands and arms or a plan of happiness. I just believe that there's a higher power that, if you tap into that higher power, it will guide you in life. And that's my belief system.
Yeah, it feels like you've deconstructed a little bit, at least, the Mormon God to create this one. So when you go back to some of the moments where you reached out to God, like when you broke your tibia, or do you find that, how do you process those moments with this kind of new way that you think about God, or this idea of being in a place where you took someone's life and what God would feel about that? Or how have you reconstructed God? What's different this time?
I don't know. A week after that boat story, my third daughter, Katie, started dating this young man named Dylan. Another beautiful young kid. She waited till she was 16 because she still believes in that. His family, he's not LDS, but his parents are preachers. He had to wait till he was 16 to date. So anyways, they started dating for 2 months, and Dylan would come over. Loved Dylan. At this time, Dylan also had a motorcycle that his dad bought him. They go on a biking trip on a Harley and then come back, and Dylan The next day, he was supposed to go to the lake with us and the young men. Was killed on his bike. My daughter has Life 360, Life 350 or 60 on their phone, and her and Dylan had it. And this kid was an amazing kid. And, when he passed away, she had a feeling like something was wrong. And I'm not going to get too much into it because it's a pretty traumatic story. The dad, wanted the officer to kill him. He was on his knees. This is a good friend of mine,
Yeah.
And they happened too far away from us. But when Dylan died, it threw me into a quandary of why?
Yeah.
And, it's one thing when you go through the cycle of grief, but when you see a child of yours, especially one so young and tender, she was 16 at the time, and you recognize that cycle of grief, as a parent, there's nothing worse, than maybe losing a child. But watching one of your own children, it's devastating. And at times like that, you're like, why would you take Dylan? He was one of the good ones. This good young man. And so going back to your question of deconstructing and reconstructing, I do pretty good until a trauma event happens. And then I'm I'm to the point of is there a God? I had to put Shotzi down, my dog, after 17 years. And, I just, as a warrior, I just felt like the honorable way to do it was to do it myself. She had gotten to the point where she couldn't remember anyone. We had a creek. She'd jump in the creek, couldn't even get out. I'd try to get out. She'd bite me. She was at that level.
Yeah.
So I gave her favorite thing to eat, which was pizza. She didn't eat it. She was throwing up and pooping out blood. And I took her out back, and with my 9mm, I stuck it to her head and killed her. And because I didn't want to take her to a vet and had the vet go through the whole thing and experience it for the vet. In my way, this was my way of honoring my dog and finally saying, I took care of you, and I'm going to take care of you now. Man, once I pulled that trigger and I saw blood come out of her mouth, in my head, I was like, there's no God. There's no God. And I struggled with that for a month, and then Dylan died. So I don't know where, I don't know, I shrug.
Yeah, that's right.
I just know that this is a human experience.
Yeah, that's right.
And if we keep going, then the sunshine will come back. And at the end of the day, I have my family. That's all I care for.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Wow.
You've known a lot of loss, a lot of violence, and a lot of suffering up close,
Yeah, but all that violence didn't hurt as bad as leaving the church. That was the worst pain I've ever been through. The worst. So, but yeah, once I got past that, it was like smooth water after that.
Yeah, and that's saying a lot.
It is saying a lot.
Yeah.
Well, what a powerful and vulnerable story.
Yeah.
I wanted to just talk to you about your thoughts on war. And, especially, there's so much I want to talk about. So if it's okay, I'm just going to share with you some thoughts that I've been having recently. So on the one hand, there's the argument that America, any country, needs to defend itself or protect its interests, and that war is been around humanity since the very beginning. War is inevitable. I once heard it said that the history of mankind is the history of war. That you can't get rid of it. So there's the argument that it's always going to be here, and it's what countries have to do. Otherwise, other countries will take them over. So that's one default mindset. And so in the country, in the United States, there's this huge military budget and, don't touch the defense budget. Patriotism, thank you for your service, troops. Thank you for the service, Veterans Day, all that. And I get all that. And that's kind of how I was raised. My dad, like I told you at the very beginning, he's a Coast Guard reservist, retired. Military service was encouraged in our family and all that.
Yeah.
But then, you learn about war and you just realize I think there's nothing worse in the world than war, right?
Yeah.
And on the one hand, it's glorified, but on the other hand, it's literally one of the worst things ever. Yeah. And so, we talked about, and I know I'm talking a lot, but I'm just trying to set up a conversation.
Yeah,
so, I lived, your dad went to Vietnam, and I remember growing up how when the Vietnam soldiers returned, it was kind of the first time American soldiers were like disrespected and spit on or protested against for their service. And that was probably because they were in a war they shouldn't have ever been in. I don't know if that's the truth, but that's kind of one way to look at it.
Yeah.
And then I remember Iraq, and the first Iraq war, I was on my mission. I'm like, well, I guess Iraq, what did they invade Kuwait? And okay, you need to respect, national sovereignty. And if Saddam invaded Kuwait, okay, we need to get him out. But the second Iraq war, when it appears as though just a justification was made to invade, probably for our self-interest, I don't know, but certainly the weapons of mass destruction thing wasn't really apparently a real reason. Then you're like, why did we do that war? Followed by a lot of people feeling like, was Afghanistan a good thing or a bad thing? So I just want to have you talk about, but we can all have opinions as citizens, but we don't have to actually go fight. You have gone and you've lived it, and you've lived it on the ground. And so I know that was a really long setup, but I just want to hear your reflections on all that I just said and anything else you want to say about war as someone who did 3 tours of duty.
Yeah. There's a saying out there that goes, before man was created, war was always waiting for him. And I believe that, because we're human. As far as war, is it necessary? I think about this a lot, John. I think about this a lot. Of course, there's a necessity for it because there will always be evil people on this earth. But war, you ever seen that show Winn-Dixie? With
Because of Winn-Dixie?
Yeah. There's a scene where Dave Matthews is with the girl and the dog, and they're talking about war, and he says war should be a four-letter word. In other words, it should be something never spoken of, unless you have to.
Not meaning we shouldn't talk about it. We shouldn't get into war.
It's the last thing that we should do. Yeah. It's the last measurement that we should do, and there's reasons for that. Now, having said that, I do want to say here that I am grateful for the opportunity I had to serve my country, to fulfill a dream of mine, to meet my dearest friends that I consider I would share things with them that I wouldn't even share with my own brothers. To this day, I wouldn't take anything back. There's things I saw in Iraq and Afghanistan that, weren't humane, but I wouldn't even take that back. Because what it produced in me, honestly, I think it produced the ultimate humanity in man, because you really can't understand life. This is just me speaking. Until you experience death. You can't be thankful really for life unless you've really taken a death, whether someone you love or you kill somebody. And the dichotomy of that life and that death and having to judge that, I wouldn't take that back at all. It's created the person who I am, who I'm proud to be now. I talk about when I was young, I had self-esteem issues. I don't know. I'm very proud that I was a United States Army Ranger. That was a pinnacle of something in my life that was very fulfilling. And my wife hates when I say this. She hates it because she thinks it's a dig on her and the kids, but it's not. It's just the truth. I never felt more alive. Like my purpose on this earth was never fulfilled like it was leading a 6-man reconnaissance team on a mission, walking up a mountain, being the first one up there, because the leader leads the way, you know. Like we had a senior scout that was supposed to post 12 o'clock, you know, but I get to this mountain. I'm just outside of Kandahar. It's like 2 a.m. We have like 2 more hours to be in place before we sent up our first report. Anyways, I remember looking over at the lights of Kandahar, and I just get this feeling like this is who I am. Like this is everything I've ever wanted to be. And there's 6 of us. It's just us. You know, we had spray painted guns. I mean, it sounds silly to say, but unless like this has been a childhood dream of yours, and then when you're finally getting there to do it in war, when it matters, like it's hard to explain that feeling. And I think that's why a lot of veterans struggle when they get up, because that was the pinnacle of their life. And I felt that. Like I was like, I just remember standing on that mountain, just like being so thankful, like fulfilled. And that was like some of the best times of my life. Like on that Afghanistan deployment, like I could look back and be like, that's probably the best year of my life. And I wasn't even with my family, who I love so much. But I just felt such a sense of purpose, even though I didn't agree why we were still there. Like it didn't make sense to me. Like this is 2012, it's been like 11 years. We all know Osama bin Laden's not there. We all knew he was in Pakistan. We knew that back then. Why are we still here? The Taliban didn't attack us. So these were things that I was struggling with. Like we were here for Al Qaeda. We wiped them out in like 4 months. But we're here now. And again, this is just me. I'm just a nug. I don't think on the strategic level. But to a young E6 at the time, my thoughts were, why are we still here? Like, what's our mission? I didn't have our unit didn't even have a mission of why we're there. If they did, I don't remember it. I just remember, like, the reason why I was happy to be there was to test my mettle against my enemy's mettle, who I actually respected, because they were fierce fighters. So it's you or me, who's the best? That was my mentality. And this is shortly after Marcus Luttrell's book came out, Lone Survivor. And so, you know, I remember thinking about this and like, hey man, if my team's over there, my team's going to survive. That, even if I have to like kidnap a kid and keep them quiet until we leave, you know. So, but war, I mean, I don't know, John, like the nuance of it, there will always be war. And I think war produces the best of us, but it also produces the worst. Like I talked about my 2 buddies when we were pulling security on these 3 dudes naked on their knees. We didn't know who they were. Now, my 2 buddies are good people.
These are the ones that you mentioned were maybe a little rough with those prisoners.
These are young men at the time who were 19. All they know is like friends have been blown up. People are trying to kill us. You know, we're still believing in the Pax Americana. Like we're trying to make the world a better place after our values. But as a young man, you don't think about all that. You know, you just think like, we're right, you're wrong, you're killing my friends. So war has a way, if you don't bridle those passions, like the worst can come out in you, to the point where, like me, I was talking about laying in my cot at night. Just how can I do a more dynamic ambush so I can kill more people? Because once you start killing people, it's like addicting. And I say that tongue in cheek. You know, some people would probably hear that, and it's probably not going to ring with them. But some of us, that rings true. Like you get addicted to that God power of when you can take a life at a moment's notice. Like there's a power to it that if you don't keep that power bridled, it could go wrong.
But it's so powerful to juxtapose that with you describing your farm, where you like cry if a pig dies. You know what I mean? Like there's something really powerful about I don't know what that says about us as humans, but that if we have a job to do, we're going to do it. And while sometimes we have to kill multiple humans because that's our job, we can weep and sob when a pig passes, right? Isn't that just mind-blowing?
Yeah,
it's not that you don't care about the humans, right? It's not that you care about pigs more than humans either, right? Maybe.
So, I think about this a lot. I still wouldn't have an issue if I knew there was a threat out there. I could take care of the threat and go to bed at night with not losing that. I'm not trying to sound like macho, but animals are, to me, innocent. They're just animals. And they show you love no matter what. Like, at least my farm animals do, So to this day, that dichotomy of if I was called upon to protect my family, I wouldn't think twice about protecting them and taking care of a threat. But at the same time, when my animal dies, like in my soul, I'm crying, I miss this animal. It's a part of me. When my first, that's going to sound so weird, but when my first pet pig, I never thought I'd have a pig until after I retired, when she had her first litter, I'd go out at 2 a.m, and in our shop, I'd just lay there and let the piglets climb all over me. And to this day, it's one of the joyous times, where I just felt connected to the earth. And I love this pig. I love those piglets. It's weird to say, Army Ranger, but you're laying with piglets, at 2 a.m, because they bring you so much joy and peace. And I think a lot of that was just the trauma, I'm not even talking war here, but just trauma that people feel in their lives. I think animals have a way to work, I don't know, maybe because they're innocent, but they have a way of healing that. And I needed that at the time. When you retire, there's not a big ceremony. Just one day you sign your DD-214, you go get a flag at the main post, and you're out. 21 years of that's who you are, and all of a sudden you're driving on post wearing your uniform for the last time, and that's it. So I think for me, having a farm and animals, it was just a way to cope with all that, And I still feel that way with my animals.
So really quickly, sometimes you'll refer, to the opponents or enemies. What do you call them? How do you describe the guys?
Adversaries or
what? Adversaries. Yeah. Sometimes you'll refer to them as bad guys. And I'm sure you've thought about this too, and maybe you mentioned it. They're probably just dads and sons who were based on duty doing the same thing you were doing, but for the team they grew up with. So it seems like that would get in my mind a lot. On the one hand, yeah, they might be bad guys or pointing guns at you or trying to hurt you. But on the other hand, they just happen to be born on a different side of the world with allegiance to a different leader or a different government or trying to protect their family. And so that would I don't know how I would, I know you can compartmentalize, but the math of that, who's the bad guy? You're the bad guy to them. Yeah, I'm sure you thought about that, right?
Yeah, but to a point. Okay. You were talking about Trump, right? And some of the policies. Here's what a lot of people in the Western world don't understand about that. Outside of the Western world, leaders, other leaders, they don't respect freedom. They don't respect, all these guys have a constitution that's supposed to give them rights. They respect strong men. That's all. So whether you like Trump, Biden, the politics of it, I really don't, I try not to get involved in that. But one thing I do know is they respect a strong leader. And that's probably why for 4 years, Kim Jong-un, Putin, you name it, nothing really happened because they were afraid of Trump because they knew that he would probably do what he said he would do. And that starts from, Black Hawk Down with Bill Clinton and pulling out after, 19 U.S. service members were killed, to include Rangers and Delta Force guys, and Mike Durant, the pilot, being captured, and as soon as we rescue him, we tuck our tails between our legs and leave. Well, Osama bin Laden saw that, and he was like, "Oh, when America gets hit, they're going to run." Again, this is my opinion.
Yeah.
But, so I think a lot of what happened later on down the road was because they thought America had been compromised and that they wouldn't do anything.
Mm.
Now, Iraq, we talked about Iraq the second time. Going back to that Pax Americana where you think, like, making every place like America is going to make them better. I think I said this last time. When you're there in Iraq, you start to understand why you have to be a strong man to control numerous tribes and different religions that want to kill each other. You need a strong man sometimes. And it's going to be hard for people to hear me say that. But, say what you want about Saddam. He was an evil man, but he kept that place in check. After he left, what filled the void? ISIS came through. The reality of the world is sometimes they're not like us. These men that we hunted are the kind of men that would strap suicide vest on a small kid and walk them into a chow hall. So not all of them were like us. And there are true evil people out there. I know that. So a lot of times it didn't bother me, that America was involved in some of these wars. But it bothered me when I killed somebody that I felt like might have been a mistake. That bothers you because as a trained warrior, you're trained to positively ID anyone you pull that trigger on. And it better be a bad guy. I think that's why it separates America from a lot of other countries that we fight is we really, regardless of what people think, service members really do try to just get bad guys. We try to avoid collateral damage. I mean, nowadays, World War II, that's a different story. We're firebombing Tokyo. But in today's world, we really train on just taking out the threats and leaving the good people. As opposed to our enemy who the ends justified the means, and they don't have a problem clacking off a suicide vest on a bus full of civilians if it gets their message across. So these are some of the people we're fighting. So I never really had an issue with like the war part of it like that, but I had an issue with seeing children suffer. Like after the shock and awe, when we went to Baghdad and you see sewer, kids in the street, that's where you just question, like, what's the plan of happiness? I mean, where's their happiness? Mm-hmm. We could talk about the plan of happiness because in America, we live a good life. Yeah. We've never really had to suffer. But kids in third world countries, yeah, it's a struggle to think about it.
Really quickly, I'm dying to just get your point of view on Ukraine. So, we all know about World War II and appeasement, where Germany caused World War I, and so they were punished. And then Hitler brought the Germans back to having national pride. And then Hitler starts to take over countries. Was it Austria who he took over first? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah. Austria, Hungary.
What's that?
Austria, Hungary.
Yeah. And then Neville Chamberlain, the Prime Minister of the UK, negotiates peace in our time, and thinking that by giving them just a little bit, by giving Hitler just a little bit, Hitler would stop, he'd be appeased, and then he wouldn't keep going. And then, of course, he rolled all the way into Russia, and World War II happened. So appeasement was a disaster. Yeah. So there's Putin's in Ukraine. He's invaded Ukraine. He's, the way it looks is that Trump is likely to just say, look, you can keep what you've taken, but stop. And then Putin will say, okay, I'm happy right now to stop. I'll keep the land that we've taken. Like, is that, on the one hand, I could think if it stops the war and there aren't tens or hundreds of more people tens or hundreds of thousands of more people dying and all that money, billions of dollars being wasted. Yeah, stop that war. Even if Putin gets to keep part of Ukraine, stop that war, because war is the worst thing. That's one point of view, and it seems like that's what Trump is likely to do. It seems like that's what he said he's going to do. I don't think there's any way Trump's going to ask Putin to go back to the earlier border, and I don't think Putin would if he did. Right. So on the one hand, I'm thinking, well, end that war, whatever it takes, end the war. But then on the other hand, I'm like, how is that not appeasement 2.0 and rewarding Putin for violating national sovereignty? And how is that not an invitation to him or other countries like China or whatever to follow suit? Do you have any thoughts on, just even philosophically, this dilemma that I'm raising? Because I think about it a lot.
Yeah, I tell you, in February when Putin did his special military operation, like, I was glued to the TV. I mean, this is the nearest thing that we've had to, a near-peer war where there's airplanes on both sides, artillery on both sides, and just war like that we haven't seen since World War II, right?
What'd you call it? Like direct, head-to-head or something?
Near peer or peer on peer.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's so much near peer just because of the numerical numbers that Russia has. Russia's a country of 150 million. But everybody was like, hey, Ukraine's going to fold in a week, maybe 2 weeks, and then 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. And you're like, wow, these guys we're really surprised that Russia was just really a paper tiger. I mean, really. And B, just the resolve that the Ukrainians had to fight for their country. Now,
they're creative and they're fierce.
Yeah,
right?
Fierce warriors, right?
Yeah.
I mean, their bloodlines go all the way to the Vikings. But the difficulties of this is there's a war where hundreds are dying on each side per day.
Yeah.
Like what we saw in Iraq and Afghanistan is nothing compared to what these guys are seeing. And at least nothing I saw in Iraq and Afghanistan. Like, I wouldn't even call that a war that I experienced. It was a conflict. And because we had all the artillery, everything. I mean,
and they weren't dressed in uniforms. They were playing like in Afghanistan and Iraq, right?
Yeah, like
planes closed.
Yeah. But trench warfare, coupled that with drones with bombs. I mean, we're talking World War I, 21st century combined.
Yeah.
The worst of both worlds.
Yeah.
And then not only that, but people forget the Ukrainians and the Russians they're cousins.
Yeah.
They're cousins.
Yeah, a big chunk of Ukrainians speak Russian.
Yeah. So, and then, I have a picture on my phone. It's a Russian, and he's in a foxhole, and you can tell he's been injured on his leg. And the picture is from above him from a Ukrainian drone, and the Russian is in there, regardless of what you think of Russia. The Russian's in there doing this, and he just has a look of fear on his face like, please don't kill me. That's somebody's son, brother, husband.
Yeah.
And, and I remember reading the comments, because I always like to read the comments, and, man, there's people like, well, they shouldn't have invaded. Oh, he's getting what he gets. The Russian Slav gets what he gets. And, maybe if I was Ukraine, I'd feel the same way, But from the luxuries of my home and where I'm seeing this, and I'm like, who are we as a human race where only we are dumb enough to kill each other? What people don't think about is Putin doesn't have the Moscow elites send their kids. A lot of these guys are conscripts that don't even want to go to Ukraine and fight. Mm-hmm. And they're being forced to.
That was a point, I think, and again, I am no Trump defender, but I think that was a point Trump was making recently is, doesn't Washington sometimes send the poor kids to war and the rich and the rich people's kids go to Ivy League sometimes? Like, don't we do that too sometimes?
Well, we have a volunteer army.
Yeah.
I had many PLs that were Ivy League educated. I had my best friend, Marcus. He was the E7 in the Army with the master's degree. So, I don't think it's like that for America. And sometimes I take offense when I hear that because we are a volunteer army. There are people in the army that are like their GP levels are off the charts. They just have a desire to serve. Like,
You mean they're super intelligent?
super intelligent.
Yeah,
They could be on Wall Street. They could do anything. I mean, you look at, here's the thing I like to talk about. Now, I don't mean to get off track on that, but there are so many companies that are starting up by veterans now. Black Rifle Coffee, Fieldcraft. I mean, you name it. All these non-profit organizations that are started by veterans that served. I mean, this is, I wouldn't say it's the greatest generation, but it's a pretty darn good generation of veterans, that fought in the 20 years in the war. So I wouldn't compare. That's what makes our military different from, say, a lot of militaries in Africa where they're forced into the military and they don't get paid anything. You make a pretty good living in the military, if I'm being honest. I mean, during 2008 when people were losing their jobs and homes were going under, the military guys knew they had money. They had jobs. I had privates that had iPhones and a nice truck. So that's what makes us different than a lot of, like Russia, where they're being conscripted. They're going to prison saying, hey, you guys on death row, I'll tell you what, if you come join us, we're going to put you on the front lines. But if you survive 6 months, you can have your freedom. 90% of them die. But we don't do that. I mean, so with Russia and Ukraine, a lot of those Russians are conscripts that don't even want to be there. But what's the answer? Man, I don't know.
Yeah.
What I felt 6 months ago to what I feel now is totally different. Like 6 months ago, I was thinking, well, let the Ukrainians decide what they want to do because they want to get everything back. But I'm to the point where I'm like, man, all this killing for a couple of oblasts, and half of those people in those oblasts are Russians, speaking Russians.
Yeah.
So let Putin have it, and let's just stop killing. And if we have to tell Putin, hey, we won't let Ukraine into what's that?
NATO.
Yeah, if we don't let 20 years, Ukraine can't join NATO. Maybe that will appease them. But if we look at the headlines now, it's almost as if like they want to push Russia into a war. I mean, Poland just came out yesterday and said, hey, we want the U.S. to help us with the Black Sea because the Russians are getting aggressive and we think they're going to invade. With what? All their stuff's getting destroyed in Ukraine. They couldn't even save Syria.
I know.
They couldn't even help out Syria.
Yeah.
And Syria, Broussard leaving Syria, that hurts Russia and Iran.
Yeah.
Well, now we got a new mix in the game of geopolitics, Syria.
Yeah.
So do I think Russia wants to take back their former glory? I think it's a nice talking point that war hawks want to talk about. But why are we getting involved? Why? Why are we spending billions and billions and billions of dollars when we have people in America poor and suffering?
I mean, the only argument I can think of is, he could continue on to Poland and he could continue on to Eastern Europe. I mean, that's the lesson from World War II that I think many are operating under.
Yeah. But let's look at this. Poland, I've worked with the Poles. They are warriors. If Russia tried to invade Poland, Poland would be marching on Red Square in a month. They are warriors. They're well equipped. They're motivated. That would be a horrible idea of Putin. He can't even defeat Ukraine. How's he going to defeat Poland? Seriously, I've worked with the Lithuanians, the Latvians. I mean, all these countries that Russia used to own. In Lithuania, in their capital, they have a museum that's all about how the communists killed all the religious leaders. And you walk through there, it's like walking through the Holocaust at Washington, D.C. Like, these people don't want Russia. They will fight tooth and nail to not be under. And I don't think Russia wants their Soviet Union empire back. I mean, people say Putin talks about it. Putin can never do that.
Yeah.
So let's just cut with the games and start saving lives. And, I think that's the way, people might not like Trump. And, yeah, as a character of a man, it's whatever. But if he can stop these wars, more power to him.
Interesting.
But sometimes war is the answer. And sometimes peace is the answer. And that's the nuance and dichotomy of it, you know.
Yeah.
You know, war was always waiting for mankind.
Powerful. Yeah. Man, it's just so confusing.
Yeah, and the scary thing leading up to that was people were talking about a civil war in America.
Yeah.
I mean, I heard a lot of rhetoric about that.
Yeah.
You know, my community, people I know, the people that I know that don't want civil war the most are veterans because they know what war does.
Yeah.
So when guys like when I say guys like me, I mean military guys. When they hear about a civil war, they just kind of roll their eyes like, "Come on, man! Like nobody wants a civil war." You know, and people are like, "This is the worst time our country's ever been." Not really. Did you ever hear the Civil War?
Yeah.
You know, when President Grant was president after the Civil War, and he had to take care of like the South and Reconstruction, our country almost went through another civil war just through that alone. You know, we've had some bad times in this country. This is nowhere near what people want it to be. It's a great time to be alive. It's a great time to be an American. Our economy, you know, you listen to people like Peter Zion and these geopolitic guys. I mean, according to them, everything's going great for us. Like it's almost like we do it to ourselves. Like this, it's not as bad as people want to make it seem. Like as a country, we're doing pretty dang good. Yeah, I think you know. Yeah. You know, I mean, what people say, hey, you know, the 50s were the best times. For who? I mean, if you have my color, it probably was. Yeah. But if you were a woman or darker color, I mean, you look at it now, I mean, pretty good times, I think. You know, I'm not black, but I would say, like, you know, anyone in this country, this is the point I want to make. Anyone in this country, it doesn't matter what color, gender, if you're willing to work hard, this country is a country where you can actually succeed and accomplish your dreams. There's hardly any country in the world where you can do that. America, you could be born dirt poor, but if you're willing to put in the work and you have a dream and you can manifest what you want in life, if you keep chomping at it, America is the place where you can make that happen.
Yeah, and some people are going to go, well, that's what someone says when they have a lot of privilege, but you lived in a trailer park growing up. You know what I mean?
Raised by a mom that didn't want her ex-husband to pay child support. Yeah. You know, so, I mean... I've lived in the bus. I lived in the bus in Blackford, Idaho. I didn't tell that story. I lived in the bus with my dad. But, you know, because of the military and hard work and, you know, I have an amazing wife that, you know, always had my back. You know, I always say, if you want to be successful, marry up. You know, I married up. You know, I married a wonderful woman. But
it sounds like the Mormon church was actually good for you.
So I didn't tell you the story, John, but in 2012, 13, I reached out to you on Messenger. And I was kind of explaining everything like I was going through. And your answer to me at that time was, Ross, I think you should stay in the church for now. And you were absolutely right. And I'm grateful for the church in my life. Like, it was the structure I needed. My fathers were my home teachers. My fathers were my Boy Scout leaders. My fathers were my best friends who their dads were the bishops. It kept, I mean, the day I came home from my mission, my younger brother came out of prison. I had a different friend structure than he did. You know, so for me, the church was everything. You know, when I graduated high school, I was probably a couple levels above Neanderthal. I mean, I was like, nothing clicked. And I told you the story of MTC where everything came together for me. And I found a beautiful woman, married her, we had beautiful children, and one just got married in the temple. I don't hate the church. I don't have anger towards it. I understand the church does hurt a lot of people. And are church leaders dishonest? In my opinion, a lot of times they are. But in my life, it was what I needed. And it kept me out of trouble. And I will always be grateful for that. Always. I will always be thankful that a single mom didn't have to worry about her son because his circle of friends were kids that were doing the right thing. And their parents, especially their dads, looked after him when we did 50-mile Boy Scout trips into the Wind Rivers. I can't be more grateful than that. They took care of me. And so even now, I'm not a believing member. But when I get asked to do something for young men's, you bet I'll help out because I was that young man that needed help one day. So service can be found anywhere. And I don't want people to come away from this podcast thinking, I went through the 5 stages. I had anger at one time. I was pissed at one time. Felt like I was lied to. But once I got past that and realized, just like war, humans will always be humans. Humans will always be humans. Leaders of the church are humans too. And they have frailty. They lie. They do human things. But at the end of the day, the church was a beautiful place for me. Steak dances. I had wonderful times. Road shows. Some of the best times I had. I wish we still had those. It was a beautiful place for a kid in a trailer park that was feral like I was. It was exactly what I needed. And I'm thankful that the powers that be, I feel like, put that into my life to make sure that this idiot here, Neanderthal man, at one time would be taken care of.
I was going to bring up something just maybe in closing, unless John has something else to say. And I don't want to bludgeon this, but I remember Esther Perel in one of her podcasts talking about, I think it's so her parents are survivors of war. Do you know Esther Perel at all? Does work kind of around relationships. And anyway, one of the things she was talking about with her genealogy of survivors of war was just that there can oftentimes be holders, meaning people that come back from war and never speak of it. They just hold it. And that's the way they protect the people they love, is they just are like, it happened to me, and may you never know it, Yeah. And then there are tellers, people who actually do tell the story. And it's just, neither is better than the other. It's just a different way of how we approach, right, experience. And my question to you, you are telling now, but have you been a holder or have you been a teller throughout, and this is your time to tell? Like, how would you talk about that?
Like my kids don't know a lot of those stories. And with the military, you don't tell stories because everybody has stories and nobody wants to hear them. So I think maybe a little bit of both. I have a select few that I trust enough to open up a little bit, my wife being one of them. My good friend that's still a member of the church, very active in the church. But other than that, his name is Travis Ross. If you're watching this, buddy, I love you. But no, because all those years of harboring the pain of leaving the church, there's no one to talk to.
Yeah.
And when it comes to war, I just think people are so tired of hearing war stories. They just want to get on with it.
Yeah.
And I don't blame them one bit. I knew coming into this that this was going to be emotional for me. I didn't mean to cry. But, some of the things that you brought up have really unlocked things in my mind as you talked about it. And I was like, yeah, that is true. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I think I believe telling is good, getting it off your chest. And I think for me, this experience will be a good way to kind of dig it into the ground and just let it be. My story's out there now. I can continue on with my mission in life. And just so grateful for this opportunity, man. If you wouldn't mind, I would like to read that code.
Yeah, please.
It's a great way to end. Too.
It's going to take me just a minute to find it.
I'm just so grateful that you would be willing to be so vulnerable. I'm struck by that. I don't know if I misunderstood the comment, that of all the things you experienced in the military, including deployments, multiple deployments, that leaving the church was the hardest thing. Is that what I heard?
Oh yeah, losing my mom, losing that, like even the church was a soul destroyer for me, because I just felt like for so long that God would let me know, no, this is just a test. You passed it. Here's your answer. Mm. And that for years I was waiting for that, and it never came until I left the temple, and I got that voice saying, "This is the answer. You're on your path." But yeah, it was painful, man. It was so painful, and not being able to tell anyone because, I didn't want to be looked at as the apostate.
Yeah.
I was always the strong one in my family that led by example because of the church.
Yeah. I've had, we all know that LGBT people can take their lives, and I've had so many of them tell me that losing their faith in Mormonism was way harder than being gay. So, I guess that's why this podcast tries to help people.
I remember that elder's name, Elder Ord. Do you remember interviewing the? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was the 2 degrees of Kevin Bacon
of Mormon stories.
Yeah, he served at the same time that I was serving. Yeah. And, but having said all that, I don't regret growing up in the church. And what I tell people is I look at it like school. And I'm not trying to put anyone down by saying this, but for me, elementary school was a good thing for me. Middle school was a good thing for me. High school was a good thing for me. College was a good thing. I needed it in my life at the time. But do I want to go back? No. Mm-hmm. I'm past that now. But, and that's not to say that those who are still in the church are in those levels, they're not. If it fulfills you, I'm so happy for you. Like I said, I'm very involved. I'm not very involved, but I help out when asked, and I still go. I'm more active than probably a lot of acting or believing people, Excuse me. But my mission was everything. It set me up for a pattern in my life that set me on a road of success, hard work, goals, loving people, getting along with people, traveling the world. If I wouldn't have started unlocking my brain to understand things, to study, I believe that higher power knew at the time that Marty needed that in his life. It had nothing to do with Mormonism. It had to do with this young man needs this in his life at this time. And I believe that. I don't have a vendetta against the church. I don't hate the LDS church. No, I love the church. I love the culture. And I'm so thankful that it was in my life because I needed it at that time so much. So this is my Bushido Code. I wrote this at a time in my life when I was struggling with the code, and I kind of had left Mormonism. I had experienced this traumatic thing where I killed a guy that ended up being, maybe he wasn't innocent, maybe he was, but in my eye, he didn't have anything that validated that he was the enemy. And
this is a different person.
This was the old man.
Okay,
yeah. That, a 15-6 investigation went on.
Okay.
I was cleared of it. But I still struggled with it. And then I was watching Dexter, and the Cold episode came on. So this is called my Bushido Code. It says love. Love is a motivating force behind the warrior. A warrior has love. love of a higher power, love of family, and everything of virtue. He loves with all his heart, might, mind, and strength. He loves his fellow man as himself. His love is sincere and true. Without love, he is no longer a warrior, but a common man who is ever searching. Love is a force that drives his soul and calms his heart in battle. Truly, all he is and all he will become comes from the power of love. Honor. A warrior has only one mortal judge of honor, and this is himself. The thoughts he holds and the decisions he makes when all alone reflect who he truly is. A man of honor does not have to give his word. He does not have to promise. What he says he will do, he does. He is completely sincere in all things, his thoughts, words, and deeds. He respects his leaders and speaks no ill of them. That's kind of a Japanese Bushido code. The way he lives his life is his honor. He would rather die than lose that honor. Humility. A true warrior knows there is a higher power in the universe, a designer of his soul, and he will forever seek his guidance in his sojourn through mortality. A warrior is not prideful, boastful, or outspoken, but lives with quiet dignity. He shows this humility by the way he speaks and treats others. His life is simple, and he lives it with thrift. He does not have to force others by shouting or threats. He does not have to prove his worth with expensive things, but by modesty and dignified strength. Skill. What sets a warrior apart from the common soldier is his knowledge, dedication, and skill. A warrior has been trained in the art of war. Though he does not actively seek out war, he stands ready to strike when called upon. He has been taught special skills, and through constant training, he hones these skills to a razor-sharp edge. With this skill comes great responsibility. He will never use them to harm the innocent, but to protect. Through his knowledge and skill, the man becomes the sword. Devotion. A warrior is devoted to a cause higher and nobler than himself, wherever it may be found. A warrior's devotion is more than a simple desire. It's a consecrated dedication. It requires him to overcome his own desire for the greater cause. Each man must decide what he will be devoted to. With that dedication, there must be a balance between the spiritual, physical, and natural. In it will be found substance and peace for a life worth living. A devoted soul gives meaning to a warrior's life. Courage. This is a must. A warrior must have courage. He must be brave enough to overcome the fear that engulfs a man's heart during a mission, as well as the courage to stand up for the right when the vast majority do not. There are many forms of courage. A warrior who is full of faith, love, and devotion will overcome and conquer any fear, especially the fear of failing. The road a warrior travels is not for the faint of heart. Therefore, it demands his heart to be full of courage. Duty. I'm almost done. Duty begins by knowing who you are and is required of you. Just merely doing what is asked of you is not duty. Going beyond what is required by doing 100% and then some is your duty. When other men finish, the warrior continues on. He does not fail others in his task. Peers do not have to worry about pulling his weight. Instead, he is the workhorse. He does not do this to impress others, for he knows at the end of the day he answers only to himself and his maker. And the last one, selfless service. A warrior serves his fellow man. He may have all the talent, strength, and vain looks of a warrior god, but if he does not give of his personal time to serve others, he is nothing. Self-restraint and sacrifice are things weaker men know nothing of. This is what separates a warrior from others. His true strength lies in his ability to control the flesh and be completely selfless for others. Once he has mastered this, he is a true warrior. Anyways, I wrote that in Afghanistan in December of 2010.
Powerful. Beautiful.
Thank you.
Well, Ross, Marty, Martin, what a beautiful and a powerful story you shared with us. There's never been anything like this on Mormon Stories, and I doubt there will be again. So
Yeah,
I know it's going to help a lot of people.
Thank you. I hope.
Yeah. Thank you. We honor you.
I appreciate
Thanks for telling us.
Thank you for your service,
it. Thank you.
and thanks for being willing to share your story.
Well, thank you for letting me come on here and share my story so my family can know why, and so my posterity will know that, why.
Yeah. It's our pleasure.
And it'll go way beyond that, I feel. So, anyway, we appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right. Any final words, or you? We're only
It's
5
like
hours in.
I'm plenty talked out.
It's 5 hours and 8 minutes.
Oh, really? Yeah. It feels like 2 hours. Holy cow.
Yeah.
What the fetch?
Well, thanks for coming.
Yeah, no problem,
Thanks,
man.
Marty. All right.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks for joining us today on Mormon Stories. If they want to reach out to you to thank you for your words, how do they reach you?
Well, I don't know.
They can do,
Through Mormon Stories.
yeah, they
Just
can
put it
do
in
comments on YouTube.
put the comments on YouTube, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Put the comments on YouTube. And you're always welcome, if you have feedback, to email us at mormonstories@gmail.com. We can forward those on. But thanks to everyone who donates to make Mormon Stories possible. Thanks to Julia and Maven and Gerardo and Brooklyn, Margie, and everyone behind the scenes. Thanks, sweetie. Thanks for being co-host today.
Oh, yeah. I'm really grateful I was.
Yeah. Yeah. Stay in touch, Marty.
Okay, I will.
All right. Thanks for joining us today, everybody. Be good to each other. Be kind to each other. We'll see you all again soon on another episode of Mormon Stories Podcast. Take care.